When the truth finally slams into you and your mind refuses to accept what is right in front of you, denial becomes the only place left to hide. Vergatilus, the Demon King, lets out a raw scream filled with pain and fury as blood bursts from his mouth, because until this very moment, he had never once understood the reality closing in around him. Inside his shattered throne hall, the bodies of his loyal subjects lie scattered across the broken floor, turning his own castle into a graveyard. And beneath the ruined throne, the victorious heroes stand looking up at him, their eyes fixed on the fallen Demon King. The black flames Vergatilus had always taken such pride in, the flames he believed could burn anything to ash, had failed to kill the heroes. He stares down at that group in complete disbelief, unable to accept that these warriors had truly pushed him to defeat. A single question keeps tearing through Vergatilus's mind. How was the sword god among the heroes able to break through his supposedly invincible scales and drive a blade straight into his heart? The memory flashes before him again, sharp and brutal, the exact moment he was struck while seated upon his own throne. His mind can only repeat the same desperate thought. I don't understand. How did this happen? With blood trailing down his chin and dripping onto his body, Vergatilus can barely process the fact that he has actually lost. As his thoughts spiral in confusion, the scene slips away from the present and drifts backward into the past. Vergatilus remembers his youth with absolute certainty in his own greatness, thinking that he had always stood in a world completely apart from everyone else. A younger Verg appears at the Demon King Military Academy, smiling with confidence as the brightest student of his generation, graduating at the very top with the highest honors. At the foundation of his beliefs were the Demon King standards, a theory created long ago by the first Emperor Demon King. Vergatilus studied those teachings more obsessively than anyone else, following every rule and every word as if they were sacred law. Just as the Demon King standards instructed, he built an imposing tower that rose above the land, then ordered his demonic minions to abduct princesses and carry them away into his domain. But he did not simply capture princesses. He also nurtured the very heroes who would one day come to rescue them. By locking the princesses in cages and waiting for their saviors to arrive, he fed on the rage and sorrow those heroes brought with them, because to a Demon King, emotions that intense were the richest feast imaginable. Killing the heroes too soon, however, would ruin everything. In Vergatilus's mind, true sincerity meant allowing them to grow, pushing them to become stronger, and only then devouring them. The stronger a hero became, the more exquisite the flavor would be. That was the belief he lived by. Vergatilus followed the Demon King's standards more faithfully than anyone before him, watching with satisfaction as the hatred and resentment of ordinary people continued to swell against his name. To him, conquering the world had become nothing more than a matter of time. With every battle, his power increased. By absorbing the overflowing grief, anger, and despair of heroes and countless civilians, Vergatilus rose higher and higher until he became the strongest Demon King. Then the memory fades, and the scene returns to the present. Why was he the one lying defeated in the end? No matter how many times Vergatilus turns it over in his mind, the only question left is painfully simple. How could this have happened? He asks himself again and again, his face twisting under the weight of confusion, humiliation, and despair. Then, cutting straight through his agony, a mocking voice speaks from below. You Demon Kings always say the exact same thing, the sword god of the hero says, a sharp smirk spreading across his face as he looks down at Vergatilus. You're the ones who bring this ending on yourselves. So why do you always act so shocked when it finally happens? Even as the hero's words strike him, Vergatilus can only think again in stunned disbelief. I don't understand. His eyes stretch wide, frozen with disbelief, while cold sweat beads across his face. The Demon King who once looked down on the world now looks completely shaken. Liar! The hero answers coldly. You Demon Kings always kidnap the most famous princess, then leave just enough clues for us to know where to find you, all because you want us to come fight after you make your grand move. The hero suddenly bursts into laughter, almost unable to hold back his contempt. You're stupid. If it were me, I'd just kill the king. Once the ruler is gone, the whole kingdom would collapse into chaos on its own. In that instant, the realization hits Vergatilus like another wound. If he had kidnapped the king instead, humans would have turned on each other in a struggle for the throne. But their hatred would not have been aimed at him, and without that rage directed toward the Demon King, he would not have grown stronger. That idea had gone against the standards. The book of standards flashes through his mind like a cursed image, the very doctrine he trusted completely, and the very thing that had dragged him toward ruin. The hero keeps speaking, his voice dripping with cynical amusement. And that's not even the best part. When we don't come to your tower right away, you send monsters to nearby villages so we can train. Honestly, I couldn't be more grateful for all the help. But heading straight into your tower makes things even easier for us. In his mind, the silhouettes of the heroes appear as they march toward the massive tower, turning the Demon King's own territory into the perfect training ground. And the hero continues without mercy. The first floor is always packed with weak monsters. Thanks to that, everyone gets to train at their own pace, build experience safely, and slowly sharpen their skills before moving higher. Vergadalus grinds his teeth in rage. He had designed everything so carefully, all to keep heroes from dying halfway through the tower. He wanted them alive long enough to gather more energy for him, yet now he realizes that all of it had served the heroes instead. That was what the standards had taught him. The memory of that cursed book, the one that shaped every choice he made and dictated his entire life as Demon King, now torments him like a brand burned into his soul. Then the sword god drives his blade into Vergadalus once more. It is not just an attack anymore, but a final act of cruelty against a Demon King who has already been beaten. Verg's eyes flare wide with unbearable agony and humiliation as the finishing strike tears through him, forcing the last pieces of his pride to crack apart. When the tower gets boring, the hero says casually, "All we have to do is kill the Demon King." Then eventually, a new Demon King rises, and a brand new tower appears for us. "It's the perfect hunting ground for us heroes, right guys?" the hero says with a smug grin. The others immediately join in, laughing and throwing out their own cruel thanks. "Of course. Thanks, Demon King. Because of you, we got stronger. You're the best Demon King ever. Honestly, you're more like a mentor than an enemy." From the bloodied floor, Vergadalus can only stare up helplessly as the heroes mock him with fake gratitude. "This tower was actually great. Thanks for the effort, Demon King. Thanks for giving us the best hunting ground ever." Reality finally crushes him all at once. A mentor? My tower was nothing but their hunting ground? As his world collapses around him, the hero speaks coldly again. "Still, you were strong. A lot of heroes died this time, but honestly, that's fine. I became famous because of it," the hero says, savoring the result without a hint of guilt. "Now then, goodbye, Demon King." The hero raises his weapon and prepares to deliver the killing blow, clearly enjoying the taste of victory. At that moment, Vergadalus's rage surges up from the depths of his broken body. How dare a hero do this to him? How dare they turn his defeat into a joke? The thought that mere heroes could humiliate him so completely fills Vergadalus with burning, unbearable fury. His hand digs into the blood-soaked floor, fingers clawing against the slick stone as he forces out one final question. What the hell were the Demon King standards, really? Even with his body collapsing and his breath fading, Vergadalus refuses to simply surrender to this ending. Cannot die in vain. Not like this. I am a Demon King. With that primal fury roaring inside him, Vergadalus gathers every last fragment of power still left in his body. A massive burst of crimson demonic energy erupts from him, exploding outward with terrifying force and swallowing everything around his broken form. The raging energy coils around him like a violent vortex of hatred and destruction, pulling his body into its blinding glow as his shape begins to dissolve. The explosion tears through the castle, shaking the throne hall to its core and throwing the heroes into chaos. Blood, stone, and shattered debris scatter through the air like a storm. Across the throne hall, Vergadalus's remaining power spreads without restraint, annihilating everything caught in its path. The floor is soaked in blood as demonic energy ravages the hall, ripping through the space with the full weight of Vergadalus's final wrath. In his last moments, lying broken against the ground, Vergadalus forms one final vow in his heart. Everyone who looked down on him would pay for this. The last thing reflected in his fading vision is the triumphant sword god hero, standing above him as the symbol of his humiliation. The final image burned into the moment is that victorious hero moving to claim the spoils from the fallen Demon King, as if Vergadalus had already become nothing more than a prize. As Vergadalus's power begins to fade and twist through the hall, another hero shouts with greedy excitement, "Don't touch his head. Okay? The horns are mine." But the hero who wanted Vergadalus's horns can only stare helplessly as the spreading demonic energy consumes everything. And with the last act left to him, Vergadalus chooses defiance over surrender. Vergadalus swears that even if he has to sacrifice the final remains of his own life, he will drag them down with him. Only then does the hero realize the danger, but far too late. Wait, no. No way. The hero's confidence cracks in an instant as the truth of what Vergadalus has done finally sinks in. A violent surge of purple energy detonates outward, exploding through the throne hall with devastating force. This was the final proof of a betrayed Demon King's wrath, a last burning testament carved into the world by fury, humiliation, and revenge. The hero screams in terror as the blast catches him head-on, his body breaking apart completely as the violent energy disintegrates him without leaving anything behind. I'll ruin everything. With that final hatred driving it forward, the explosion spreads through the throne room and consumes every hero caught inside its range. It is a cataclysmic revenge carried out at the very edge of death. In the darkness beyond his collapsing body, Vergatalus's fading consciousness mourns bitterly, thinking that if he had known the truth sooner, he never would have obeyed the standards. If he ever gets another chance, he swears he will throw those standards straight into the abyss. Instead of following their rules, he will unleash orcs without hesitation. His last thought is soaked in brutal, chaotic vengeance as the entire tower erupts, collapsing under the force of his final act. Then, from somewhere deep within the darkness, a faraway voice reaches him and calls his name. Vergatalus. His eyes snap open all at once. Instead of death, he finds himself standing inside a grand hall, where pale moonlight spills through towering windows beneath the full moon outside. Vergatalus is completely lost. He turns his head, scanning the hall in disbelief, and sees rows of other students around him, all wearing the exact same uniform as him. What the hell is going on? Sweat slides down his face as an impossible thought crashes through his mind. He is alive. Before he can make sense of it, an authoritative voice calls out again, Vergatalus. Step forward, quickly. Hearing his own name, Vergatalus moves before he can fully think, walking ahead obediently while confusion still clouds every corner of his mind. Questions spin wildly inside his head, one after another, as he tries to understand where he is and how any of this could be real. Impossible. This place. As he makes his way toward the platform, the voice speaks his name once more, firm and unmistakable. Vergatalus. Standing before him is the academy headmaster himself. Vergatalus. Why would a brilliant mind like yours behave this way on your graduation day? The moment Vergatalus sees him clearly, recognition strikes. The headmaster raises a red emblem into view. That crimson symbol is the very badge given to every graduating student of the Demon King Military Academy. It is the mark of a Demon King. The realization hits Vergatalus like lightning, and his mind freezes around one thought. Then this is... The academy spreads beneath the moonlit sky, confirming what his eyes are already telling him. This is graduation day at the academy, 15 years in the past, and the announcement echoes that every graduating student must step onto the stage. Those students, each one destined to become a Demon King, are now required to stand before everyone and make their vow. An instructor calls out, Summa cum laude Vergatalus. Please read as the representative of your class. With every eye on him, Vergatalus walks toward the stage. Before him, a massive hologram materializes in the air, displaying the Demon King's standards, the very same rules that once guided him straight into humiliation and death. Vergatalus stares at the words he once revered with blind faith, but now his eyes burn with hatred and bitter understanding. The Demon King's standards, the source of all his misery, are floating right in front of him, waiting to be recited aloud. He thinks to himself that he has seen these lines countless times before. He memorized every word perfectly, devoted himself to following them, and gave everything he had to live by them. And yet this garbage was what turned him into a toy for heroes and dragged him into ruin. The memory of his shameful death flashes through his mind, still hot and unbearable. Does he really have to stand here and recite this nonsense right now? He looks out at his classmates, who are all watching him with calm, expectant faces, waiting for the genius of their class to speak. Does he truly have to swear again, in front of every single one of them, that he will follow these cursed rules for the rest of his life? His throat tightens as the words refuse to come out. Meanwhile, the headmaster and the faculty continue smiling, completely unaware of the storm building inside their top student, while Vergatalus clenches his jaw so hard his teeth grind together. Slowly, his expression twists, and the calm mask on his face gives way to pure, unmistakable rage. The host, still oblivious to the danger in the air, prompts him once more. Vergatalus, please read the Grand Demon King's standard. Vergatalus's teeth clamp together in a tight, trembling line, his fury gathering just beneath the surface, ready to burst free. Then, in front of the entire academy, his voice cuts through the hall, clear, sharp, and filled with defiance. I refuse. In an instant, stunned silence falls over everyone. The students stare at him, their faces frozen in confusion as if they cannot believe what they just heard. And that is when Vergatalus finally lets his fury loose. I will not swear loyalty to something this unbelievably stupid. His eyes blaze with hatred as he screams the truth he had paid for with his own death, making it clear that following the standards is completely pointless. The Demon King standard is trash. His words slam into the audience like a shockwave, spreading through the hall before anyone can even breathe. The students stand petrified, mouths hanging open, their minds unable to process such a direct insult against everything they were raised to respect. One student is so shaken that even his glasses crack apart from the sheer shock of hearing those forbidden words. The headmaster's face twists with disbelief and rising fury, as if he has just witnessed public blasphemy against the very foundation of Demon King tradition. Vergadalis's rebellion echoes through the grand hall, tearing through decades of ceremony and tradition in a single moment. That was the instant the Academy's greatest summa cum laude fell from its highest honor to its lowest disgrace. And from that disgrace, a completely new path begins to open, one forged not by obedience, but by vengeance. Inside the great ceremonial hall of the Demon Kingdom, fury explodes as a fist crashes down against the podium with enough force to silence the room. The Archduke of the Demon Kingdom, Arcane Blarinth, glares with bloodshot eyes and roars at Vergadalis, threatening him with execution for daring to insult the Demon King's standards. From his imposing throne, Arcane declares that because of Vergadalis's past achievements and exceptional talent, he will be granted one final chance at redemption, but only if he takes back his foolish words and apologizes before the entire Demon Kingdom. If Vergadalis refuses that mercy, then his punishment will be deployment to Eren. Gasps ripple through the hall the moment that name is spoken. Eren? Seriously? Every demon present knows what that means. A dimension where demon kings die by the dozens, making it little different from a death sentence. Some demons scoff from the crowd, muttering that anyone who insults the standards deserves death, and that even an apology would not be enough to erase such disgrace. Arcane reminds Vergadalis of Eren's terrible reputation, calling it the worst realm, a place where countless demon kings have already lost their lives. But Vergadalis only shows a sharp-toothed grin, his fearless eyes cutting through the suffocating silence. Then he makes a single request that sends tension crashing through the room. Send me there. Vergadalis boldly declares that he will go to Eren himself, and there, he will prove that the Demon King standards are nothing but garbage. By doubling down on his insult instead of backing away, Vergadalis pushes Arcane past the limit of his patience. Fed up with his insolence, the Archduke calls him a lost cause and orders his immediate deployment, as a teleportation circle begins to materialize beneath Vergadalis's feet. Arcane adds that Vergadalis will receive none of the privileges normally granted to a high-ranking demon king. Not a single demon will be allowed to accompany him, and until his assignment is fully completed, he is absolutely forbidden from returning. As the portal swallows him and his body drops through the twisting magic, Vergadalis remains strangely calm. He thinks that after the disaster he caused, this punishment was only natural, but of all places they are sending him back there. He falls toward Eren, a vast and breathtaking land of towering mountains and endless wilderness. It is the same world where the heroes who once killed him had lived, and now he is being thrown right back into it. Inwardly, Vergadalis remembers that even before his regression, he had chosen Eren himself. Back then, he truly believed that someone as powerful as him should conquer the most difficult realm available. That arrogance was exactly what cost him his life. In his past life, far too many heroes took advantage of the Demon King standards, using every rule against him until his downfall became unavoidable. And now, his new arrival comes crashing down like a catastrophe. A bolt of demonic energy slams into a snowy mountaintop, detonating in a massive explosion that shakes the frozen peaks. In the desolate Urgrist mountains of the northern continent, Vergadalis rises from the impact. His enormous black dragon wings spread wide against the snow-filled sky, while demonic horns crown his head like a mark of raw authority. Standing in that frozen wasteland, Vergadalis vows that he will never allow his life to repeat itself again. This time, he will be the one exploiting the system. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, Vergadalis swears that he will turn the hero's own standards against them, the very structure that once destroyed him. The scene slips into a memory from the past. Back at the academy, the strict hierarchy of the Demon Kingdom had once been taught clearly to every student. The Demon King Academy existed to train those destined to become Demon Kings. Meanwhile, the Demon Academy trained the servants who would one day stand beside those Demon Kings and serve them in their conquests. Among those demons was Gordon, a fortunate top graduate who was congratulated for earning the rare honor of serving the Supreme Demon King, Vergadalis. Another demon could only lament his own failure, wishing he had worked harder so that he might have earned that position instead. Gordon, smiling kindly at first, responds by addressing Alderman. He says that kings are certainly great figures, but as he continues, his expression twists into something close to fanatic devotion. In his eyes, none of them could ever compare to Lord Vergadalis. Gordon's admiration is so intense that it almost feels like obsession. Yet among the demons of that time, he is far from the only one who feels that way. In the past, Vergadalus was treated like a living legend, a prodigy said to appear only once in a millennium. To graduate in the same era as him was considered a blessing, and that overwhelming reverence only fueled Gordon's ambitions even further. In Gordon's fantasies, he imagines a grand statue of himself standing proudly beside Vergadalus, convinced that together, they could conquer any dimension placed before them. With a bright and hopeful smile, Gordon dreams aloud that if he can stand at Vergadalus's side, then his own name will surely be carved into the glorious history of the Demon Kingdom. But that shining memory suddenly cracks apart when Vergadalus's furious declaration echoes through the hall. That's wrong. Gordon's face twists in horror, as if the perfect world he had built inside his mind has shattered right in front of him. Back in the present, deep within the Urgrist Mountains, Gordon suddenly appears in the snow. According to the Demon Kingdom's regulations, a top-ranked demon must serve a top-ranked demon king. Gordon is completely disoriented, his face pale with fear as he stumbles through the cold. Why? Why am I here? He cries, unable to understand what has just happened. Panic overtakes him as he realizes the truth. Even though they claimed no demon would accompany Vergadalus, in the end, they still sent one servant to reign together with this disgraced demon king. The shock is so overwhelming that Gordon can barely stay on his feet, his body trembling as if the snowy ground itself is about to swallow him. Vergadalus steps toward him through the snow and calmly extends a hand, greeting him as if this reunion were the most natural thing in the world. I'm glad to see you, Gordon. Gordon trembles as he asks why Vergadalus would do something so outrageous, but Vergadalus answers him with complete indifference, showing no regret at all. That calm response sends Gordon over the edge. He erupts into a panic, shouting at Vergadalus for daring to insult the standards in front of everyone and screaming that now, because of him, they are both going to die in Erin. Vergadalus tries to calm him down with a faint touch of humor, warning that Gordon is about to tear his own hair out. But Gordon, completely beside himself, screams back that his hair is not the problem right now. Vergadalus watches Gordon break down and quietly wonders whether he was always this unstable. Before the regression, the Gordon he remembered had been confident, composed, and almost unshakably reliable. In a flashback from his former life, Gordon smiles with complete confidence and says that while their task may be difficult, they can absolutely achieve it. In fact, he even declares that if the realm were not Erin, he would not feel motivated at all. Returning to the present, Vergadalus understands why Gordon is acting so differently. The circumstances have changed far too much, and if he tried to tell Gordon about his regression, Gordon would probably think he had completely lost his mind. While Vergadalus reflects in silence, Gordon continues hyperventilating in the snow, clutching at his own panic as he tries to process the terror of being trapped in Erin. At last, Gordon forces himself to recover, his face twisting into a grimace of resignation. He apologizes for his shameful display and declares that since things have already come to this, he will fulfill his duty. The first rule of the Demon King standards is simple: build a tower. However, that tower cannot be hidden away or placed inside an excessively hostile environment, because heroes must still be able to find it. Gordon looks around at the massive mountains surrounding them, taking in the harsh landscape and the dangerous atmosphere. This place is difficult for humans to find, filled with powerful monsters, and completely unsuitable for a proper tower, so he concludes that they must move elsewhere. But Vergadalus only smiles defiantly, crouching down into the snow as he declares that he is not going to build the tower there. Gordon stares at him in horror as Vergadalus pulls out a tower seed and plants it directly into the frozen ground. For a Demon King's tower to grow, the seed must first be planted, then fed with the Demon King's own blood. Gordon, desperate and horrified, screams that Vergadalus is going directly against the standards. He asks whether his lord is even willing to throw away the pride of a Demon King, but Vergadalus simply prepares himself and replies that he never swore to follow them. Vergadalus watches his servant's reaction and understands the true root of Gordon's anguish. This is the denial of a devout believer watching his faith be profaned, a belief carved so deeply into demon society that it feels burned into their very bones. With a gaze weighed down by hard-earned experience, Vergadalus thinks that unless someone dies, or goes through something just as drastic as death, they can never truly reject that faith. After all, he had once been exactly the same. Then, with iron determination, Vergadalus clenches his fist hard enough to draw blood, offering his own body as the sacrifice needed to feed the seed. As drops of his blood fall onto the tower seed and soak into it, Vergadalus tells Gordon to listen carefully. The Demon King standards are trash, especially in a place like Erin. Gordon can only stand there speechless, trembling as he faces both his lord's blasphemy and the terrifying conviction behind every word. Without warning, The surrounding mountains begin to quake violently, the snow and stone trembling as if something enormous has awakened beneath them. Activated by Vergatalus's blood, the tower seed suddenly bursts open with a brilliant pulse of red energy. A scarlet beam shoots upward from the seed, cutting through the freezing air and reaching straight toward the sky. As the energy spreads across the snowy ground, red light swirls around Vergatalus and Gordon, forming a powerful vortex that announces the imminent summoning. Vergatalus then reveals the raw truth he learned through bitter experience. The reason the standards fail here is simple. Eren is packed with far too many heroes. A series of images flashes through the mind, showing the formidable and wildly varied heroes that infest this land. This is the true reason Eren is so dangerous. Eren is a cemetery of demon kings. As that truth settles in, a massive magic circle forms beneath their feet, and the system identifies its user. Tribe, Black Flame Dragon. Name, Vergatalus. The identification finishes, and in that instant, the summoning of Vergatalus's tower begins in earnest. From deep beneath the frozen earth, a colossal dark structure starts to rise, tearing through layers of snow and stone as the ground groans around it. Watching the tower emerge, Vergatalus begins to explain the trap hidden inside the so-called rules. After destroying countless demon king towers over and over again, humans eventually realized there was a repeating mechanism behind them. Once they understood that pattern, they began using the demon king standards against the demon kings themselves. Only then does Gordon finally grasp the horrifying truth of this land. In Eren, the demon king standards no longer function as rules for demon kings at all, they have practically become the hero standards. Before them, the tower rises in full, magnificent and sinister, its dark silhouette standing like a terrifying fortress in the middle of the snowy wasteland. Gordon looks up at it in stunned disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what has just appeared. In the end, despite every warning and every rule, Vergatalus has built the tower in this forbidden place. With the tower now standing before them, Vergatalus calmly walks toward the main entrance as if nothing unusual has happened. "Let's go in," he tells Gordon, and Gordon follows behind him in tense, hesitant silence. They step onto the first floor of Vergatalus's tower and enter a gigantic hall with towering vaulted ceilings and a patterned stone floor. But despite its grand size, the entire space is completely empty. Gordon says aloud that a normal tower should have a complex internal structure or, at the very least, be guarded by monsters. Yet there is nothing here at all, making it a tower stripped of every advantage a demon king should have, especially one already denied proper privileges. They continue upward to the demon king's chamber on the 5th floor, but the result is exactly the same. A huge hall waits there with a throne set at the far end, and still not a single defender or useful feature can be found. Every floor is deserted. With a serious expression, Gordon reasons that since the tower has already been built and cannot be undone, they must at least follow the second rule of the Demon King standards. Rule number 2 is to kidnap a prince or princess, preferably someone close to the throne, because captured royalty, especially high-ranking royalty, produces far more demonic energy. Gordon formally offers to advise Vergatalus on their next move, and Vergatalus, standing with his back turned, gives him permission to continue. Pointing to a map, Gordon begins his recommendation and explains that the kingdom closest to the Urgris Mountains is the obvious target. He pleads with Vergatalus to kidnap the princess with the highest succession rank, so they can absorb the kingdom's anger and sorrow and help him grow stronger as quickly as possible. Gordon fully expects Vergatalus to refuse, but to his shock, Vergatalus agrees. Gordon is left astonished, barely able to process the answer. Then Vergatalus adds that he already has a specific princess in mind. Filled with sudden excitement, Gordon immediately offers to assist him, but Vergatalus gives him a clear order instead. Gordon must stay behind and protect the tower, because a demon king's residence cannot be left empty, and the moment he hears that, Gordon bursts into visible relief and joy. In Gordon's mind, hope rushes back all at once. Thank goodness, Vergatalus is still a demon king after all. His strange behavior must have only been caused by stress. This situation can still be salvaged, and this is where things truly begin. As Vergatalus prepares to leave from the balcony, Gordon tries to perform his duty as a proper servant and asks who exactly his lord intends to bring back. With a sly, secretive smile, Vergatalus gives only a vague reply. Well, and with that the scene shifts away. Vergatalus flies over a city beneath the night sky, revealing that his chosen target is nowhere near his tower. Instead, he is heading to the kingdom of Hilgeron, the southernmost nation on the continent and the farthest kingdom from his fortress. The view settles on a single brightly lit window in a massive castle, glowing alone like a tiny beacon in the thick darkness of the night. Inside that room, The beautiful blonde princess, Ernan Hildron, gazes out through the window. Under the full moon, Vergatalis descends before her with his demon wings spread wide, his silhouette cutting across the silver light. Vergatalis's real strategy is far more twisted than Gordon could imagine. Out of every possible royal target, he chooses the princess with the least presence of all, the 13th princess. With his red horns gleaming beneath the moonlight and his gaze fixed intensely on her, Vergatalis announces his purpose. "I have come to take you, princess." Back at the tower, Gordon's mind practically explodes at the realization. Gordon screams at the top of his lungs, completely losing his composure, because Vergatalis's plan is the exact opposite of what the standards demand. In the middle of the night, Demon King Vergatalis appears inside a princess's chamber without warning. The young woman, with long blonde hair and a soft nightgown, watches him from her bed without the slightest trace of fear, showing only calm curiosity. With a serene expression, Princess Ernan Hildron looks at the intruder standing in her room and simply asks, "Who are you?" Beneath the full moonlight, Vergatalis introduces himself with a serious and determined expression. "The Demon King who has come to kidnap you." Instead of screaming or trembling, a faint and mysterious smile appears on Princess Hernan's face, an entirely unexpected reaction for someone being told she is about to be kidnapped. Still sitting calmly on her bed, she asks the surprised intruder a question that sounds almost like a challenge. "Vergatalis, are you sure you can handle me?" Her strange response leaves him briefly bewildered. Vergatalis wonders if she thinks demon kings are some kind of joke, but he quickly steadies himself and reaffirms his confidence. Of course he can handle her. He is a demon king. To Vergatalis's astonishment, Princess Ernan simply extends both hands toward him and offers herself without resistance. "Then I'll let you take me." Now suspicious, Vergatalis asks what she is plotting. Ernan thinks for a moment and admits that, as a princess, she had always assumed something like this might happen to her one day, but Vergatalis refuses to let himself be fooled so easily. He warns her not to expect him to lower his guard, because he is also in a desperate situation and will not be tricked. Ernan denies having any scheme at all, then calmly points out the obvious. How could she have prepared a trap when she had no idea a demon king would come for her today? Vergatalis mentally admits that her logic is sound, but even so, he cannot shake the strange uneasiness crawling beneath the surface of this situation. At last, standing face to face with him, Princess Ernan appears completely ready to leave. She extends her hand as if inviting him to proceed and asks, "Then shall we go?" The scene shifts to a snowy mountain landscape, where Vergatalis, in his demonic form with wings spread wide, flies through the cold air toward his towering fortress. When he lands, he is carrying the princess wrapped in a cloak. His subordinate, the long black-haired demon with pointed ears, greets him, and Vergatalis immediately orders Gordon to house her on the 4th floor. Gordon is shocked that Vergatalis is not sending the princess to the dungeon, but Vergatalis explains that since she offered no resistance, she will be granted some leniency. Meanwhile, the princess cheerfully waves as if this entire kidnapping were almost pleasant. Immediately after that, Gordon approaches Vergatalis with a serious look and says there is something important he needs to report. The scene then shifts to the 4th floor of Vergatalis's tower. The 4th floor is a massive, empty hall with cold stone floors, and Princess Ernan has been left there completely alone. Sitting on the freezing floor, she quietly murmurs to herself that she really has been kidnapped. Her thoughts drift as she begins comparing this strange new reality to the life she had back in the palace. Here, there are no soft pillows, no warm blankets, and no servants waiting nearby like the ones who once attended her palace bed. She continues thinking to herself, remembering that there are no beautiful gardens here, no fountains, and none of the elegant comforts of the kingdom. Without a doubt, this place is nothing like home. And yet, her expression suddenly shifts into pure mischief and joy. A different thought pops into her mind, bright and unexpected, and she inwardly declares that maybe this is not so bad after all. Back with Vergatalis, Gordon informs him that an invitation has arrived from the Beast Tower. It is a welcome banquet for him as the newest Demon King. Vergatalis is immediately skeptical, suspecting it is nothing more than a pathetic attempt to intimidate him and test the newcomer. Demon Kings are naturally far too proud to cooperate easily with one another. But Aaron's unprecedented danger has forced even them to swallow their pride and maintain a tense alliance. Vergatalis reflects on that balance of power. In his previous life, he ignored the other Demon Kings because he saw them as weak, but now that he is the newcomer, he understands that he has to play the game. So he decides to accept the invitation and establish first contact. Following the invitation, Vergatalis and Gordon arrive at the Beast Tower, a colossal stone structure wrapped in thick vines and standing deep in the heart of a dense jungle. On an enormous throne sits a colossal beast with white fur, razor-sharp claws, and glowing red eyes. His heavy voice fills the chamber as he declares, "My name is Draxon. I am the Demon King of Beasts." Draxon boasts openly about his age and power, stating that he has ruled this place for 70 years. While Vergatalis listens in silence, Draxon looks down at him with clear disdain and begins to mock him. "So you're the new Demon King," Draxon says, sizing him up with contempt. "I heard you made fun of tradition, but honestly, you look pretty mediocre." Vergatalis does not flinch at all. Instead, he looks straight at Draxon and asks whether the Beast Demon King came looking for a fight, demanding that he stop circling around the issue and speak plainly. Behind him, Gordon already looks like he regrets ever stepping into this place, while Draxon breaks into a laugh and finally reveals the real reason he summoned them. "You know absolutely nothing," Draxon says with a sneer. "Archduke Arcane personally ordered me to keep an eye on you the moment you arrived here." Vergatalis scoffs the instant he hears that name, calling the Archduke nothing more than that noisy old vampire. He even thinks bitterly that he should have just left Arcane behind in Erin if he had the chance. That blatant disrespect instantly sends Draxon into a rage. "How dare you speak of the Archduke like that? You've got guts." Furious, he slams the chunk of meat he had been eating down onto the floor right in front of Vergatalis's feet. Then Draxon lowers himself into open humiliation and gives a cruel command. "Lick it. Do that, and I'll forgive your insolence." Vergatalis remains perfectly calm, his expression barely changing as he asks, "Demon King of Beasts, do you really not understand why I came here?" Draxon mocks him in return, saying it must be because he insulted Demon King orthodoxy, and a malicious smile slowly spreads across Vergatalis's face as he brings up one important rule. "Well then," Vergatalis says coldly, "according to that orthodoxy, Demon Kings are forbidden from killing each other." The next instant, Vergatalis stomps the ground. The floor shatters beneath that simple movement, and a crushing red aura erupts from him like an explosion. A shockwave blasts through the chamber, launching Draxon into the air and leaving everyone around them frozen in disbelief. With crimson light burning in his eyes, Vergatalis looks up at Draxon and asks, "Do you really think I would follow that rule?" Draxon is drenched in cold sweat, fear crushing down on him so hard that his confidence vanishes. All he can think is one terrified question. What kind of aura is this? Overwhelmed by fear, Draxon quickly spills the rest of Arcane's message. The Archduke ordered him to confirm whether Vergatalis had kidnapped a princess, and if that report was not delivered within a month, Vergatalis would lose his authority. As Vergatalis and Gordon turn to leave, Vergatalis adds almost casually, as if it were nothing worth making a fuss over, "I already kidnapped a princess." Draxon is stunned, but Vergatalis keeps going with a smug, superior tone. "But she suits my taste." Those words leave Draxon and every beast under his command utterly speechless. The scene returns to Vergatalis's lonely tower in the snowy mountains, its dark silhouette standing against the cold night, while faint red light glows from the windows. Back inside the throne room, Gordon praises Vergatalis for perfectly displaying the majesty expected of a demon king. Vergatalis brushes off the compliment, certain that Draxon will not bother them again, though deep down he knows they still need to prepare for what comes next. He orders Gordon to go check on the princess while he remains behind, thinking carefully about how he can make proper use of her from this point forward. Outside the Gothic window, snow continues to fall in silence, drifting through the dark air with a solemn, almost ominous calm. Vergatalis sits alone on his throne, visibly troubled as he considers the situation. If this is how the other demon kings intend to treat him, then everything ahead is going to become far more complicated. With firm determination in his eyes, he admits that the consequences of mocking orthodoxy are greater than he expected. Even so, his resolve does not waver, because if he had to choose again, he would make the same decision without hesitation. Proud and completely unmoved by tradition, Vergatalis declares that he would rather die than ever bow his head to garbage. Vergatalis checks his status, expecting only a few hundred demonic energy points from kidnapping such a low-ranking princess, since he believed this was the safest and quietest method. But the screen shows him a number so absurdly high that it shocks him on the spot. 13,019 points. Vergatalis freezes, sweat breaking across his face as the number sinks in. 13,000? Why does he already have this many points? Just as panic begins rising inside him, a notification suddenly appears before his eyes. He has received a recorded message from the Beast Tower. A message icon floats in front of him, unmistakably connected to the recording Draxon had promised to send. When Vergatalis opens it, Draxon's voice comes through in a strangely cordial tone. New Demon King, I send this to congratulate you. Although our first meeting was not ideal, as your superior, I should still give you this. Vergatalis watches the recording as Draxon continues, admitting that what Vergatalis achieved in Eren was not an easy feat and that, honestly, he is impressed. Draxon even wonders aloud whether Vergatalis's mockery of orthodoxy had only been an act. As Vergatalis listens, a terrifying suspicion begins taking shape in his mind. His face tightens with panic as one thought becomes impossible to ignore. Something is wrong. At that exact moment, Gordon bursts into the hall, running frantically and shouting, "Demon King, we have a problem. The fourth floor, the sight that follows is not a barren floor at all, but an idyllic paradise. Crystal clear water pours down in a shining waterfall, while colorful butterflies flutter through the air. The fourth floor has been completely transformed into a lush and beautiful natural world." Vergatalis can only stare in utter disbelief, his mind going blank as he struggles to find even a single word for what he is seeing. A system window opens and confirms the impossible. Vergatalis's tower, fourth floor, status. Naturalization in progress. Before their very eyes, the once barren hall is gradually changing into a vibrant paradise filled with life. And standing calmly at the center of everything she has created is the princess herself. She is surrounded by slimes and elemental spirits of fire, wind, and clouds, and Vergatalis feels horror rise inside him as the truth begins to settle in. She has created an entire ecosystem inside a magic tower. Vergatalis understands immediately that a feat like this could only be performed by someone who has mastered all four elements. He remembers visiting the castle of the 13th princess, yet no one had known the most important truth, that only one spiritualist on the entire continent was capable of doing something like this. At last, he confronts her directly. "You are not the 13th princess." Ernan gently pets one of the slimes beside her and answers with perfect calm. "Just as I expected. You mistook me for Elena." Vergatalis's face twists with panic as every scattered piece finally locks into place inside his mind. "Wait! Don't tell me you're—" Before he can finish, she smiles with mischievous pride and reveals the truth herself. "Correct. My name is Ernan Hilgeron. I am the first princess of the Hilgeron Kingdom." The scene shifts dramatically to the Kingdom of Hilgeron, where the news spreads like thunder across the royal palace. The first princess has been kidnapped by a demon king. The king of Hilgeron, Hernan's father, is already consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot as he roars. "Who dares kidnap my beloved Princess Ernan? Gather the greatest heroes and the entire royal army, now." As armored knights move quickly and prepare for war, the king's final command echoes with unrestrained fury. "We will behead that foolish demon king. Bring my daughter back." Back at the tower, Princess Ernan Hilgeron wears a bold smirk as she challenges her captor once again. "Do you really think you can handle me?" Vergatalis is left completely baffled. Despite his sharpened senses, he had failed to detect the princess's immense power. She is a genius-level elemental mage, and Vergatalis cannot help wondering how she managed to deceive him so completely. Ernan reveals the secret behind it. A ring, an ancient royal relic that allows her to conceal her mana completely, making her impossible to detect. Satisfied after explaining it, she looks at him directly and tests him once more. "So," Ernan asks, her gaze steady on him, "do you intend to return me?" Vergatalis falls silent and begins weighing the situation. If he returns her now, he will look like a coward in front of the other kingdoms. Even worse, it will become much harder for him to accumulate demonic energy. With his expression hardening into firm resolve, he makes his decision. There is no turning back anymore. Vergatalis will follow this plan through to the very end, no matter what consequences come crashing down afterward. A sharp system alert suddenly flashes into view, locking onto Verg's presence and instantly revealing the amount of demonic energy he currently possesses. Verg answers her with complete calm, his voice steady and unshaken, telling her plainly that his status has not changed at all. To him, whether she is truly the 13th princess or not means nothing. In Verg's eyes, that title never mattered, because she remains his queen all the same. Ernan gazes back at him with a soft, peaceful expression, almost as if she is quietly pleased. There is no fear in her face at all, nothing like a captive trembling before her kidnapper. The story then moves to the dazzling and luxurious kingdom of Hilgeron, where the shocking news has already stormed its way into the royal throne room. The king of Hilgeron is nearly blinded by rage, slamming down his order for his soldiers to kill that foolish demon king and bring his princess home at once. A nervous minister quickly steps forward, trying to calm him by explaining that they still have no confirmation of which demon king is responsible, and that patrols are already searching for clues. But the king only grows more furious, shouting for them to move faster, unable to accept that his daughter has been taken while his own men are standing around doing nothing. Then another minister, a sharp-eyed man wearing glasses, speaks up with a more careful observation. He says that something about this kidnapping feels wrong. Not long ago, the demon king of lust attracted far too much attention and ended up being slain by heroes, so for another demon king to abduct a princess immediately after such a clear warning is far too suspicious. The royal council gasps as the logic finally hits them, realizing this incident may not be as simple as it first seemed. The king grips the arm of his throne so hard that his hand begins to tremble, fury and frustration twisting together inside him. Grinding his teeth, he reaches the only conclusion he can accept. If it was not one of the known demon kings, then it must be a new and unknown one. At that very moment, a knight bursts into the throne room with urgent news. They have detected traces of teleportation magic. The magical trail points far to the north, stretching toward the harsh and distant Urgrist mountains. The king's face stiffens with disbelief, his anger momentarily replaced by shock. The Urgrist mountains? That place is known as the most dangerous, isolated region on the entire continent. The scene cuts to the barren, snow-buried wilderness of the Urgrist mountains, where icy winds sweep across the empty land and a single ominous tower rises alone against the frozen sky, the Tower of Verg. Inside the tower, Gordon Dirick, Verg's loyal but deeply anxious subordinate, can no longer hide his concern. He warns that the Hilderon army will come for them soon, and he doubts his lord can possibly face such a force alone. Verg, however, simply smiles with quiet confidence, showing not even the smallest trace of fear. With his usual composure, Verg tells him there is no reason to worry, because the kingdom of Hilderon will never be able to reach this place. Gordon is left completely confused by that confidence. Then, standing before a large map, Verg calmly reveals the foundation of his plan. His tower stands in the far northern reaches of the continent, while Hilderon lies deep in the distant south. Between those 2 points stretches an enormous distance, with multiple nations standing in the way, making a direct military assault practically impossible and forcing Hilderon to search for another solution. Verg's smile turns smug as he explains that those nations will not involve themselves. That means Hilderon will have only one realistic option left. They will be forced to hire the Hero Guild. And just as Verg expected, the king of Hilderon soon finds himself trapped with no proper path forward. With a heavy, reluctant expression, he orders his ministers to contact the Hero Guild, and the scene shifts to the guild's massive fortress. Surrounded by snowy landscapes, heroes and mercenaries gather noisily around the quest board, their attention fixed on the kidnapping notice for Princess Ernan. But the moment the destination is revealed as Urgrist, the entire crowd erupts, and their reactions turn instantly and overwhelmingly negative. One mercenary refuses on the spot, scoffing that he never agreed to throw his life away in some monster-infested wasteland. Another only smirks from the side, remarking that the king of Hilderon is going to have a very hard time. Meanwhile, Verg had already predicted this outcome perfectly. The Hero Guild would not move easily, because in the end, they care about money above all else and would never accept such a dangerous mission unless the reward was outrageously high. That is exactly why Verg chose to place his base in Urgrist. Gordon is stunned by the depth of his master's foresight. Verg has not only considered the enemy's response in advance, but also seems to understand Eren, the human world, with an almost unbelievable level of detail, even while ignoring so many of its ordinary rules. The thought unsettles Gordon deeply. Verg's knowledge feels so intimate, so precise, that it is almost as if he has already lived in this world once before. Back in Hilderon's throne room, the king finally explodes with frustration. He roars in disbelief that not even one hero is willing to take the mission, furious that people who call themselves heroes would dare refuse to rescue his daughter. A minister lets out a weary sigh and explains the bitter reality to him. Eren may have no shortage of heroes, but most of them value profit far more than duty, which makes them extremely picky about the missions they choose. At the same time, Verg quietly checks his system interface. He understands that Hilderon will need time to gather heroes capable of taking the job, and even more time before those heroes can travel all the way to his remote stronghold. Seated on his throne, Verg admits to himself that even with the advantage of distance, his current demonic energy still is not enough to stand against an entire army of heroes. A dark memory flashes through his mind, the heroes who once defeated him. He knows that terror far too well, and this time he refuses to underestimate them again. With a new plan already forming, Verg gives Gordon an order so shocking it nearly stops him cold. He tells him to contact Draxon, because he intends to sell demonic energy in exchange for human money. Gordon freezes in place, then cries out in complete disbelief. Sell demonic energy? To him, the very idea sounds nothing short of blasphemy. In a panic, Gordon reminds Verg just how priceless demonic energy truly is. It is the currency of dreams, a power that can transcend species, activate tower functions, and even summon monsters into existence. And now Verg wants to trade that precious power for mere human money. Still, Verg does not waver for even a moment. He knows Draxon will pay an enormous fortune for it. With his current demonic energy, he cannot stop the heroes directly, but with human currency, there is something else he can do. The scene then shifts to Otenwar, a lively fortress city built near the dangerous Urgrist Mountains, and Verg's next destination. Hidden beneath a black cloak, Verg approaches the city gates, only to be stopped by 2 guards blocking his way. When the guards demand to know who he is, Verg answers without hesitation, calmly claiming that he is a mercenary. The guards immediately grow suspicious, narrowing their eyes at him. After all, what kind of mercenary in his right mind would travel alone into the Urgrist Mountains? Verg says nothing more. With a casual flick of his hand, he sends a gold coin spinning into the air. One guard catches it, and the moment he sees the glittering metal in his palm, his eyes widen in shock. The bribe is bold, simple, and instantly effective. While the guards remain fixated on the gold, Verg strolls past them with an amused air, mockingly asking whether they still do not trust him. Once inside the city, he looks over the crowded plaza, taking in the movement and noise around him. Verg understands that wandering through this place blindly would only waste time, so his first objective is to find someone who can guide him. That search soon brings him to the Scarlet Falcon Mercenary Guild. Inside the noisy tavern, the air is heavy with the smell of beer, rough laughter, and mercenaries loudly bragging over one another. One man lounges back with his feet kicked up on the table, perfectly capturing the lazy arrogance of the room. He boasts about how easy their lives are, letting soldiers do the hard fighting while they only deal with monsters afterward and casually collect the loot. That same attitude fills the entire tavern. Gain as much as possible while risking as little as possible. As the drinks keep flowing, the conversation naturally shifts toward the latest rumors. One mercenary mocks the news about a new demon king appearing in the Urgrist Mountains, calling the whole thing fake. He insists that demon kings always build their towers in places heroes can actually reach. His companion then adds that he even heard the so-called demon king kidnapped the princess of Hildron. The first mercenary scoffs even harder, finding it ridiculous that any demon king would cross the entire continent just to steal away a princess. But another mercenary cuts in with a more specific rumor, saying that he heard the Hero Guild rejected the mission after learning the destination. The skeptic immediately waves it off as an act, claiming the guild is probably just trying to drive up the price. After all, a princess heir is priceless, which makes the mission a walking gold mine. The tavern bursts into loud, cynical laughter, because every mercenary there knows exactly how greedy the Hero Guild becomes when money is involved. But in the middle of that laughter, a dark and silent presence appears behind them. Verg has heard every word, and a malicious smile curls across his face as he realizes what is happening. When the laughing mercenary turns around, he screams in terror. In an instant, the other mercenaries draw their weapons and surround the intruder, demanding to know who he is. Verg looks over them with a predatory smile and remarks that they seem to know quite a lot, deciding on the spot that they will make perfect guides. Then he gives a chilling order. Leave one alive and throw the rest outside. Furious at his arrogance, a group of mercenaries rushes him, shouting that he will not leave the tavern alive. But Verg moves with blinding speed, crushing the first attackers with brutal, precise strikes and throwing the entire room into violent chaos. Verg tears through the tavern like a dark whirlwind, dropping mercenary after mercenary with ruthless speed and terrifying efficiency. One of the largest and strongest men in the room tries to take advantage of the chaos, charging in from behind Verg with a heavy club raised high. Verg does not even seem to react. He stops the attack effortlessly, shattering the weapon in the process. Then his eyes begin to glow with a dangerous red light as he turns to strike back. A dark aura wraps around Verg's fist, and the giant mercenary's face contorts with pure terror as he realizes he is standing before something far beyond anything human. The surviving mercenaries are swallowed by panic. One after another, they scramble toward the exits in terror, desperate to escape before the tavern becomes their grave. From the spared mercenaries' terrified point of view, the entire tavern has become a nightmare of screams, flying bodies, and unstoppable violence. Verg lets this one man live, forcing him to witness everything. Bodies are hurled through the air around him, and the once boastful leader now curls up on the floor, clutching his head as he trembles in fear. Barely able to speak, the mercenary finally chokes out a single word. Monster. The word only makes Verg's face brighten with a savage grin, his eyes burning brighter as demonic energy surges through them. Outside the tavern, screams and the violent crash of destruction echo through the streets, loud enough to make nearby passers-by slow down and turn their heads. Two people, one of them a mage, watch the commotion with complete indifference. "They're fighting again," she says flatly. Her companion answers that they never seem to get tired, neither of them realizing that what just happened inside was not a brawl at all, but a one-sided slaughter. Back inside the tavern, the floor is now covered with unconscious bodies, scattered across the wreckage like proof of Verg's overwhelming power. Verg stands completely unharmed amid the wreckage, towering over the mercenary kneeling before him in terror. With an icy calm that makes the man shake even harder, Verg tells him there is no need to be afraid. So long as he answers a few questions, his life will be spared. The mercenary nods desperately, his head bobbing again and again as if refusing might get him killed. Only then does Verg lower his gaze and ask, in the same calm voice, where the slave market is. The scene shifts to a lavish mansion surrounded by elegant fountains and tall iron gates, a place so polished and grand that it almost feels like a noble's estate. But behind that beautiful exterior hides something far more rotten, the slave market. True to Verg's command, the terrified mercenary leads him through the city streets until they arrive at a secluded, luxurious mansion. On the surface, it looks refined and respectable, but in truth, it serves as the hidden front for the slave trade. The moment Verg steps inside, a merchant greets him with a practiced smile and proudly presents the first selection, a cage packed with human slaves. With a greasy, eager expression, the merchant asks whether these goods suit his taste, clearly expecting this to be an easy deal. Verg glances over the human slaves without the slightest interest, his expression barely changing. Instead, he asks the merchant if he has anything rarer, then tosses over a heavy bag of gold, which the merchant catches with wide eyes filled with shock and greed. The merchant's face instantly lights up, his grin stretching wide enough to show the gleam of his golden tooth. Bowing eagerly, he answers that of course he has something special, then invites Verg to follow him deeper inside. As Verg follows behind the merchant, his thoughts turn cold and cynical. He wonders how this man can smile so easily even after his subordinates were slaughtered, and in the end, he concludes that humans chasing money are no different from demons craving demonic energy. Soon, they descend a set of stone stairs into a darker, more hidden section beneath the mansion. At the bottom, the merchant stops before a wooden door and explains that the truly special merchandise is waiting beyond it. A memory of Verg's earlier conversation with Gordon reveals what he has been planning all along. When Gordon asked what use human currency could possibly have, Verg answered with a wicked smile that it could buy slaves, especially the rare races captured by humans. Then he made his target clear. An elf, known for honesty and loyalty, would be ideal. Behind the bars sits Granada, a green-haired elf bound in chains and silenced with a muzzle. Even trapped in that miserable cell, his eyes burn with hatred as he glares fiercely at anyone who dares look at him. While watching the chained elf, Verg reveals the true reason behind the purchase. He intends to use Granada as a spy, sending him into the hero's side to stir confusion and chaos from within. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to Hildron's throne room, where a herald announces that their savior has arrived. The hero Hillencargill is here. Relief spreads across the king's face, and he declares with renewed confidence that Hillencargill will surely accept the mission. Hillencargill, a heroic-looking man clad in shining armor, kneels before the king with absolute confidence. With a firm voice, he vows that he will rescue the princess and return with the demon king's head. Determination burns in Hillencargill's eyes as he presses one fist against his chest, radiating the pride of a righteous hero. In the name of justice, he completes his vow, setting the path toward an unavoidable clash. Meanwhile, Demon King Verg lays out his plan to his subordinate. The elf locked inside the cage will be used as a spy to mislead and confuse the heroes. His subordinate agrees that the plan should work well, since elves are known for their pure and innocent nature. As Granada's muzzled face fills the moment with quiet hostility, the focus returns once again to the slave market. Verg faces the two slave traders directly and states without hesitation that he has come to buy the elf. Then, with perfect confidence, he adds that his subordinate will handle the payment, leaving both traders visibly stunned. With a sharp, intimidating glare, Verg asks whether they have any objections. The terrified trader immediately agrees, while his partner nervously moves to prepare the transaction. Verg then orders both of them to leave the room, saying there is something he needs to confirm with the elf himself. The traitor hesitates and warns him that the elf could become violent if left unchecked. Verg does not care at all, simply telling him that if anything happens, the traitor will be the one held responsible. With no room left to argue, the traitor is forced to agree, though the disgust and fear on his face are impossible to hide. After the traitors leave, the room falls quiet. Verg steps toward the cage, where Granada remains seated on the floor, his body weighed down by chains. Verg releases a stream of demonic energy, and the restraints binding Granada begin to fall away. Granada stiffens in shock as the dark power surrounds him, instantly sensing that this is no ordinary buyer. The moment Granada feels that energy, he realizes Verg is a demon. Anger flashes in his eyes, and he demands to know what business a demon could possibly have with an elf. From outside the bars, Verg answers by offering him something simple but dangerous, the chance to take revenge on humans. The offer clearly tempts Granada, but his distrust does not disappear. He answers coldly that he cannot trust demons any more than he trusts humans. Verg, however, insists that he is not like the others. Verg then proposes a deal. If Granada serves him loyally for exactly 50 years, he will personally guarantee both his safety and his freedom. Verg adds that 50 years is hardly a long time for an elf, especially compared to the humiliation of remaining a prisoner in human hands. But even with that argument, Granada refuses to let himself be persuaded so easily. Granada reminds him that demons like Verg are enemies of the elves, beings who seek to destroy the sacred world tree they serve. With a defiant stare and his pride still intact, Granada asks him directly how he is supposed to trust Verg at all. Granada continues, pointing out that the very idea of a demon asking an elf for help is suspicious from the start. Verg pauses, realizing that the elf's doubts are not foolish at all. His reasoning is solid. After thinking it over for a moment, Verg's expression shifts into a sly smile. Since words alone will not be enough, he decides to change his approach and says they will handle it another way. Verg summons a book of magical contracts and makes a solemn oath by the standards of the great demon king, promising that he will not bring harm to the world tree. He explains that the standards of the demon king hold the same weight for demons as the world tree does for elves. In return, he demands that Granada swear his loyalty upon the world tree for the next 50 years. Granada's expression softens into a strange smile, as if he cannot quite believe what kind of demon he is dealing with. He admits that Verg is bizarre, but at the very least, he seems willing to negotiate. Granada rises to his feet and introduces himself with formal pride as Granada of the Maple tribe. He agrees to make the oath, but only after meeting the demon king who sent Verg. Filled with complete confidence, Verg reveals the truth without hesitation. I am the demon king. Granada freezes on the spot, his thoughts crashing to a halt as he struggles to process what he just heard. All he can manage is a confused, disbelieving, "What?" Then, without warning, Granada bursts into wild, uncontrollable laughter. Still laughing, he grabs Verg by the shoulders and shakes him, insisting that it is impossible for a demon king to leave his tower, weaken himself, and come all this way just to buy one slave. Between fits of laughter, Granada mocks him even further, declaring that if Verg really is the demon king, then he will swear loyalty for 100 years instead of just 50. Before long, Verg, Granada, and the subordinate arrive on the 5th floor of Verg's tower, where the air is grand, heavy, and silent. Seated upon his throne, Verg calmly reminds Granada that the 100-year contract was his own idea. Only then does Granada finally realize the truth, and shock crashes over him. His face slowly shifts from disbelief into pure outrage. He explodes, shouting that the whole thing was a scam and that Verg never once mentioned the entire tower would be completely empty. Granada keeps ranting, unable to hold back his frustration. He yells that everything was barren all the way up to the 3rd floor, and that the 4th floor was nothing but plants. Boiling with anger, Granada demands to know what kind of demon king walks out of his own tower without even keeping a single monster there to guard it. The complaint comes out so absurdly that it almost turns into a laugh. Then Granada's mind drifts back to the journey they took to reach the tower. Even though the tower looked neglected and strangely empty, not a single monster from the mountains dared to approach them. The reason was obvious now. Verg's overwhelming presence alone had kept everything away. At last, Granada can only accept it. Empty tower or not, a demon king is still a demon king, and through Verg, he may finally gain the revenge he has long desired. Completely defeated, Granada kneels before him and swears upon the great name of the world tree that his loyalty will belong to Verg for the next century. As he gives his oath, Granada's mind races with expectation. If the demon king himself came to recruit him, then surely he must have some important role to play in a terrifying, world-shaking plan. But Verg's first order is nothing like what Granada imagined. With a casual smile, he simply says, "Good. First, make me dinner." Granada goes completely still. His mind, which had already prepared itself for some grand and sinister mission, turns blank the moment he hears such an ordinary command. The scene shifts into pure comedy. Granada is now wearing an apron, chopping vegetables with surprisingly top-tier cooking skill, while silently wondering how he ended up here when he was supposed to be part of some dark master plan. To make things even more shocking, Princess Ernan of Hilgeron stands beside him in the kitchen, also busy cooking. With a bright and cheerful expression, she asks if he needs help making vegetable bread, leaving Granada completely speechless. The view pulls back to reveal the 5th floor, where a long dining table stretches across the room like this is some perfectly normal noble banquet. Verg sits calmly at the head of the table, Princess Ernan and Gordon Direk seated along one side, while Granada sits across from them on the other, still trying to process what kind of situation he has walked into. Granada, still wearing that confused look, slowly turns his head toward Verg and points his attention to the woman sitting beside him. He asks, almost like he needs to hear it twice to believe it, whether she really is the Princess of Hilgeron. Verg answers without the slightest hesitation, as if introducing an ordinary guest at dinner, saying yes, that is Ernan Hilgeron. Princess Ernan does not look nervous or offended at all. She simply sits there with a soft, graceful smile, as if this entire strange dinner scene is completely normal to her. Granada instantly loses control again, his shock bursting out into anger as he accuses Verg of being completely out of his mind. He cannot believe Verg would kidnap the heir to an entire kingdom while living in a tower that barely has any proper defenses. With his voice rising, he demands to know what Verg thinks he will do when heroes come charging in to tear the whole place apart. Verg does not even flinch at Granada's outburst. He calmly lifts a bite of food with his fork, as if this is nothing more than casual dinner conversation, and says that is exactly why he bought Granada in the first place. For now, he tells him to stop making noise, sit down, and eat. Granada freezes again, completely robbed of words by Verg's ridiculous calm. Then, in the most absurdly casual way possible, Verg adds that the food is actually quite good. Princess Ernan brightens up beside him and happily mentions that she helped prepare it too. Meanwhile, Granada can only sit there in silent horror, his mind screaming one question over and over. What in the world is even happening here? The setting shifts down to the 4th floor, where the tower opens into a wide, lush green field full of fresh grass and natural energy. Granada looks around and asks if this is the place where Verg plans to make his stand against the heroes. But Verg immediately shakes his head and answers no. If the heroes ever manage to reach this floor, then by that point, everything will already be finished. Verg then finally explains the real reason he needs Granada. Granada will not be waiting inside the tower as a guard. Instead, he will be sent out to stir up chaos in the human world. Granada blinks, thrown off by the answer, and asks if Verg is telling him to act as a spy. Verg gives a small nod, confirming it, but he does not let Granada relax for even a moment. Before Granada can fully absorb the mission, Verg adds that he first needs to see what Granada is capable of. Then, with a simple gesture, he gives the order directly, attack him. Granada is left staring at him in disbelief, his mind racing as he wonders how he is supposed to beat a demon king inside that demon king's own territory. Seeing his hesitation, Verg offers him a handicap. He says he will fight using only one hand, without relying on demonic energy, and if Granada somehow wins, Verg will cut 50 years off their contract. That one offer is enough to set Granada's fighting spirit ablaze again. His eyes sharpen, nature energy begins gathering around his body, and he shouts that he will strike with everything he has. Wind rushes across the green field, leaves whip through the air, and the test finally begins. Granada launches forward with a fierce storm of attacks, throwing one blow after another with all the force he can muster. But Verg remains almost annoyingly composed, blocking every strike with just one hand and perfectly keeping to the conditions he set for himself. As the exchange continues, Verg observes Granada's movements with cool interest. For someone who had once been treated as a slave, Granada's attacks are surprisingly sharp and controlled, clearly strengthened by the mana he absorbed from the 4th floor. Verg notes that this kind of explosive growth is exactly what one would expect from an enraged elf. Granada snaps back with a furious scream, rejecting the idea that he is just some ordinary elf. His pride flares as he warns Verg that choosing him as an opponent, especially in a place filled with nature's power, is a mistake Verg is going to regret. Calling on nature magic, Granada drives his power into the earth beneath them. In the next instant, Thick vines burst up from the ground, twisting rapidly around Verg's leg and locking him in place before he can step away. Verg lowers his gaze toward the vines wrapped around his leg, putting on an almost exaggerated look of surprise. Seeing the opening he thinks he has created, Granada lets out a fierce roar and prepares to finish it. Granada shouts that Verg is wide open and throws himself forward, fist pulled back, every bit of hope for his freedom packed into that single strike. But just as he closes the distance, a dark, sinister smile slowly spreads across Verg's face. At that moment, Verg decides this should be enough. His expression grows colder, the playful air around him fading as something far more dangerous begins to surface. In the blink of an eye, Verg disappears from Granada's sight and reappears directly behind him. His eyes glow red, and a terrifying aura presses down on the field like a shadow. In a low whisper near Granada's ear, he reminds him not to forget exactly who he is fighting, and Granada's entire body locks up in fear. With a chilling grin, Verg assures Granada that he will not accidentally kill him. But that promise does nothing to comfort him, because Verg immediately adds that he will make absolutely sure Granada feels every bit of what comes next. Granada, now completely terrified, can barely stammer out a desperate plea for Verg to wait. But before he can say anything more, a thunderous boom tears through the tower, marking the brutal end of the test. The story then moves to Otenwar, where the headquarters of the Red Falcon mercenaries stands, rough and lively as always. The captain greets Verg with a shameless mix of flattery and greed, practically shouting his welcome as he declares what an unbelievable honor it is to see Verg again. Verg gets straight to the point and states that he wants to hire their entire unit for a full year. The captain immediately leans into the topic that matters most to him and eagerly asks about the payment. Around him, his men whisper nervously about how Verg beat them senseless the last time they met. Then Verg drops a massive bag of gold as the deposit, and the entire mercenary group falls silent in shock. The moment the mercenaries see that much money, their attitude changes completely. They burst into loud pledges of loyalty to their captain, fired up by the promise of gold. The captain, however, quietly wonders to himself whether he should start looking for a safer line of work. Verg then announces that he is adding a new member to their arrangement. From this point on, this person will be the one delivering Verg's orders to the mercenary unit. The mercenaries stare in confusion until the newcomer finally speaks up and politely introduces himself as Granada. But his appearance tells an entire story on its own. His face is swollen, bruised, and wrapped in bandages, making it painfully obvious what kind of training he went through under a demon king. The mercenaries look at Granada with disbelief at first, then their expressions soften into pure sympathy. Some are so moved by his battered state that they even tear up. Before long, they warmly welcome him into their ranks, patting his back, cheering him on, and treating him like a fellow survivor. Verg stands off to the side and watches their reaction in silence, quietly thinking through the next step. Even if the Scarlet Falcon mercenaries may look unimpressive at first glance, Verg knows they are not ordinary fighters. They come from the dangerous Urgrist region, a place that hardens anyone who survives there, which means they are experienced, tough, and not the kind of people who can be controlled carelessly. Verg's thoughts then settle on his real target. At this time of year, the only hero likely to respond to Hildron's call is Cargill, the hero known for defeating the Demon King of Lust. With that goal now clear, Verg turns back toward the mercenaries he has just hired, Granada now standing among them, and prepares to give them their first official command. He orders them to investigate Cargill, the hero hired by Hildron. Now that they have been paid so generously, the mercenaries answer with roaring enthusiasm, shouting back a powerful, "Yes, sir!" As one, the mercenaries repeat their answer with full force, voices crashing together in a united cry of, "Yes, sir!" Back at Verg's desolate tower, surrounded on all sides by endless snow and bitter silence, the Demon King begins considering what he should do next. Now that the issue with the heroes has been handed over to Granada, it is finally time for Vergatalis to focus on strengthening himself. Sitting on his throne, he looks over the subordinates gathered before him and quietly settles on his next decision. From this point on, Vergatalis intends to prioritize increasing his own power. Under normal circumstances, demonic energy can either be spent improving the tower or strengthening the Demon King directly. But Verg has already poured every single point he had into upgrading the tower, leaving nothing behind for himself. That means the only practical path left for him is to obtain a spirit flower, a rare mana crystal in flower form that can grant tremendous power when consumed. These spirit flowers grow deep within the merciless Urgrist Mountains, a harsh region battered by violent mana storms and filled with powerful monsters, where nature has remained almost completely untouched by human hands. Because those flowers have absorbed natural mana over countless years, their energy has become incredibly pure and refined. Over time, that made the entire region a dangerous but priceless treasure trove. Spirit flowers are not as effective for demons as pure demonic energy, but Verg decides they are still better than doing nothing. As he prepares to search for them, his aide, Gordon Dirk, steps in and warns him about the danger. Gordon Dirk explains that heading into that region without a clear plan would be like trying to find a single needle in a vast wasteland. Worse, if any monster senses a moment of weakness, it will attack without hesitation. Verg believes he can handle the monsters easily enough, but he admits that locating the flowers themselves will be the real problem, unless he has an excellent way to detect mana. At that exact moment, a knock echoes through the chamber, cutting into their conversation. A hesitant voice comes from the doorway, asking softly if they are busy. The visitor sounds almost unable to contain her excitement, saying she is thrilled because she has been bored lately and finally has something interesting to do. She reminds Verg that he promised she could decorate the 4th floor however she wanted, clearly already imagining what she might turn it into. Verg cannot help wondering just how far her bizarre decorating ideas might actually go. The thought hangs in his mind with a strange kind of disbelief. After all, who in the world decorates a Demon King's tower? Meanwhile, Ernan feels incredibly lucky to have this chance. She had never expected Verg to actually let her go outside, so the opportunity catches her by surprise in the best possible way. She is also glad that she chose to visit at exactly that moment. As the situation unfolds, she gazes with curiosity at the small living flame spirit floating gently in the palm of her hand. Suddenly, Verg spreads his demon wings wide and grabs hold of Ernan without warning. He tells her to hold on, but she has no time to prepare before she screams in shock, and behind them, a thunderous roar erupts through the air. Verg and Ernan tore upward into the open sky at a terrifying speed, the ground dropping away beneath them in an instant. Behind their bodies, bright trails of mana sliced through the cold air like glowing scars. High above the frozen mountains, Ernan clung on with her eyes squeezed tightly shut, the freezing wind battering her face as the force of the flight overwhelmed her. But little by little, that first wave of panic began to loosen its grip, and in its place, a quiet curiosity started to rise. At last, she dared to open her eyes. The moment she looked down, her breath caught in her throat, because the world beneath her had spread open in every direction. Vast, endless, and so beautiful it almost didn't feel real. On the night she was kidnapped, fear and darkness had swallowed everything around her, leaving her unable to notice a thing. But now, under the open sky, every distant shape and frozen ridge was laid bare before her eyes. Endless waves of mountains rolled beneath them, valleys flowed between the ridges like frozen rivers, and glittering fields of snow stretched farther than her imagination could follow. Her heart trembled at the sight, and without warning, memories of her old life began flashing through her mind. She remembered the never-ending magic lessons, the strict royal manners drilled into her day after day, and the suffocating palace walls that had always pressed in around her. She had honestly believed she would remain trapped in that life until the day she died. Still floating in the freezing sky, she whispered with emotion, only for Verg to answer in his usual indifferent tone that she was the only person who had ever flown over the Urgrist Mountains. Verg then reminded her of her purpose with no room for misunderstanding. Her task was to find the spirit flowers hidden somewhere among those mountains. And as if trying to make the atmosphere a little less stiff, he added that she could simply call him Verg. After all, he said, the two of them would be spending plenty of time together from now on. Ernan blinked in surprise, caught off guard by how suddenly his tone had softened, but that rare bit of patience from Verg did not last very long. His voice dropped cold as he reminded her that she was forgetting her place. If she failed to focus, he warned, he would throw her straight into the underground dungeon. Ernan instantly panicked, hurriedly apologized, and forced herself to concentrate on the task in front of her. She lifted her focus toward the mountains below and gave her tiny water spirits a clear command, sending them scattering across the vast snowy range in every direction. As the search began, Verg watched the process and quietly scoffed to himself, already doubting it would be as simple as Ernan seemed to hope. He did not believe they would find a spirit flower so easily. Still, even he had to admit that with Hernan's spirits spreading out over the mountains, this method would be faster than relying on himself or Gordon alone. Then, only a few seconds later, Ernan suddenly cried out in excitement, shouting that she had found one. Verg's eyes widened in genuine surprise, the speed of her discovery catching even him off guard. And sure enough, there it was in the middle of the snowy wilderness. A magnificent spirit flower glowing against the white landscape, its petals shining with a cold, icy blue mana. But the thrill of finding it vanished almost immediately. Around the flower stood a large group of massive orcs, their brutal bodies and threatening presence making it clear they were guarding that treasure as their own. Verg descended in front of them with the overwhelming presence of a demon king, his posture calm but commanding. He told the orcs that if they had even a shred of honor left, they should obey his order, leave the flower behind, and go. The orcs answered with low, hostile growls. One of the orcs snarled back that they had no intention of listening to a demon. With hatred burning in its voice, it declared that they despised him, and that Verg would die there. Verg laughed at their answer, but there was nothing warm or amused in the sound. It came out twisted and vicious as he darkly admitted that Gordon had been right after all. He called himself foolish for expecting beasts to think, and the air around him instantly changed. Dark purple demonic power erupted from his body, small horns rising from his head as he declared that he would simply reduce them to ashes. A violent wave of demonic energy swept forward and swallowed the orcs whole. Their screams rang out across the snow as the roaring flames consumed them one after another. The difference between them was not even close. Verg's power overwhelmed the battlefield so completely that the orcs looked helpless beneath it. Driven into desperation, the surviving orcs abandoned any thought of facing Verg head-on. Instead, they switched tactics and tried to attack the weakest target first. Two of them broke away and charged straight toward Ernan, their massive bodies rushing at her through the snow. Verg did not so much as flinch. With one simple motion, he summoned a barrier of demonic energy around Ernan, wrapping her in protection before the orcs could reach her. The instant the orcs touched that barrier, their bodies were completely obliterated. Ernan could only stare in awe, frozen by the sight of how easily Verg had erased them. She knew very well that pure orcs, when they worked together, could even bring down ogres. And yet against Verg, they could not even get close. With the smaller threats now gone, Verg crossed his arms and began gathering mana for the final blow. Ernan sensed it immediately. The air around Verg grew heavier, and she knew something extraordinary was about to be unleashed. Then Verg released it. A massive explosion of dark energy burst outward, tearing across the battlefield and vaporizing everything caught in its path. When the blast faded, silence settled over the mountains once more. Snow began drifting down gently, falling onto the charred remains of the orc horde. With the danger finally gone, Ernan knelt beside the spirit flower and studied it up close. It was an aquamarine hyacinth, glowing with the clear power of water and ice attributes, and she whispered in a mesmerized voice that its mana was unbelievably pure. Verg noticed the greedy sparkle in her eyes right away. His voice turned sharp as he warned her not to even think about claiming that flower for herself. Ernan shrank back under the pressure and muttered a quiet agreement. Then Verg offered her a deal. If she managed to find more spirit flowers, she would be allowed to keep one. Her eyes instantly lit up again, and with renewed determination, she promised she would do her best. Verg sighed inwardly at her sudden change in attitude, wondering if humans only worked hard when someone dangled a reward in front of them. Unfortunately, even after they searched until exhaustion set in, the mountains gave them nothing else. Not a single additional spirit flower appeared before them. Later that night, inside Verg's lonely tower surrounded by endless cold and snow, he sat in his throne room and quietly examined the one spirit flower they had managed to obtain. As he studied the flower, his thoughts slowly drifted toward Princess Ernan. At first, Verg had believed kidnapping her might have been a mistake. But now, as he watched her sleeping peacefully, wrapped in her cloak with her spirits gathered around her, he had to admit that she might turn out to be far more useful than he originally expected. Gordon then interrupted his thoughts, addressing him as Demon King and reporting that a message from Granada had just arrived. Verg looked slightly surprised by how quickly it came. Gordon continued, saying that the message concerned the hero Hillen Cargill. According to Granada's report, Hillen Cargill had left the capital of Hilgeron, and he was not alone. 32 other heroes had departed with him. However, those heroes were not heading directly toward Ergrist. Instead, they were following the traditional hero's path, forming a party, taking on village quests, and growing stronger little by little over the course of their journey. As expected, Gordon had already prepared several strategic response plans. Holographic screens appeared one after another, each filled with possible countermeasures, but Verg dismissed them all with a single gesture and sent every plan straight into the trash. Gordon froze where he stood, completely stunned by how casually Verg had thrown away all of his carefully prepared strategies. With a sly grin spreading across his face, Verg announced that this time, they would send no monsters and create no interruptions. Gordon shouted in bafflement, unable to understand what his king was thinking, so Verg calmly explained. He said that half-hearted attacks only served to make heroes stronger. Then, instead of ordering an ambush, he gave Gordon a command that no one could have expected. He told Gordon to forward a message to Granada. Granada was to join the hero's journey, help them along the way, and earn their trust. Gordon clutched his head in disbelief, once again faced with a king who refused to use the standard approach, and worry immediately crept over him. Gordon reminded Verg that in its current condition, the tower would never be able to withstand an attack from the heroes. Verg reassured him by saying he planned to reinforce it, and then revealed exactly how he intended to do that with a dwarf. Gordon screamed in shock, demanding to know what he meant. Gordon cried out that Verg now wanted to bring a dwarf into the tower on top of already having a human and an elf there. At that rate, he warned, they would become a laughingstock. But one small burst of demonic aura from Verg silenced him instantly. Verg then clarified his plan, his voice steady and firm enough to cut through Gordon's panic. He explained that he did not intend to stop the heroes with a dwarf alone. More precisely, what he needed was dwarven magical equipment. Then he laid out the situation. Heroes would open the first floor expecting the usual weak monsters, just as tradition had taught them. But Verg's idea was far more vicious than that. What if, instead of harmless low-level monsters waiting on the first floor, the heroes were greeted by dozens of cannons aimed directly at them? Gordon could only stare in shock as the idea sank in. Dozens of cannons, all lined up on the first floor of the tower. No hero walking in with the usual expectations would ever see something like that coming. And yet, because his mind was so trapped by rules and tradition, he could not stop himself from noticing just how wildly unconventional Vergadalus's plan really was. As Gordon looked toward the now empty throne, the meaning of Vergadalus's words began crawling into his mind little by little. The realization arrived slowly, then horribly, and the color drained from his face as he understood where this was going. Wait a second, if reinforcing the tower required a dwarf, then that could only mean one thing. And the next instant, Gordon screamed in despair, realizing this was going to become yet another kidnapping. Far away from the tower, the scene shifted to the underground dwarven city of Wulfner, a vast kingdom carved into solid stone and lit by the glow of countless crystals. At the heart of that underground city, a blacksmith stood before his forge, working without pause. Each hammer strike crashed down with steady rhythm and raw power, sending sparks flying through the heated air. This was Loya Frederick, known far and wide as the greatest dwarven smith alive, a craftsman whose skill stood at the very peak of his people. And unfortunately for him, that same reputation had placed him directly at the top of the Demon King's next abduction list. Before his regression, Vergadalus had crossed blades with countless dwarves in battle, but this was the first time he had ever stepped into one of their cities for himself. Naturally, his first move was not complicated. He simply approached the guard at the entrance and bribed him. Using human gold, Vergadalus casually asked where he could find the best blacksmith in the city. The dwarf guard smirked as he slipped the coins away, clearly satisfied with the exchange. The guard remarked that, for a human, Vergadalus certainly knew how business worked. Meanwhile, Vergadalus had completely suppressed his demonic presence, hiding his true identity so perfectly that the guard suspected nothing. With a bribe that small, the directions came surprisingly quickly. The guard told him to head into the city and look for the enormous hole at its center. From there, he would need to take the lift down. The dwarves would check his identity, assign him to the proper floor, and only then let him continue through their two-step security process. The whole system was designed so that no intruder could slip through unnoticed. But Vergadalus had no intention of wasting time with verification. Instead, he simply dropped straight down to the lowest level on his own. Once he reached the depths below, Vergadalus moved through the underground passages and headed toward the deepest chamber, the true heart of Wulfner. That was where the legendary Loya Frederick carried out his work. And the very first thing Vergadalus noticed was not the forge itself, but the breathtaking technique behind every movement of the dwarf's hands. The metal shimmered under the heat, and mana flowed through it so smoothly that it almost looked as if the flames themselves were dancing around the blade. For a brief moment, Vergadalus found himself wondering whether this dwarf truly was the best blacksmith the city had to offer. But in the end, that detail hardly mattered. He could always confirm the dwarf's true value after kidnapping him. Without wasting another second, Vergadalus reached out with lightning speed, aiming to seize the dwarf and escape before anyone could react. But the target in front of him was nowhere near as ordinary as he looked. A roaring wave of fire erupted from Loya's forge and surged straight toward Vergatalis, swallowing him in a blast of scorching heat. Loya did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. In the very next second, a massive hammer came swinging toward Vergatalis with crushing force. As the attack closed in, Vergatalis noticed something strange in the flame, a faint trace of demonic power mixed inside it. Finding that suspicious, Vergatalis raised one hand and blocked the hammer head-on. The impact was so violent that the force cracked through his bones, yet he held his ground without stepping back. Vergatalis calmly asked whether Loya was a hero. Loya lifted his chin with pride, refusing to show fear in front of the intruder. Loya declared that he was indeed a hero, then demanded to know how a demon dared to enter Dwarven land in the first place. He warned Vergatalis that he would not be leaving this place alive. But Vergatalis only grinned, flashing that unmistakable Demon King smile, and mocked him by saying that for all his boasting, he was actually pretty weak. Then he corrected him, he was not merely a demon. He was the Demon King. With overwhelming strength, Vergatalis slammed the hammer down into the ground, then seized Loya by the throat and lifted him clean off his feet. After hearing the commotion, the guards rushed toward the chamber as fast as they could, weapons ready, only to find the room completely empty. Panic exploded through the Dwarven city. A demon intruder had appeared, and Loya Frederick had been kidnapped right from the heart of Wolfner. High above the city, on a terrace away from the chaos below, Vergatalis warned his captive that if he made a single sound, he would kill him. Still trembling, Loya demanded to know why the Demon King had come to a place like this. He asked if Vergatalis was after the princess, but Vergatalis casually dismissed the idea. He had no interest in Dwarven royalty. What he wanted instead was information about the secret underground passages, emergency routes known only to blacksmiths. Loya immediately assumed this was exactly how the princess was going to be kidnapped. And honestly, even if he understood the danger, he knew he could not stop Vergatalis by force. The truth was painfully simple. Loya talked like a hero, but deep down he was terrified of demon kings. Even so, he still refused to answer. So Vergatalis leaned closer and whispered that if Loya stayed stubborn, he would kidnap the princess and then release him afterward. That way, it would look as if Loya had betrayed her just to save his own life. Vergatalis told him to imagine the rumors, the disgrace, and the torture that would follow. That threat broke him. Everyone already knew Loya was not exactly courageous, so if such a rumor spread, no one would doubt it, and his life would become a living nightmare. Vergatalis gave him one final choice: walk with him willingly, or sell out the princess and pray for mercy. Loya stayed silent on the outside, but inside, he was already scheming about how he might escape while still handing over the princess. He was a greedy little schemer through and through. To lock the agreement in place, Vergatalis made a vow. On the Demon King's standard, he guaranteed Loya's safety as long as he cooperated. To dwarves, that kind of oath was sacred. A Demon King would never break a vow made on that standard, and the moment Loya heard it, his attitude changed completely. The fear vanished from his posture almost instantly, replaced by confidence, obedience, and an almost cheerful willingness to help. Vergatalis nearly felt sick watching how quickly Loya switched sides once his own safety was guaranteed. Meanwhile, deep inside the Dwarven city, Princess Louise Verf paced back and forth in clear anxiety, unable to stay still. Loya had disappeared while working on her weapon, and even though the guards explained that he had been taken, their report only made her worry grow sharper. The guards insisted that Loya had been kidnapped, but Princess Louise snapped at them furiously, ordering them to shut their mouths. She reminded them that Loya was a hero too. In her mind, the idea made no sense at all. How could someone who carried the title of hero possibly be kidnapped so easily? One guard nervously tried to reason with her, carefully pointing out that while Loya was a hero, he was also, to put it mildly, a terrible fighter. That comment earned him a murderous glare from the princess. She ordered them to find Loya immediately, and warned that if they failed, she would personally take every one of their heads. After that, not a single guard dared to argue. Jar. Meanwhile, deep within Loya's hidden tunnel system, Vergatalis was quickly losing patience. The passage was cramped and narrow, so narrow that the Demon King had no choice but to follow directly behind the dwarf the entire way. The distance between them was far too close for Vergatalis's liking. Growling in irritation, he ordered Loya to move faster, warning that if he had to keep staring at this disgusting view any longer, he would burn the entire tunnel down. Loya let out a nervous laugh and begged him to wait just a little longer, explaining that these tunnels were never designed for tall people. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of crawling through the cramped passage, they emerged outside the city at last. Loya dusted himself off with obvious relief, acting as if the whole ordeal was over, and announced that this was the end of the route. Loya dusted his hands like he had finished some harmless little errand, then tried to excuse himself right away, saying his job was done and he would be leaving now. But Vergatalis immediately shifted into his demonic form, his wings spreading wide behind him like a black shadow swallowing the moonlight. In a cold voice, he asked what nonsense Loya thought he was saying. Loya froze on the spot, reminding him that he had sworn on the Demon King's standard, but Vergatalis only gave a careless shrug. To him, a meaningless vow like that was nothing but trash. And just like that, the promise Loya had been clinging to vanished into thin air. In that instant, Loya officially became the newest victim dragged onto the Demon King's list of rage-inducing captives. Panic slammed into him all at once, and every bit of confidence drained from his face. For one horrifying second, Loya wondered if selling out the princess really would have been the smarter choice after all. Then he snapped back to survival mode, waving his hands frantically and shouting for Vergatalis to wait because he was still useful. He desperately insisted that no one could rival his metallurgy, that with his skill, he could craft anything Vergatalis wanted. Vergatalis stared at him with a frown, clearly unimpressed by how quickly the dwarf started bargaining. Vergatalis asked how a hero could offer to work for a demon so easily, but Loya had already thrown pride and morals straight out the window. To Loya, survival mattered far more than honor. So Vergatalis gave him one final order: swear loyalty to him. Loya immediately slammed his forehead against the ground and shouted that he swore, thanking Vergatalis for sparing him with almost embarrassing desperation. Of course, inside his head, Loya was already plotting how he might escape later. Unfortunately for him, clever plans do not mean much when the person making them is knocked unconscious before he can use them. A sudden jolt cut the moment short, and everything went dark for him. Some time later, Loya slowly woke up in a peaceful garden surrounded by spirits, his head spinning and his body stiff with confusion. He looked around, dizzy and terrified, while Gordon was already pacing nearby like he was one bad decision away from losing his mind. Gordon burst out in disbelief, asking if Vergatalis had really kidnapped a hero, and not just any hero but a dwarf hero. Vergatalis simply raised a hand, motioning for him to be quiet. Then Granada appeared on a floating screen, looking just as shocked as he asked whether his lord had seriously brought a dwarf into the tower. Vergatalis cut him off at once, telling him to save the report for later. Princess Hernan ignored the chaos around her and walked straight up to Loya, calmly studying his battered, frightened face. She asked if he had come to rescue her because he was a hero, then paused for a beat before admitting that he probably had not. Loya still had no idea how to process any of this. He looked at Vergatalis and demanded to know why he was here, reminding him that he had promised to keep him safe. Vergatalis only smirked and answered that Loya was safe. After all, he was still breathing. Vergatalis explained that he had simply knocked Loya out and carried him here because he could not trust what a small, panicking dwarf might do if left awake. Loya forced out a laugh, but it sounded painfully unnatural. His smile was stiff, his posture awkward, and every part of him looked like he was desperately trying not to collapse. He muttered that it was wonderful, though his face made it painfully clear that he found absolutely nothing wonderful about it. Vergatalis wasted no time entertaining his fear. He immediately moved on and announced Loya's first assignment. Loya was to install a large number of cannons across the tower's first floor, turning the entrance into something no hero would ever expect. If any heroes dared to come through that floor, Vergatalis wanted them obliterated before they could even begin their heroic advance. Loya swallowed hard, the word cannons clearly weighing on him. Still, with no room to refuse, he forced himself to nod and agree as if this request were perfectly normal. The focus then shifted to the heroes' journey preparation station, where the heroes were already making their own arrangements for the road ahead. A holographic communication link flickered to life, and Granada delivered his report from the outside with practiced calm. He informed Vergatalis that rumors were spreading quickly among the heroes, and according to the latest intelligence, they believed the newly emerged Demon King possessed black flames. Because of that rumor, the heroes had started equipping themselves with fire-resistant gear, preparing for the battle they believed was inevitable. Granada continued, adding that another rumor had begun moving through their ranks as well. Many heroes now thought Vergatalis had avoided sending demonic beasts because he was afraid. To them, his silence did not look like strategy, it looked like weakness. Vergatalis listened to the entire report without showing the slightest reaction. His expression stayed cold, his posture remained still, and when he finally spoke, his voice was flat and dismissive. He remarked that the heroes clearly had not lost their killing intent yet. Whether they were chasing glory through battle or dreaming of wealth through conquest, it made no difference to him. He declared that none of them would gain anything from this journey. In the end, they would lose everything, even the desire to keep fighting. Before ending the holographic call, Vergatalis gave Granada one final command. Continue watching the heroes closely and report every change without delay. Granada acknowledged the order and promptly cut the transmission. Once the call ended, Gordon fell into uneasy thought. By deliberately refusing to send demonic beasts, Vergatalis was slowly wearing down the heroes' morale and twisting their expectations without them even realizing it. More than that, it was becoming clearer by the moment that this demon king understood human psychology in a way that felt deeply unsettling. Gordon wondered if there had ever been another demon king like him before. The thought sent a rare chill through him, followed almost immediately by genuine relief that Vergatalis was not his enemy. Back inside Vergatalis's tower, within those cold and silent halls, Vergatalis issued a direct command to Loya Frederick. Fire cannons were to be installed on the first floor of the tower. But then he added one critical restriction. Mana stones were not to be used. Loya panicked instantly. He argued that building weapons like that without mana stones was nearly impossible, and even if he somehow completed them, they would barely be effective against heroes. Vergatalis cut him off sharply, his tone leaving no space for excuses. Finding a solution, he said, was Loya's responsibility. Vergatalis then explained why the restriction mattered. Heroes were favored by the dimension itself, which gave them incredibly sharp perception when it came to energy. Any trap powered by mana stones would be sensed long before it could activate, and that was exactly why mana stones could not be part of the design. Loya opened his mouth and tried to protest again, hoping there might still be some way to talk his way out of the impossible assignment. But Vergatalis's expression darkened at once. A sphere of black magic calmly formed in his hand as he reminded Loya that he had been brought here because he was known as the greatest blacksmith. If Loya failed to meet that expectation, Vergatalis made it clear he had no shortage of ways to replace him. Terror hit Loya so hard that he immediately broke down. With his voice shaking, Loya quickly claimed that there was actually another method. Vergatalis answered with a chilling smile, remarking that Loya should have said that from the beginning. Loya explained that he had once invented a device capable of completely hiding mana traces. It had taken him 3 full years to develop, but the finished prototype was still sitting in his workshop back in Wolfner. Vergatalis's face hardened immediately. His eyes narrowed as he demanded to know whether this was just another desperate excuse Loya had made up to buy time. Crying and trembling, Loya swore over and over that he was telling the truth and that the device really did exist. After a short pause, Vergatalis chose to believe him, but he had no intention of doing so without insurance. He fastened a purple, rune-etched collar around Loya's neck, locking it into place with an ominous glow. When Loya nervously asked what the collar was, Vergatalis casually explained that it was a magical restraint capable of separating Loya's head from his body instantly with a single gesture. Then, with a thin and ominous smile, he added that the collar also distorted perception, making it difficult for others to clearly recognize Loya's face. If Loya ever tried to remove it, Vergatalis would take that as proof that he had chosen escape, and death would follow immediately. Understanding the threat completely, Loya collapsed in fear and swore that no matter what happened, he would never try to take the collar off. With his orders given, Vergatalis departed alongside him. Together, they traveled across several kingdoms, gathering rare supplies and mana-compatible materials needed for the tower's new defenses. The journey dragged on for nearly a full month. Throughout that entire time, Vergatalis stored everything they acquired inside his spatial pocket, carefully preserving each material so nothing essential would be lost before the preparations were complete. Once their task was finally finished, they returned to Wolfner, the dwarf kingdom. But by the time they came back, chaos had already taken root inside the city. A massive boulder suddenly came crashing down near a group of dwarves, smashing into the stone floor and sending broken debris flying in every direction. At the center of the destruction stood Princess Louise Verf, her fury so obvious that no one dared look relaxed in her presence. She shouted that it had already been a month and a half, yet the dwarves still had not found Loya. She berated them for their incompetence and demanded to know how much longer they expected her to remain patient. An elderly dwarf stepped forward nervously, trying to calm her down. He explained that Loya had dug countless underground tunnels over the years, and their forces were still investigating every passage. However, given the situation, it was highly likely that Loya had already escaped the city. Louise snapped back immediately, saying of course he would have fled, because staying behind would have been idiotic. But to her, that only made one thing even more certain: Loya had been kidnapped. In a sudden burst of rage, she grabbed the old dwarf by the face and lifted him straight off the ground. Coldly, she announced that she would give them 2 more weeks. If they failed to find the kidnapper by then, every last one of them would die. Terrified, the old dwarf hurriedly swore that they would succeed. Louise finally released him and barked orders at the soldiers, commanding them to collapse every tunnel Loya had ever created. The dwarves scrambled into motion at once, obeying without the slightest hesitation. As the soldiers scattered to carry out Louise's order, all attention returned to the princess herself. Even at a glance, it was obvious that her body was not built like that of an ordinary royal sheltered behind palace walls. Then, at that very moment, a hidden section of the nearby wall shifted without a sound. One of Loya's secret tunnels slid open behind her, its mechanism moving so quietly that almost no one else would have noticed it. But Louise sensed the disturbance immediately, spinning around as her eyes narrowed with razor-sharp focus. Because of the face recognition interference mask, she could not clearly identify the figure stepping out from the passage. Even so, she recognized the hidden tunnel at once. Her voice turned cold as she said that only Loya knew about passages like this, then demanded to know whether the person standing in front of her was really him. Loya froze where he stood. Panic seized him from head to toe, choking off his voice. After struggling for a moment, he barely managed to speak her title, the words trembling as they left his mouth. Louise slowly cracked her knuckles, fury flashing across her face as her patience snapped. She snarled that this bastard actually had the nerve to come back alive. A furious smile curled across her lips as golden vines of aura erupted violently around her body. She accused him of hiding all this time simply because he did not want to forge her weapon. Tears immediately streamed down Loya's face as he desperately shook his head and insisted that she had misunderstood everything. But his frantic denial did nothing to calm her down. In fact, it only made her anger burn hotter. Louise snapped back at him sharply, reminding him that she was a princess. To her, claiming she was mistaken was not an explanation at all. It was an insult. With absolute royal authority, she declared that from that moment onward, Loya would belong to her as a slave, forced to forge weapons for her for the rest of his life. Golden aura surged around Louise's fist as she pulled her arm back, announcing that before anything else, she would first punish him for daring to run away. But before that punch could land, a violent blast suddenly erupted between them. Princess Louise was thrown backward through the air, her body launched away by the sudden impact. She slammed into the ground hard, but immediately caught herself, planting one hand against the stone and regaining her balance with frightening ease. Dust billowed around her before slowly settling back to the floor. As the cloud of dust cleared, Vergatalis stepped forward calmly, his presence cutting into the chaos like he had been in control from the beginning. Without taking his eyes off the threat in front of him, he ordered Loya to retrieve the equipment immediately. Louise glared at the newcomer, unable to see through the interference effect well enough to identify him. With suspicion and rage in her voice, she demanded to know who he was and why he was helping a dwarf. Vergatalis answered in a flat, emotionless tone, introducing himself simply as the master of the blacksmith she had just been trying to extort. Louise launched herself into the air, rage blazing across her face. She shouted that the blacksmith was her slave and that he would spend the rest of his life forging weapons for her. The two collided in midair, their fists crashing together at terrifying speed. Shockwaves tore through the surrounding space, and every exchange sent violent ripples of force bursting outward. In the middle of that relentless barrage, Vergatalis suddenly spotted an opening and swung his leg sharply toward Louise's neck. But to his surprise, Louise caught the strike in midair with one hand, stopping it before it could connect. The sheer strength in her grip made Vergatalis's eyes narrow, because this was far beyond what he had expected from her. Before Vergatalis could fully recover from the blocked attack, Louise moved again. She countered with a brutal punch, driving her fist forward with explosive force. The impact sent Vergatalis flying upward, crashing hard into the ceiling above. Louise then turned her head slightly toward Loya and coldly informed him that his turn had come. But Vergatalis reappeared before she could follow through, seizing Louise by the head and slamming her violently downward. In the next instant, the two were trading blows again, striking and countering at a speed that ordinary eyes could barely follow. Shockwaves rippled through the chamber while chunks of debris were flung into the air. Their clash looked less like a fight between people and more like a battle between seasoned monsters. Vergatalis recognized Louise almost immediately. She was the second daughter of the Verf royal line, and although she had never officially held the title of hero, her strength was undeniably exceptional. Even before Vergatalis's regression, Louise had been one of the strongest individuals he had ever known, and back then, she had been far more powerful than she was now. His mind began calculating the situation quickly. If she were allowed to continue growing, she would eventually become a serious threat. Killing her here would be the logical choice, but doing that would require Vergatalis to release his full demonic power. In his current weakened state, that would be a dangerous gamble. If her soldiers witnessed the true extent of his power, his identity as the Demon King would be exposed at once. Their fists continued colliding in blinding flashes of golden and violet energy. In the background, Loya worked desperately, dismantling a massive structure piece by piece with frantic hands. During a brief opening in the battle, Vergatalis called toward Loya and demanded to know whether everything was ready. Loya answered in panic that he was still taking the device apart, a massive mana phantom machine designed to erase and conceal mana traces. The mechanism was much larger and more complicated than Loya had expected, and every section seemed to take precious time to remove. Vergatalis snarled that if Loya valued his life, he had 1 minute to finish. Loya swore frantically that he was working as fast as his hands could move. Across the chamber, Louise's aura flared even more violently. 12 blazing streams of golden power erupted from her body, as she demanded to know who had given them permission to do as they pleased. Vergatalis glanced toward Loya and stated flatly that if the situation grew any worse, he would abandon him without hesitation. Pale with terror, Loya quickly promised that he was almost finished. Vergatalis clenched his jaw. He had no idea how much longer he could keep fighting Louise without drawing on his full demonic reserves. Every second that passed pushed him closer to the risk of exposure. As both of their mana outputs dropped at a terrifying pace, Louise shouted that she did not care where Vergatalis had come from. She declared that he would not leave this place alive. Then her fury snapped back toward Loya as she promised to break his leg so he could never run away from her again. Vergatalis laughed darkly at that and remarked that she sounded more like a demon king than he did. He told her to give up, making it clear that he was taking both her blacksmith and every piece of equipment with him. At that exact moment, Loya shouted that the dismantling was finally complete. The instant the machine was disabled, the flow of mana throughout the chamber twisted violently, shifting all at once like the air itself had been torn open. Louise snarled that if Loya thought he could simply return and steal what belonged to her, then she would no longer hold back. But as her rage surged, Vergatalis saw his opening. He drove his foot straight into Louise's chest with a clean, brutal strike. The blow sent her crashing downward, smashing into the ground as a violent explosion tore through the chamber around her. Without hesitating for even a second, Vergatalis opened his subspace pocket and ordered Loya to move immediately. Louise pushed herself up from the dust-covered ground, brushing off the force of the attack as if it had barely mattered. With cold confidence, she declared that blows like that were useless against her. But the certainty in her voice suddenly broke apart the moment her eyes swept the chamber and she realized Barilla, Vergatalis, and the machine had all vanished. Only a short while later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the ruined space as Louise's soldiers finally rushed in. They looked around in confusion, then turned to her and anxiously asked what had happened. Louise let out a sharp scoff, glaring at them with open contempt. She called them painfully slow and snapped that, at this rate, they must have planned to show up only after she was already dead. Without wasting another breath, she ordered them to chase Logger through the tunnels immediately. But then, all at once, she stopped. Her gaze locked onto the tunnel entrances, and her expression darkened. The passages had already been brought down, sealed beneath collapsed stone and debris, making pursuit impossible. Louise clenched her jaw so hard her teeth nearly ground together. That was when the truth finally settled over her. Logger had never planned to come back. He had no intention of returning to forge her weapon at all. A cold smile slowly crept across Louise's face as wind swept through the shattered chamber, stirring the dust around her feet. Instead of rage alone, a dangerous amusement flickered in her eyes. She admitted that this had become far more interesting than she ever expected. Her eyes burned with a fierce, almost crazed light, and her smile twisted wider. In a voice filled with promise and threat, Louise swore that she would hunt Logger down with her own hands, even if she had to search every corner of the entire continent. And once she finally found him, she would make sure Logger regretted every single thing he had done. Meanwhile, on the first floor of Breeze J Tower, the Demon King stood before an enormous magical apparatus, its massive frame looming over the chamber like something far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. He stood perfectly composed, his posture steady and his gaze fixed on the towering structure as he examined every part of it with sharp attention. In a firm, unwavering voice, he stated that this was the magic they needed in order to stop the hero. No matter what price had to be paid, he made it clear that this device was absolutely necessary. Behind him, Princess Ernan Hilgeron, the first princess of the Hilgeron Kingdom, stared up at the enormous mechanism with wide eyes, clearly stunned by its overwhelming size. She murmured that it was huge. Nearby, Logger, the Demon King's loyal servant, tilted his head with uneasy confusion and asked what the device was actually supposed to do. Logger explained that he had been in the middle of cleaning when everything suddenly began unfolding like this, gesturing toward the reinforced structure installed beside the tool. Then he straightened his posture and reported that the Monophantom's framework was complete and that installation had finished without issue. The Demon King gave a short, approving nod and ordered it to be activated at once. Logger answered immediately, showing no hesitation as he obeyed. A moment later, the Demon King unleashed his dark energy. A terrifying purple aura exploded outward from his body, rolling across the floor and filling the air with a suffocating pressure. His voice dropped coldly as he said that after everything it took to bring the device here, it had better prove useful. Logger trembled visibly beneath that demonic presence. Yet he forced himself to remain steady and answered that the activation was already underway. As the enchantment reached its conclusion, the magical tool suddenly awakened with a heavy roar. Mana surged wildly through the chamber, rushing through the surroundings with violent force. Blue lightning coiled around the tower in brilliant arcs, lighting up everything it touched. Princess Ernan Hilderon quickly raised an arm in front of her face, struggling against the blinding glow. Just then, a translucent system screen appeared directly before the Demon King. A system notification appeared, announcing that the tower had recognized the Mana Phantom. To complete synchronization, it required 10,000 points and asked whether to proceed. The Demon King lifted his eyes toward the glowing screen, studying it with quiet interest. He muttered that the tower apparently possessed such a function, then calmly decided to confirm it for himself. Another display appeared immediately, revealing his available resources, 11,182 points. Without the slightest hesitation, he selected synchronization. The system responded at once, confirming that synchronization was complete and that only 1,182 points remained. Then one final notification followed. The system announced that the Mana Phantom had officially recognized the Demon King as its master. The process then completed, and the Mana Phantom's power source was fully transformed. What had once operated on mana had now been converted entirely into demonic energy. The Demon King lifted his head and called out to Logger. Logger, overflowing with excitement, instantly shook his head as if trying to deny any suspicion before it could even form. He insisted that he had not interfered with the process in any way. Then, barely able to contain himself, he admitted that he had never even imagined the Mana Phantom could be merged with the tower, much less have its power source completely converted. To him, this was nothing short of a discovery for the century, a result so extraordinary that even the device's original creator could never have predicted it. At that moment, Princess Ernan Hilderon stepped forward, her eyes shining as she stared at the awakened structure with childlike excitement. She breathed out that it was incredible. The Demon King turned toward her and, in a casual tone, suggested that she try casting a spell. Princess Ernan Hilderon immediately agreed, clearly thrilled by the chance to test what felt to her like a brand new toy. With a cheerful smile, she announced that she would use whichever spell she wanted. Then she began to chant, and magical symbols quickly formed in the air around her as a huge, vividly colored sphere of magic took shape in front of her. Logger's face went pale in an instant. He shouted for her to wait, panic cracking through his voice, and desperately reminded her that he had only just finished cleaning the tower. Then he begged her to stop before she ruined everything. He frantically warned Princess Ernan Hilderon not to treat the tower like some kind of playground. The Demon King, however, paid little attention to the commotion behind him. His focus stayed on the phenomenon itself, because a spell of that size should normally have been detectable far beyond the tower's walls. He stepped toward the entrance and looked outside, carefully checking the space beyond the doorway. After a moment, his brows drew together in a slight frown. No matter how he searched, he could neither see nor sense even the faintest trace of the spell outside the tower. The Demon King murmured that this must be the tower's effect after synchronizing with the Mana Phantom. The realization stirred his curiosity, and his attention sharpened even further. He extended his demonic energy outward, testing the tower in its newly synchronized state and trying to manipulate it directly through his own power. His hand began to shimmer with dark energy. Then his expression changed in sudden shock as the entire tower disappeared completely from existence. After a brief pause, he stretched out his arm once again, testing the power a second time. In the next instant, the tower reappeared exactly as it had been before. Nothing seemed damaged, nothing seemed out of place, and the meaning of what had happened immediately struck him. Slowly, the Demon King said that he could now conceal the tower whenever he wished and summon it back again at will. The implication of that ability alone was astonishing. A faint glimmer of demonic energy flickered in his eyes as a restrained smile settled on his lips. He calmly concluded that using this power freely would still be difficult for the time being, but in the future it would become an invaluable advantage. Meanwhile, outside the inner chamber, Logger finally lost the last of his restraint. His voice rang loudly through the area as he begged for permission, insisting that he only wanted a small chance to examine the device. His excitement quickly spiraled out of control, and he blurted out a request to dismantle both the magical tool and the tower before hurriedly correcting himself. What he meant, he claimed, was simply to examine them purely for research. Logger declared that he had never encountered anything like this in all of recorded history, past or present, and he pleaded for permission to study what he called a truly historic discovery. His behavior was now close to outright madness. The Demon King watched him with a sharp, appraising gaze and remarked that Logger sounded like a demon itching for battle. Even so, he could not deny just how completely Logger had lost himself in excitement. After a brief moment of thought, the Demon King gave his answer and allowed it. The Demon King told him that if he completely wiped out the heroes trapped on the first floor, then he could do as he pleased afterward. Logger's eyes flashed with delight as crimson energy surged around his body. He swore that he would crush those cunning heroes without mercy. Then, without wasting another word, he immediately began chanting, throwing himself fully into what he considered his grand examination. Leaving Logger behind, the Demon King turned his attention to Princess Ernan Hildron. In a calm, measured voice, the Demon King proposed that she should confront the heroes who had managed to reach the fourth floor. Princess Ernan Hildron froze on the spot, caught completely off guard. She stared at him and repeated the idea in disbelief, asking if he really meant her. She asked again, clearly startled, and reminded him that she was a princess. There was protest in her voice, though it sounded more playful than genuinely offended. The Demon King answered evenly that she was also a gifted spirit, and besides, she had no intention of returning to the royal palace. Even as he said it, the Demon King understood how heavy this decision truly was. Giving her such a role might be unreasonable. She was still an innocent princess, someone unfamiliar with the cruelty of the wider world, and asking her to stand against her own kind carried a serious weight that could not be ignored. Princess Ernan Hildron fell into silence, unsure of what she was even supposed to fight with. Fire? Water? Different possibilities flickered through her mind one after another. Before those thoughts could settle, the Demon King stopped her. He told her that none of that would be necessary. All she had to do was disrupt the heroes and openly reveal herself as their enemy. If the plan succeeded, he promised to grant her another wish. Princess Ernan Hildron met his gaze with a serious expression, then slowly nodded. She agreed to do it, but immediately added one condition of her own. When he introduced her, she did not want to be presented as a princess. She wanted to be introduced as his subordinate. The Demon King blinked, briefly surprised by her request, but he accepted it without hesitation. The moment he agreed, Princess Hildron's face brightened with pure happiness, her joy almost like that of a delighted kitten. She thanked him in a cheerful voice. She promised that she would do her best, then blinked playfully and asked if she was supposed to charm the heroes with her appearance, confidently adding that they would surely fall for her. The Demon King cut her off flatly and told her to do exactly as instructed. Princess Ernan Hildron immediately nodded with obedient enthusiasm and said she understood. Some time passed, and the Demon King sat in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the system screen floating before him. As he studied the display, he reviewed the preparations that had already been set in motion. On the first floor, the heroes' numbers would be reduced through overwhelming mass fire from the mana cannons. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan Hildron would serve as bait. She would draw the surviving heroes deeper in, creating the chance to finish them off. Even so, the Demon King could tell that the plan was still lacking. With more than 200 heroes advancing, this strategy alone would not be enough to eliminate them. It might not even take down half of them. That left him with only one real option. He had to strengthen himself even further. His gaze shifted to the radiant treasure resting in his hand. Dense demonic energy curled around it as it gave off a faint shimmer. He recognized it as an icy water elemental spirit blossom, a flawless spirit creation in his eyes. Spirit blossoms tainted by demonic energy were far more powerful than ordinary ones, and their effects were potent enough to work even on demons themselves. Realizing just how valuable they could become, the Demon King quietly made up his mind that he would have to obtain even more of them. In another place, Princess Ernan Hildron stood alone with the Demon King in a world buried beneath endless snow, where freezing winds swept across the land and the cold seemed to bite straight through the skin. She slowly looked around at the frozen landscape, scanning the white horizon and the empty snowfields before letting out a soft, disappointed sigh. In a low voice, she said there was nothing here either. Wondering what they should do next, Princess Ernan Hildron turned her attention back to him. The Demon King answered that this was already their third attempt, and perhaps their earlier success had simply been nothing more than luck. Princess Ernan Hildron gave a faint nod, admitting that the situation really did feel strange. Just then, The stillness of the snowy field was suddenly broken as a towering figure appeared before them without warning. The Demon King reacted instantly, lifting one arm as dark energy began to gather and swirl around it. A trace of irritation slipped into his voice as he prepared himself for another disturbance. He asked coldly if the intruder had come back again, his gaze sharpening with visible annoyance. Then he added that he was growing tired of these constant interruptions. The massive man let out a deep, heavy rumble from his chest, then lowered his head in a gesture of respect, making his enormous frame appear almost humble before the Demon King. He introduced himself as Kyoto of the Blue Forest tribe and respectfully offered his greeting to the Demon King. Lowering himself even further, he pleaded that they had come seeking the Demon King's protection. The Demon King looked down at him with an icy stare and asked whether they were asking to be accepted as his kin. The moment those words were spoken, the gathered tribes reacted all at once, dropping to their knees across the snow as if they had been waiting for that very question. Their leader spoke for everyone gathered there, his voice carrying across the cold air, as he confessed that their ancestors had once been demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because they carried that original sin, they now wished to be granted the honor of serving the Demon King. The Demon King simply stared down at them, his gaze cold, firm, and completely unmoved by their submission. He flatly told them to stop with the flattery. In truth, he said, what they wanted was to grow stronger by becoming kin of the Demon King. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added that their bodies were better suited to demonic energy than to relying on spirit blossoms. An orc elder turned toward his subordinates and gave a slow, knowing nod. Their intentions had already been seen through, he admitted, so there was no reason to hesitate any longer. With that, he ordered them to bring it out. A box was opened in front of them, revealing a grim lotus resting inside. Its dark petals were sealed within a casing of icy frost, giving off a strange and ominous presence. The Demon King's eyes sharpened the instant he saw it, because he recognized it immediately. He muttered that this explained why the item had escaped their search until now. Then he glanced back at the orcs, realizing that this had all been prepared ahead of time. They had even come knowing how to negotiate. A faint note of amusement slipped into his voice as he remarked that such behavior was unusual for a tribe known more for brute strength than intelligence. The orcs lowered their heads and answered that surviving in this land required wisdom above all else, and that their tribe valued intellect more than raw power. The Demon King handed the box to Princess Hilgeron, then turned his attention back to the orc tribe. He calmly told them that they had come to him because they lacked strength. What they truly sought was power. The orc leader listened in tense silence, not daring to interrupt. A faint smile then curved across the Demon King's lips. He repeated their belief in wisdom over strength, tasting the idea for a moment, then admitted that he liked that way of thinking. Raising one hand into the freezing air, the Demon King began to chant. Then he announced that he would accept only one of them. The one he chose was Kyoto. In the very next instant, a demonic sigil appeared in the air and drove itself into Kyoto's body, branding him with the Demon King's power. Dark power surged across the snowy field, spreading through the air as the Demon King spoke again. He ordered Kyoto to roam the land and expand his tribe under the Demon King's authority, his voice steady and absolute. He told Kyoto to wait for his orders and promised that, in return, he would grant him a reward greater than simple strength. His gaze became completely commanding as he declared that Kyoto's tribe would gain permanence under his rule. At the same time, demonic energy swallowed Kyoto's entire body. Kyoto's body twisted, changed, and reshaped under the force of that power as he transcended his former state and became a true demon. When the transformation was complete, he dropped to one knee and bowed deeply, offering both his life and loyalty to the Demon King. Behind Kyoto, the rest of the tribe followed his lead, kneeling together in perfect unison across the snow. Then the scene shifted. At Aljust Mountain Tower, power surged through the entire structure, coursing through its floors as if the tower itself had awakened for the battle to come. Outside the tower, an orc legion had gathered, standing in disciplined ranks and forming an imposing force beneath the mountain's shadow. On the first floor, loggers stood ready beside 60 mana cannons, prepared to unleash their combined firepower the moment the heroes entered his range. The Demon King reviewed the battlefield arrangement in his mind. The orcs had taken their positions exactly as planned, the tower's floors had been secured, and Princess Ernan Hilgeron was waiting on the fourth floor. Even with everything arranged, a tense pressure still lingered in the air, as if the entire tower was holding its breath before the coming clash. He went over each stage of the plan one more time, carefully confirming every prepared step before finally giving a small nod to himself. Everything was now in place. The Demon King raised his gaze, and his dark eyes hardened with resolve. Silently facing the enemy drawing closer, he vowed that he would repay the humiliation from his previous life. Elsewhere, the hero looked up at the enormous mountain rising before them and spoke to Granada at his side. He said that they had finally arrived. Algiest Mountain towered ahead of them, its vast form looming over the land like the final barrier between the heroes and the Demon King. The heroes began their advance, stepping onto the battlefield with one clear purpose burning in their hearts: to slay the Demon King. Before that final march, at the heroes' journey preparation base, a magnificent city stood proudly as the starting point for countless legends. Inside the city's grand central hall, a lavish banquet was being held to honor the heroes before their departure. Laughter, music, and the bright clinking of glasses filled the hall as warriors, nobles, and dignitaries celebrated the night before their final advance. Among the guests, a young hero dressed in polished armor stood speaking with the elderly Lord Castellan. The old lord smiled warmly and told him that he was far too modest for someone with such accomplishments. The hero responded with respect, thanking him for preparing such a splendid banquet. Lord Castellan humbly replied that it was his honor to witness and take part in such a historic journey. The hero simply nodded and thanked him for his kind words. After a brief pause, Lord Castellan suggested that Lord Hillen should say something to the crowd. Hillen hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with standing before everyone, but the Lord insisted that all the guests were waiting and that his words would raise their morale. Realizing there was no graceful way to refuse, Hillen reluctantly agreed. The moment he did, Lord Castellan seized the opportunity, turned toward the gathered hall, and loudly announced that Lord Hillen wished to speak. The entire hall's attention shifted toward him at once. With every eye now focused on his figure, Hillen cleared his throat and stepped forward. His expression settled into calm composure as he prepared himself to address the crowd. Then, standing before everyone present, he began to speak. He acknowledged them all with respect. His comrades, the heroes, the nobles, the knights, the mages, the mercenaries, and even the merchants who had gathered there. Then he declared that their long expedition was finally nearing its climax. With confident pride, he boasted that their march for justice had frightened the Demon King so thoroughly that not even a single monster had dared stand in their way. The hall burst into laughter, and a wave of confidence swept through the crowd. Hillen quickly reminded them not to become careless, assuring everyone that every possible preparation had already been completed. His voice grew louder and more resolute as he proclaimed that tomorrow would be the day they took the head of the foolish Demon King. Lifting his glass high, he spoke with burning righteous fury and demanded to know who would dare kidnap the crown princess of Hilgeron, Princess Ern. He roared that the time had come to remind the entire world who they truly were. With one final, passionate shout, he declared that they would show everyone who the true masters of this world were. The hall exploded into thunderous cheers. Cries for justice rang from every corner as the crowd followed Hillen's lead, raising their glasses high and shouting for everyone to eat, drink, and celebrate. Watching the chaotic celebration from a distance was Granada, the elf. Calm and observant, he silently noted that everything had unfolded just as the Demon King had predicted. The size of the expedition had not grown, but it had not decreased either. As Granada thought back on Hillen's speech, he had to admit that the man's presence was exactly why this expedition had managed to push forward this far. Hillen had convinced the guilds to open their coffers, gathered the money they desperately needed, and even kept the more doubtful mercenaries standing firmly in line. And yet, no matter how impressive that was, Granada could not shake the heavy unease settling in his chest. His mind drifted to the last tower he had personally investigated, the one that had been so completely empty it almost felt like a trap. Because of that, he could not help wondering whether the final battle against the Demon King would really go this smoothly. Then, for one dangerous instant, a dark thought slipped into his head. Should he betray the heroes right here and now? The moment the idea appeared, Granada stiffened in terror and silently cursed himself for even allowing it to cross his mind. He hurried to steady himself, reminding his own wavering heart that if the Demon King was truly defeated, then his curse would finally be broken. That was the future he needed most. A future where Granada himself would clearly gain the greatest benefit. Granada shook his head hard, as if he could physically throw those poisonous thoughts away. Forcing his breathing back under control, he decided he needed a moment alone, so he stepped away to get some cold night air and send out his report. Later that same night, beneath the pale glow of the full moon, Granada stood by himself on a high balcony. The wind brushed past him in silence as he held a faintly shining device in his hand, quietly communicating through it under the cover of darkness. From the other side of the device, a calm voice reported that they had arrived at Overrun and would only take a short rest before beginning the climb up the mountain tomorrow. The voice listening to Granada gave a brief, measured response, simply saying that it understood, and then immediately followed with a strict order. Once Granada left Overrun, he was not to make contact again. For a short moment, silence hung between them. Then the voice returned, and this time there was no mistaking who it belonged to. It was the Demon King Vergatalis. His tone turned firm and final as he warned Granada to be careful of the snow while climbing the mountain, and to stay especially alert once night fell. But his final warning was the strangest one of all. Speaking slowly, the Demon King told Granada that when the tower door finally opened, he must never stand anywhere near it. Then, without another word, the connection cut off. Granada remained frozen on the balcony, staring down at the silent device, completely lost as he muttered to himself, unable to make sense of that cryptic warning. All of a sudden, a voice came from behind him. Someone asked what he was doing out there alone. Granada jolted in surprise, nearly jumping out of his skin, before spinning around to face the sound. Hillen had appeared behind him without making a sound, while Granada hurried to steady himself and explain that he had only stepped outside for some fresh air. Still visibly nervous, he asked if something had happened. Hillen looked at him for a moment, clearly noticing the tension written across Granada's face. Then, with an easy smile, he offered him a drink, a fruit wine known to be especially beloved by elves. Granada accepted it with quiet gratitude, and once he took a sip, the gentle warmth began to spread through him, slowly easing the tight nerves in his body. In a casual tone, Hillen pointed out that Granada looked troubled, then asked whether he truly believed they could succeed in defeating the Demon King. He followed it with a light laugh, teasing him a little by asking if he was feeling nervous. Granada hesitated, his words coming out soft and uncertain as he admitted that yes, in a way he was. While Granada spoke, Hillen lowered his gaze to the surface of his own wine, watching his reflection tremble faintly in the cup. The bright, cheerful look on his face slowly slipped away. Then, in a much quieter voice, he admitted that the truth was, he did not know either. Granada's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by how honest the answer was. Hillen looked past the balcony and into the distance as he continued. Even though people trusted him and followed him without hesitation, attacking a Demon King's tower was always a nightmare. No matter how many times it happened, it had never once been simple or easy. Trying to give him some reassurance, Granada reminded Hillen that he had already defeated the Demon King of Lust before. Compared to that, he suggested, a newly emerged Demon King should not be as dangerous. But as the words left his mouth, a sudden realization hit Granada like a cold gust of wind. In truth, no one actually knew the details of how Hillen had managed to kill the Demon King of Lust. With curiosity rising behind his smile, Granada asked Hillen to tell him the story of that heroic victory. For a brief moment, Hillen said nothing, and then he quietly avoided giving a real answer. His expression changed again, almost as if a mask had slipped perfectly back into place. The familiar shine of heroic confidence returned to his face, smooth, bright, and impossible to question. Hillen claimed that his victory had only been possible because of the brave comrades who had stood beside him, the ones who had always taken the front line and faced the monsters directly. Then he turned toward Granada and rested a firm hand on his shoulder, making the words feel personal. Comrades like him, Lord Granada. With his confidence seemingly restored, Hillen declared that he would lead the charge in the coming battle and asked Granada to protect his flank. He finished with a fearless smile, saying that as long as they fought together, their victory was certain. Granada met his smile and gave a steady nod, promising that he would do just that. Satisfied by the answer, Hillen slipped an arm around him in a friendly manner and told him it was time for them to head back inside. Together, the two of them walked back toward the banquet hall, the hero guiding his elven comrade along as if nothing unusual had happened. Yet Hillen's face stayed calm and unreadable, giving away nothing beneath the surface. That calm expression hid the real nature of their alliance. Later, once Hillen was alone with his thoughts, he looked back on the conversation, and a cynical smirk slowly curled across his face. In a low murmur, he repeated the idea of joining forces with brave comrades, as if the words themselves amused him. His eyes dropped to a ring set with a red gem, and in that instant, the heroic air around him disappeared completely. Something much colder and darker showed through from beneath the surface. His true thoughts became clear as he silently counted on Granada once again, trusting that Elf Granada would serve his purpose this time too. By the next morning, the preparation base was already bursting with activity. The massive expedition was finally ready to set out. As the heroes began their march, the citizens of the city crowded both sides of the streets, their voices rising together until the air was filled with roaring cheers. They shouted blessings and encouragement, wishing the heroes good luck while loudly praising the leaders who would guide them into danger. From every direction, cries of "Long live Lord Granada!" and "Long live Lord Wharton!" rang out over the marching crowd. At the very front of the procession, Granada walked with a calm, stoic expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead without wavering. Beside him, Hillen strode forward proudly, fully basking in the admiration pouring from the crowd, a confident smirk resting on his face. The cheers swelled even higher, growing almost feverish as the people began chanting, "Long live Lord Hillen Cargill!" Before long, the expedition left the city far behind them. The thunderous cheers faded into the distance, replaced by a heavy silence as they entered the harsh, unforgiving canyon of the Urist mountain range. Snow-covered cliffs stretched endlessly on both sides, and the biting mountain wind sliced through the air around them. The enormous expedition line wound through the desolate landscape like a long moving shadow, with the cold as their only constant companion. As they pushed deeper into the mountains, some of the members began chatting quietly among themselves. Little by little, the worries they had carried at the start began to fade. One of them remarked that the weather was far milder than expected, with hardly any snow falling and even a clear blue sky above them. At this pace, he said with growing confidence, reaching the tower would be easier than they had feared. Another man agreed with a smile, saying that the goddess of victory must be watching over their expedition. A large warrior then laughed loudly, pointing out that there was still no sign of the rumored disaster-class monsters. His companion smirked and replied that those monsters were probably too terrified to show themselves now that Hillen was leading the march. But just as the smug warrior kept boasting, his companion suddenly tapped his shoulder. When he pulled his hand back, his palm was coated in a strange, sticky purple slime. Confused, the warrior slowly turned around. Looming above them was an enormous ghoul, its massive body towering over the men like a nightmare made real. In an instant, terror ripped through the ranks, and the warriors around it broke into panicked screams. One man shouted desperately that there was a ghoul, his face twisting with fear as the terrifying creature stood right before them. Another warrior pointed up at the monstrous figure, yelling in disbelief as he asked what that thing even was and how it could be so huge. All the confidence from moments earlier shattered at once. But before panic could completely swallow the expedition, Hillen's voice cut through the chaos, sharp, powerful, and commanding. His eyes blazed with determination as he drew his sword. He declared that the monsters had finally shown themselves. With the entire expedition force snapping into high alert, Hillen gave the order for every unit to prepare for battle, just as ghouls began pouring into the canyon from every direction. Standing firmly in the middle of the chaos, Hillen shouted for everyone not to panic and to protect their comrades. His gaze swept across the battlefield as he quickly judged the situation. The canyon was narrow, and it was not especially long, which meant they still had a path forward if they moved correctly. The knights would act as shields for the mages and force their way ahead, breaking through the enemy line before the canyon became a death trap. Then the battle exploded around them, steel crashing into undead flesh, while magic flashed through the frozen air. Suddenly, a warrior screamed out a warning, calling to Lord Hillen and Lord Enwem, as he announced that a frost giant had appeared at the front. Hillen froze for a brief instant as a colossal skeletal monster, formed entirely from ice, emerged from the canyon wall. Its enormous body stunned everyone who saw it, towering over the battlefield with terrifying pressure. Without wasting even a second, Hillen shouted for everyone to fall back. Then Hillen turned sharply toward Lord Wharton and spoke with absolute decisiveness. He announced that he would deal with the frost giant by himself. While the rest of the expedition escaped the canyon together, Wharton stared at Hillen in shock, questioning whether he truly meant to face such an enormous monster alone. Hillen's answer came calm and confident, as if there was nothing to worry about. No problem. And without another word, he launched himself forward. A powerful surge of blue energy slammed into the frost giant, crashing against its icy body with tremendous force. But the gigantic creature did not move at all, standing completely unfazed. Hillen charged in again, his movements blurring as he faced the towering monster head-on by himself. The frost giant's crimson eyes glowed with a dreadful light, its skeletal frame rising ominously against the endless white snow like a frozen disaster given shape. A confident grin spread across Hillen's face as he stared up at the beast. In his mind, he scoffed at the threat before him. After all, there was no way a frost giant could be stronger than the demon king of lust. With a thunderous roar that shook the canyon, the frost giant swung its gigantic arm down, bringing the massive limb crashing straight toward Hillen. But Hillen had already prepared himself for the strike. He answered with a fierce upward slash, driving his blade up toward the descending attack with explosive force. The power behind his sword shattered the frost giant's icy arm apart, blasting fragments through the air and sending violent shockwaves rippling across the canyon walls. The monster roared in pain and fury as its crushing attack was completely stopped, its massive body recoiling from the force of Hillen's counterattack. Hillen did not give the frost giant even a moment to recover. When the creature swung its remaining fist at him, he moved with effortless precision and smashed that arm apart as well. Then, in one smooth and overwhelming motion, his sword crackled with blue energy and carved deep through the giant's enormous frame. Hillen stood his ground like a beacon of raw power, relentlessly driving his assault into the colossal beast. And while he kept the frost giant completely occupied, his eyes flicked toward the rear of the battlefield. There, he noticed the perfect opening. Gathering his strength, he prepared to unleash one final attack. A devastating flurry of slashes erupted from his blade, crashing into the frost giant again and again until the monstrous creature was completely overwhelmed. Then Hillen turned sharply and bellowed with everything he had, his voice tearing through the canyon as he shouted, "Chew it now!" Everyone ran. The expedition force did not waste even a heartbeat hesitating. Warriors, mages, and mercenaries rushed past the hero locked in battle and the stunned frost giant, pouring through the narrow opening as they fled the deadly canyon with everything they had. As they sprinted forward, Lord Wharton repeated Hillen's order in a voice loud enough to tear through the chaos, shouting for everyone to run. Behind them, a massive explosion burst through the canyon, a violent proof of Hillen's strength as he continued holding the frost giant back. Wharton pushed his comrades onward, yelling that Hillen had blocked the path for them and that this was their only chance to escape. Left behind in the canyon, the frost giant stared after the fleeing expedition with crimson eyes burning like hateful embers. Its skeletal body had been badly damaged, with chunks of ice broken away, but even in that state it still gave off a terrifying pressure. Rage poured from the monster as it watched its prey slip beyond its reach. Deprived of the victims it wanted to crush, the frost giant released one final furious roar. Then its enormous body folded inward, collapsing on itself before self-destructing in a colossal blast that shook the entire canyon. After escaping the immediate danger, the surviving members of the expedition staggered into a nearby snowy forest. One after another, they dropped onto the frozen ground, gasping desperately for air while their bodies trembled from exhaustion, fear, and the shock of what they had just survived. One warrior, still pale and shaken, muttered in disbelief about the dozens of huge ghouls and the frost giant that had towered taller than a cliff. To him, the place was completely insane, nowhere any human should ever set foot. Another man nodded grimly, adding that even the Demon King's tower had not felt this brutal. A third warrior pointed out that, despite the nightmare they had just been through, their losses were surprisingly low. He credited their survival to Lord Hillen's overwhelming strength, his voice trailing with awe as the others began turning the conversation toward where that terrifying power had come from. One soldier brought up a rumor that Hillen had absorbed the power of the Demon King of Lust after killing him. The idea spread quickly through the exhausted group, and more of them began to believe that Hillen might already be equal to a Demon King. One warrior pushed the thought even further, saying that if Hillen had slain a Demon King once before, then by now he had to be even stronger. That thought lifted the heavy mood around them. Confidence slowly returned to their faces, and one by one, they agreed that as long as they believed in Lord Hillen and followed his lead, there was no reason to be afraid. As Granada listened to their faith returning, he could not stop the same thought from rising in his own mind. If it was Lord Hillen, then perhaps he really could defeat that Demon King. But before that thought could settle, something abruptly cut through his focus. Ahead of the expedition, a new threat had appeared. A tribe of massive blue-skinned orcs stood in their path, blocking the way forward, and at their head loomed a towering chieftain with curved horns. The heroes had barely escaped one disaster, yet their journey was clearly far from over. As they struggled to catch their breath, Lord Wharton spoke in a grim voice weighed down by urgency. There was no time to rest. Granada narrowed his eyes and studied the figures standing before them, immediately recognizing what they were. These were Frolorks. Halon's expression hardened as he sensed it too, saying coldly that demonic energy was flowing from them. They were servants of the Demon King. Then the orc chieftain stepped forward. His huge frame dominated the battlefield. Blue skin stretched over rippling muscle as he glared down at the heroes. His name was Crew. A cruel grin spread across his face, and when he spoke, his voice came out as a low, mocking growl. He called them foolish heroes and welcomed them to Ursust. Lord Wharton scoffed in response, tightening his grip on his weapon. Wharton declared that he would deal with trash like Crew right then and there. He was just about to rush forward when Granada suddenly raised his hand. His sharp elven ears had caught something strange in the distance, a deep rumbling that did not belong there. He urgently told Lord Hillen to wait, his attention fixed on that sound as the rumble grew louder. In Granada's mind, the Demon King's warning echoed again with chilling clarity. Beware of the snow. A look of horror spread across Granada's face as the meaning finally struck him. His eyes widened, and in a whisper filled with dread, he wondered if this was what the Demon King had meant. In front of them, the orc chieftain Crew watched the heroes with a cold, predatory stare. With absolute certainty in his voice, Crew declared that none of them would ever reach the tower. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The rumbling grew louder and heavier as cracks spread across the snow-covered mountainside. Snow and ice shifted above them, groaning under their own unbearable weight, until the terrifying sound of an avalanche filled the air. As the mountain began to collapse, Granada screamed in terror and frustration. How were they supposed to be aware of something like this? In that final moment of clear thought, his fear was swallowed by pure rage. He cursed the one who had arranged this nightmare, roaring at the crazy Demon King bastard even as his voice was drowned beneath the thunderous collapse of snow and ice. Then the disaster struck. A massive avalanche ripped down the mountainside, crashing over the expedition in a single overwhelming wave. Snow and ice swallowed warriors, mages and heroes alike, dragging the entire force into a frozen storm of chaos. As Granada was swept away, his face twisted with raw terror. Using the last of his strength, he screamed for everyone to run. But his desperate cry was buried almost instantly, crushed beneath the unstoppable weight of the snow. Far away, deep within his towering fortress, Demon King Vergadalus sat calmly upon his throne. In front of him, holographic screens displayed the catastrophe unfolding across the mountains, and one by one, the images of the heroes flickered before vanishing. A sinister smirk slowly crept across his face. In a soft voice dripping with mockery, he welcomed the heroes once again while staring at the now static screens. With wicked satisfaction, Demon King Vergadalus watched the final moments of the heroes screaming in agony, knowing his plan had gone exactly as intended. Leaning back on his throne, his eyes glinted with cold satisfaction as he made a chilling vow to the fallen. This time, he whispered, he would hunt every last one of them down. Then, still seated calmly before the large screen, his relaxed posture and unreadable expression did not change at all. When he spoke again, his voice carried no emotion, only a cold certainty, as he began laying out the grand design he had already put in motion. First came the snow. Across the vast frozen battlefield, the terrain itself began to shift. The trap had already begun activating, precisely striking the zone it had been designed to target. In an instant, the endless white landscape fell into complete chaos. Visibility dropped sharply, the cold became suffocating, and the damage was impossible to measure. The storm simply swallowed everything in its path. Inside that frozen hell, Hillen Cargill raised his voice above the roaring wind, barking rapid orders in an attempt to stabilize the collapsing situation. The heroes were commanded to set up camp and begin searching for those who had been scattered by the earlier impact. Their every movement was slowed by the relentless blizzard raging around them. As the Demon King watched the disaster unfold, he continued explaining with unnerving calm. The second command was absolute. They must never be allowed to drop their guard during the night, because the enemy waiting for them was no ordinary threat, and even one moment of carelessness would be fatal. When darkness finally fell, the disorder grew even worse. From deep within the shadowed forest, ghoul-type monsters began to emerge, their twisted forms barely visible as they moved through the snow. Alongside them came enormous forest beasts, their heavy presence making the ground shake beneath each step. One of the knights froze as recognition flashed across his face, and he spoke in shock as orc-class monsters appeared once again. Weapons were drawn immediately, and the heroes tightened their formation, bracing themselves for yet another brutal battle. From a distant vantage point, Granada clenched his teeth hard. Irritation cut across his face as he cursed the Demon King's recklessness. realizing that the situation was escalating far faster than expected and spiraling beyond anything that could be called controlled warfare. In response to the spreading chaos, the Demon King finally moved. A grim smile crossed his face as he advanced without the slightest hesitation. An avalanche during the day, monsters in the dead of night. This merciless cycle would continue repeating without end. Long before the heroes could fully understand the trap they had fallen into, exhaustion would eat away at both their bodies and minds. Their collapse was not merely possible. It was inevitable. 3 days passed like a nightmare that refused to end. It was a relentless struggle balanced on the thin edge between survival and death. When the heroes finally reached the highest summit of the Argus Mountains, the cost of the journey was written all over them. Their movements had grown slow, and every breath came out heavy. Their strength was visibly drained, their bodies worn down by cold, battle, and sleepless fear. At last, one knight spoke in a low voice, confusion seeping into every word. The Demon King's tower was nowhere in sight. That realization spread through the group like a shockwave, leaving them frozen in disbelief. Cargill raised his voice, his words sharpened by confusion and anger. A tower was supposed to stand here, the place where heroes would confront the final enemy. For it to be absent defied all logic. Pushing down the unease crawling up inside him, Hillen ordered the group to split up and search the surrounding area. But before the formation could break apart, a commander stepped forward and stopped him. His voice was low and controlled, restrained but impossible to ignore. The commander declared that the operation had failed. If they continued any further, more people would die for nothing. From this point onward, survival had to come before victory. Cargill froze where he stood. Slowly, he turned toward the commander, shock clearly written across his face. The answer he received did not waver, firm and resolute, even though there was a trace of apology beneath it. Cargill clenched his teeth tightly, but no words came out. 6 days had passed since they first entered the Argus Mountains. At last, the Demon King's tower was found. The moment it came into view, anger erupted through the heroes' ranks. One knight shouted in fury, condemning the destruction of Montagna and demanding what kind of madness could ever justify such cruelty. When the gates of the tower were finally forced open, confidence surged back into the expedition's hearts. One knight laughed dismissively, saying that the first floor was nothing but a nest of weaklings, then boldly ordered everyone to push forward. That was the moment the Demon King's voice rang out. It echoed coldly through the entire tower, coming from every direction at once. A chilling smile spread across his face as his presence alone became suffocating, and his crimson eyes burned fiercely while his true demonic form manifested, filling the space with overwhelming pressure. This was the third command. The instant the tower doors opened, those who stepped inside would be thrown straight into hell. Magical cannon constructs materialized across the battlefield, rising into position until the heroes were completely surrounded. Lightning erupted violently through the air, cracking with deafening force. Cargill stared ahead in disbelief, unable to immediately understand what had just appeared before them. His voice tightened as he demanded to know what they were facing. Whatever confidence remained among the heroes shattered as the true scale of destruction revealed itself. Brilliant blue energy flooded the battlefield as the mana cannons activated. The Demon King remained perfectly still while beams of condensed power tore through the heroes' ranks, cutting knights down in an instant. The assault was precise, merciless, and absolute. This was not merely an attack. It was the true beginning of despair, as the magical cannon constructs surged forward and overwhelmed the front line. In the blink of an eye, blue beams descended from above, ripping through the battlefield and erasing everything caught in their path. Knights vanished before they even had a chance to scream. Cargill stood frozen, shock tightening around his chest as total annihilation unfolded right in front of him. Inside the control chamber, the Demon King spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone. This had only been the opening strike, a true one-shot deployment meant to test their endurance and nothing more. When the destruction finally quieted, the Demon King examined the screen and allowed a faint smile to curve across his lips. Even after all of that, Cargill was still standing. Down on the devastated battlefield, Hillen fought to steady himself, tightening his grip around his sword as he forced his body upright. His breathing was uneven, and inside him, confusion and rage churned together violently. Nothing Cargill had just witnessed matched any logic, strategy, or battlefield experience he had ever trusted. The attack was too sudden, too precise, too impossible to understand. Then a voice called out through the drifting smoke. Granada stepped into view, shaken but still alive, reporting that he had barely managed to escape the cannon strike. For a brief instant, Relief flashed across Hillencargill's tense face. Without wasting a moment, Hillencargill immediately suggested that they push forward to the next floor. Granada fell silent for a beat, looking at him carefully. With only the two of them left standing, moving deeper into the tower was undeniably dangerous, but Hillencargill's answer came firm and unwavering. He reminded Granada that he had once defeated the Demon King of Lust and taken that power into himself. Compared to a trial like that, this enemy should not be completely beyond their reach. As long as Granada remained beside him and fought together with him, Hillencargill insisted that victory was still possible. After a short silence, Granada finally nodded and agreed to continue. Together, the two of them advanced deeper into the tower. But when they reached the second floor, it was completely empty. Then they climbed to the third floor, only to find that it was empty as well. Bit by bit, anger began creeping into Hillencargill's expression. The total absence of enemies felt deeply wrong. A tower this enormous should have been packed with monsters, traps, or at least some trace of hostile presence. Yet there was nothing at all. No footsteps, no movement, no killing intent, not even a lingering aura. As Hillencargill voiced his growing frustration, Granada stayed silent, sensing that something far more deliberate was unfolding around them. If both the second and third floors had been left completely vacant, then someone powerful had to be rearranging the battlefield itself. Granada's thoughts naturally drifted toward Princess Erin. Even so, Hillencargill refused to let down his guard. He warned that something could appear at any moment without warning, then continued forward with every step carefully measured, fully prepared for hidden traps. When they finally reached the fourth floor, both men stopped dead in their tracks, stunned by what lay before them. A lush forest stretched out in front of them, filled with vibrant greenery, and arranged more like a peaceful garden than a demon king's battlefield. Hillencargill stared into the impossible sight, completely stunned. A living forest existing inside a tower defied every bit of common sense. Granada let out a slow breath and confirmed what they were seeing. This was a curse, a spatial distortion created through extremely advanced magic. Doubt crept into Hillencargill's voice as he looked around the impossible forest and questioned whether they were truly still inside the Demon King's tower at all. Before Granada could give him an answer, Hillencargill noticed a figure standing quietly ahead of them. The moment he saw her, his breath caught in his throat. A young woman stood there in silence, dressed in a demonic-looking outfit that seemed to radiate dark mana. Her appearance was delicate, almost fragile at first glance, yet everything about her presence felt deeply unsettling. Then she spoke calmly and introduced herself. She said she was one of the 4 heavenly kings who served and guarded the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. Her voice was light, almost childish, as if this entire deadly situation amused her more than it threatened her. She looked directly at Hillencargill and smiled. He had come all this way to rescue a princess, yet now that very princess stood before him as an enemy. A heavy silence fell over the forest. Then the truth struck Hillencargill like a blade through the chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke her name, Princess Erin. At the same time, despair flickered across Granada's face. The young woman laughed softly, then denied that title as if it meant nothing to her. She declared herself the Dark Spirit Master instead, her calm smile never leaving her face. With one casual motion of her hand, she summoned a manifestation of dark spirit magic, letting the ominous power gather before them, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hillencargill's shock deepened as he stared at the spell forming in front of him. That magic belonged to the highest tier of spirit arts, a spell that only Princess Erin could control with such flawless precision. There was no mistaking it. In that instant, every scattered piece finally connected. The nighttime ambushes, the tower hidden within the basin, the mana cannons waiting on the first floor, and the empty second and third floors all lined up in Hillencargill's mind. This had never been random chaos. It was strategy carefully designed from the beginning, and Princess Erin had been standing at the very center of it all. Disbelief curdled into bitter resentment inside Hillencargill. A hollow laugh slipped from his mouth, but there was no warmth in it at all as the full truth sank deeper into him. The princess he had crossed hell itself to save had been protecting the Demon King from the very beginning. His grip loosened for a moment, as if the realization had emptied the strength from his hand. Then rage surged through him violently. If the entire world had turned against him, then he would tear that world apart with his own hands. Before Hillencargill could make a move, the space around them began to tremble. Dark purple energy erupted across the garden, and its crushing pressure cracked the ground beneath their feet. Then the Demon King appeared. His mere presence twisted the air around him, warping space itself as demonic power poured outward in waves. His cold, merciless eyes locked onto Hillencargill, and when he spoke, his voice carried no emotion at all. At last, the Demon King said calmly. He could see Hillenkargil's face. Hillenkargil tightened his grip on his sword and pointed the blade forward. His gaze never wavered, even as restrained fury burned behind his eyes. The Demon King had finally revealed himself, and the realization of how thoroughly he had been trapped ignited deep resentment within him. Raw power alone would no longer be enough. Hillenkargil needed more. Turning sharply toward Granada, he called out and demanded his strength, while the ground trembled beneath them. At that exact moment, the Demon King's gaze shifted toward Granada as well. Hillenkargil stepped closer to Granada, insisting that the two of them needed to combine their power if they wanted to win. Granada hesitated, confusion flashing clearly across his face. He questioned how a fusion like that could even be possible in the first place. Before any answer could come, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Granada felt his vitality being drained away, pulled from somewhere deep within his blood. Panic surged through him as the sensation grew stronger, his strength bleeding out faster with every heartbeat. Hillenkargil's expression hardened into something cold and detached. In a calm voice, almost gentle on the surface, he assured Granada that everything would be fine as long as Granada stayed by his side. Granada collapsed to the ground. His body hit the floor heavily, completely drained of strength. The Demon King's eyes narrowed as he looked at the scene. He recognized it immediately. It was the artifact. Hillenkargil laughed darkly and revealed the truth. The object was a forbidden relic known as the Elf Eater, a tool that converted an elf's seemingly endless vitality directly into mana. Once that relic was activated, survival was impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Hillenkargil pressed his foot against Granada's face. Then he spoke as if he were simply explaining an unavoidable necessity, claiming that this sacrifice was being made for the greater good. The Demon King watched the disgraceful scene in silence. Then, slowly, he smiled, as if the sight genuinely amused him. The act was vile, contemptible, and utterly disgraceful, yet somehow undeniably human. The Demon King spoke calmly, pointing out that if the ring were removed, all of that borrowed strength would disappear instantly. That was the foundation behind Hillenkargil's confidence. Hillenkargil burst into manic laughter and openly challenged him. Even the Demon King of Lust had failed to take that ring from him. The Demon King answered with only one name: Gordon Dirk. In the very next instant, Hillenkargil's expression twisted in shock. Pain tore through his body as blood sprayed into the air. He had sensed nothing at all. No presence, no ripple of mana, not even the faintest warning. His hand fell limp at his side. Standing behind him was Gordon Dirk, the Demon King's loyal servant. His blade had already lowered as he spoke coldly, criticizing the noise and rudeness of humans as if cutting Hillenkargil down had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Before Hillenkargil could even begin to recover, Gordon struck him again, sending his body crashing violently across the ground. Lying there and staring upward in disbelief, Hillenkargil understood the danger immediately. Gordon was a high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact's stolen power surging through his body, Hillenkargil had still been completely overwhelmed. A cold chill ran down his spine. Then a crushing pressure descended over him. The Demon King was suddenly behind him, one hand gripping his shoulder with effortless strength. Crimson light burned in his eyes as a faint, almost amused laugh slipped from his lips. There would be no escape. Hillenkargil tried to move, his instincts screaming at him to dodge, to run, to survive, but his body refused to answer. Only then did he understand the truth. The space around him had become a cage. Before him loomed a massive wolf-shaped presence, an ancient ruler whose authority had once dominated the entire continent. As that realization settled into Hillenkargil's eyes, he knew there was nowhere left to flee. Dark energy began gathering around the Demon King, swirling violently in thick waves as the ground cracked beneath the weight of his power. His voice remained chillingly calm as he declared that it was finally time to show Hillenkargil what a true Demon King really was. The rumbling only grew louder, rolling through the tower like thunder trapped beneath the ground. Hillenkargil's eyes widened in pure shock as that oppressive energy spread across the entire battlefield. It seeped into every corner around him, heavy and suffocating, carrying the silent promise of destruction wherever it reached. After the Demon King's devastating blow landed, Hillen was left sprawled across the ground, unmoving and half-dead. Yet even in that ruined state, his chest still rose faintly, proving that he was somehow still breathing. Even after suffering such a crushing defeat, the fact that he had survived it all was proof of just how overwhelming Hillenkargil's strength truly was. The Demon King looked down at him with cold, measured acknowledgement. his gaze calm as he assessed the fallen hero. Withstanding a strike like that was no ordinary achievement, and the Demon King openly admitted that Hillen's power deserved respect. But respect and mercy were two completely different things, and mercy had no place in his rule. Without the slightest hesitation, the Demon King ordered Rimek to bind Hillen's hands and throw him into prison. He also added that the other humans who had collapsed outside the door were to be imprisoned as well. Rimek accepted the order immediately and moved to carry it out without a single question. Granada, meanwhile, was in an even worse state. His body had withered so badly that he looked almost like a white skeleton, barely clinging to life. Groaning weakly through the agony, he muttered that he could already see the afterlife waiting for him. The Demon King turned his eyes toward Granada, offered a praise that sounded more like thinly veiled mockery, and then casually activated Spirit Blossom. In the very next instant, Granada's body was completely restored. The pain vanished as if it had never existed, his flesh returned, and his strength flooded back into him. Granada stood there frozen in disbelief, unable to understand how his ruined body had recovered so suddenly. A few moments later, the Demon King used Spirit Blossom on the princess as well. As Granada watched the same healing power take effect, a question rose in his mind. Had he just been saved in exactly the same way? Before Granada could think any deeper, the dwarf suddenly shouted in excitement. The Demon King acknowledged the dwarf's hard work and granted him permission to dismantle the tower. Overwhelmed with joy, the dwarf burst into loud celebration, bowing again and again while pouring out endless gratitude toward the Demon King. With every immediate matter settled, the Demon King ordered everyone to return to their assigned duties. The damaged floors of the tower were to be restored and maintained at once, without delay. After giving his final instructions, the Demon King turned away and left the area. His presence gradually faded, and a strange calm slowly settled over the battlefield. As the silence returned, Granada thought back on everything he had just witnessed. Even after such a fierce and brutal battle, the Demon King still appeared completely unharmed. That alone made his terrifying reputation feel even more real. To Granada, this was exactly the kind of overwhelming existence one would expect from a true Demon King. The princess, however, stood quietly nearby, lost in thought. When Granada asked what was bothering her, she brushed the concern aside and simply said it was nothing. But deep down, she could not shake what she had felt. To her, the Demon King had seemed tired. Away from everyone's watching eyes, the truth finally revealed itself. Alone, Vergatalis collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted. His teeth clenched tight as he admitted to himself just how dangerously close that battle had truly been. A Demon King could never allow weakness to show, especially not in front of others. Vergatalis cursed Hillen Cargill under his breath, forced to acknowledge just how dangerous that human really was. Vergatalis reflected on what it meant to fight one of the 10 stars, the 10 strongest heroes on the entire continent. Hillen Cargill was counted among them, even if he was considered one of the weaker members. Even so, Vergatalis understood the truth all too clearly. In this life, he had barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself, partly because he lacked the resources to do so properly. If Hillen had faced him in perfect condition, victory would have been impossible. Instead, Vergatalis's plan had slowly worn Hillen down piece by piece. He had provoked him, pushed him into panic, and forced his attention to shrink until Hillen could only focus on what was directly in front of him. And in that desperate moment, Hillen exposed a single fatal opening. The Demon King's all-out strike took hold of that opening without hesitation and ended the battle in one decisive blow. For now, Vergatalis considered it a perfect victory. Even if the result still fell short of what a true Demon King should be capable of, one incredible realization struck him. He had changed fate itself. That fact burned through him and filled him with fresh resolve. If fate could be altered once, then it could be altered again. Vergatalis began to believe that the future was no longer fixed. And if he could change the future, then one day he could finally take revenge on the heroes who had destroyed him before. As the tension from the battlefield faded, panic was already spreading inside the Holton Walk press conference hall. The hall had fallen into total chaos. Officials shouted over one another while reporters angrily accused them of spreading nonsense. They mocked the claim that the heroes had simply given up because they could not find the tower, treating the explanation as completely absurd. Furious investors demanded accountability, their voices rising as they asked who would take responsibility for such a disastrous failure. In the middle of the uproar, one man refused to back down. He insisted that the mission had not failed yet. According to him, there was still hope. Sir Hillen Cargill and the great heroes had not abandoned their duty. They were still out there, searching for the Demon King's tower. All they needed, he claimed, was just a little more time. But those words were enough to make the king finally explode. His rage burst through the hall as he cursed Hillen Cargill for his arrogance and failure. His voice thundered over everyone as he declared that Hillen had made grand promises and delivered nothing in return. The king's patience had completely run dry. If Hillen failed to rescue the princess, he would be executed without mercy. The princess, burning with frustration, tried to speak up and explain the hero's journey and the circumstances surrounding everything that had happened. But the king cut her off without hesitation. He had no interest in excuses or explanations and immediately ordered that Hillen be found. Around them, whispers began to spread through the hall. Some claimed that Sir Hillen Cargill had never returned. Others insisted that he was already dead. As those rumors multiplied, news of the new Demon King spread rapidly across the continent. With every retelling, the story became more twisted, more exaggerated, and far more frightening. Fear and despair took root in the hearts of the people, until the world slowly sank into deep sorrow. Because of that widespread despair, Vergatalus's demonic energy points began piling up at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, at the Hero Guild headquarters, a tense conference was already underway. The heroes gathered there relentlessly questioned Hero Wharton, pressing him again and again as they demanded to know whether even the smallest part of his report was false. Wharton swore on his own name that everything he had reported was the absolute truth. One of the elder heroes responded in a cold voice, stating that the situation was extremely serious. However, since the identity of the new Demon King remained unknown, caution was necessary. He reminded everyone that Hillen Cargill was one of the 10 stars and could not possibly be defeated so easily. After careful deliberation, the gathered heroes finally reached a decision. They would wait 10 more days for any news of Hillen. If nothing was heard from him after that time, then every hero across the continent, all 4,728 of them, would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the new Demon King. Deep underground, inside Vergatalus Tower prison, Hillen was being held captive. The Demon King arrived before his cell and observed him quietly, noting that Hillen was already awake. He remarked on Hillen's exceptional recovery speed, clearly impressed by how quickly the battered hero had regained consciousness. Hillen immediately spoke up, saying that if the Demon King had kept him alive, then he must want something from him. He demanded that the Demon King stop wasting time and get straight to the point. The Demon King answered with a smirk, clearly pleased that Hillen was willing to talk. Without hesitation, he made his offer clear. Hillen was to become his vassal. The moment those words landed, Hillen froze, completely stunned by the proposal. His mind struggled to process what he had just heard. Then the Demon King calmly placed a bag filled with gold coins in front of him. In a steady voice, the Demon King explained that a hero's journey required an enormous amount of money. There was food for hundreds of people, security, lodging, guild membership fees, armor, weapons, and even top-grade consumables to pay for. Normally, those enormous costs were covered by investments from merchant groups, nobles, and anyone hoping to profit from a hero's success. If a Demon King was defeated, the hero's life would change completely, showered in fame, wealth, and glory. But if that hero failed, every coin spent became a chain around their neck, burying them beneath a mountain of debt. That was the brutal reality waiting for heroes who built their journeys on borrowed money. And this time, all of those investments had been poured into one person above all others, the captain of the hero party himself, Hillen Cargill. As the truth settled over him, Hillen fell silent, his face tightening because there was nothing he could say to deny it. Even if he somehow escaped from this prison and returned to the outside world, he would no longer be welcomed as a hero. He would be branded a failure, forced to hide for the rest of his life while endless debts and angry creditors chased him wherever he went. What disturbed Hillen even more was the simple fact that the Demon King knew all of this in such detail. Just then, Granada stepped forward and revealed the answer himself. He was the one who had told the Demon King everything. Hillen snapped in fury, shouting Granada's name as rage twisted across his face, accusing him of betraying him. Granada fired back with equal anger, calling Hillen nothing but a scammer and reminding him of every cruel thing Hillen had done to him. Then he declared without hesitation that he had been standing on the Demon King's side from the very beginning. The Demon King then explained the real reason behind Hillen's failure. In a calm, merciless voice, he stated that Hillen had lost because there had never been a Demon King like him before. Hillen swallowed those words bitterly, realizing that just as he himself had once broken the old standards of heroes, this Demon King was breaking the standards of Demon Kings. This Demon King would soon adapt as well, and eventually find a way to clear the towers just like Hillen had. But something about the Demon King's confidence unsettled him deeply. The Demon King laughed and revealed Armani's orb in his hand, pointing out that if one of the strongest heroes was secretly interfering with humanity's plans, Then the real question was whether humanity could truly succeed at all. He explained that the orb was a magical tool used to monitor his subordinates, and once it entered the body, it would immediately attach itself to the brain. Then, with chilling calm, the Demon King added that from that moment on, he would know if Hillen carried even the slightest hostility toward him. And with just a single gesture, he could destroy Hillen's brain instantly. The Demon King called this a crucial test. If the orb failed to adapt to Hillen's body, then it would be judged as rejection. And if that happened, he would kill Hillen without hesitation, coldly adding that there were still plenty of other heroes he could use instead. The scene shifted to Hillen's companions, who lay scattered across the ground in terrible condition. Half dead and barely conscious, they groaned in pain, their bodies twitching weakly as they struggled to move. The moment Hillen saw them like that, panic rushed into his face, and he desperately tried to stop the Demon King. Hillen insisted that a hero as powerful as himself was immune to mind control magic. He claimed that the instant the orb entered his body, it would simply disappear, and if that happened, none of it could be blamed on him. Granada answered with a sharp grin, explaining that a hero's mental defenses could be released by their own will. The Demon King followed with a mocking smirk, making it clear that Hillen's own argument had already trapped him. Enraged, Hillen hurled insults at the Demon King, calling him a deranged elf and demanding to know if he had any shame. Then he declared that the Demon King should be the one feeling ashamed for wasting such a precious magical tool. Hillen swore that he would never submit to a Demon King, but the Demon King ignored his resistance completely, silenced him with cold indifference, and forcibly made him swallow the orb. The moment the magic took hold, agonizing pain ripped through Hillen's entire body. Granada watched closely and commented that Hillen was surprisingly tenacious, then casually wondered what might happen if he chose death instead. The Demon King showed no concern at all. Calmly, he reasoned that a greedy human who had treated his own comrades as disposable tools for money would never sacrifice himself. A status window appeared in front of them, displaying Hillen Cargill's name and listing Armani's orb as his equipment. Then the status changed to Demon King's vassal. As the transformation finished, Hillen cursed bitterly, his hatred echoing through the prison walls. The scene then returned to the castle, where Ramek stood before the Demon King and addressed him with a serious expression. Although Hillen Cargill had successfully been turned into a vassal, Ramek pointed out that his enormous debt, totaling 100,000 gold, would severely restrict what he could do. Ramek added that the gold coins previously exchanged for demonic energy points amounted to barely 2,000 gold, a sum already comparable to the annual budget of a small nation. With that in mind, he questioned how they were supposed to gather even more money. The Demon King answered with a confident smirk, saying that it was about time a certain message arrived. When Ramek looked confused, the Demon King clarified that he was referring to the annual gathering of Demon Kings, the Unison of Towers. In his mind, the Demon King thought back to his previous life. Back then, he had always avoided gatherings like that, finding the idea of Demon Kings forming alliances with one another utterly repulsive. But now, he looked at the matter differently. Those Demon Kings had survived in Erin for a very long time, which meant they must have accumulated enormous amounts of gold, treasure, and resources. Ramek reacted in shock, realizing that the Demon King intended to exchange demonic energy points for money once again. In the past, Ramek would have argued fiercely against such a method. But after facing the heroes directly and witnessing their strength, Ramek now understood why the Demon King's methods were necessary. If they had clung to the old standards, they would never have stopped the heroes. With no better choice left, he accepted that truth and resolved to place his faith in his Demon King. At that moment, news arrived. An invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. Ramek immediately informed the Demon King, and the Demon King responded with a sly smile, declaring that they would attend. Deep in his mind, the Demon King had already made his decision. He would swindle his senior Demon Kings without the slightest mercy. Ramek accepted the order at once and pledged his absolute obedience, bowing before the Demon King with unwavering loyalty. And then the scene shifted to a new place, the ominous Tower of Lies. Inside that tower, the focus settled on the 13th floor, where the Demon King's chamber waited in heavy silence. This was the place where all the Demon Kings had already gathered, standing in silence as they waited. The atmosphere was thick and tense, as if even the air itself was holding its breath. Then, at that very moment, the entrance above the 13th floor opened to reveal the arriving Demon King. He stepped forward calmly, and the instant he entered, his presence began to dominate the entire room. As he advanced, his voice echoed through the chamber, saying that even though he was not late, everyone had already arrived, and asking whether they had so many things to discuss without him. Then his full identity was revealed. Vergatalis, the Demon King of Flames, a demonic dragon. The moment Draxen Doldorf laid eyes on Vergatalis, it was obvious that he was far from pleased. Rage simmered beneath his expression, and his hostility was impossible to hide. Soon after, his own identity came into view. Draxen Doldorf, the Demon King of Beasts, a werewolf. Next, another Demon King stepped forward. Her name was Rena Soldane, the Demon King of Winters, belonging to the Frost Demon race. With an icy gaze and a voice as cold as her title, she looked at Vergatalis and remarked that he must be the one everyone had been talking about. Soon after, another Demon King made his presence known. His name was Ugur Belver, the Demon King of Indestructibility, a being born from the Titan race. He scoffed with clear disdain, calling Vergatalis the stuck-up newcomer who had insulted the standards. Then, at last, the central figure of the entire conference was revealed, the host of the gathering himself. Wearing a composed smile, he looked directly at Vergatalis and welcomed him by name. This was Jason Cockmund, the Demon King of Lies, whose race remained unknown. Vergatalis burst into mocking laughter, openly ridiculing every Demon King gathered before him. Contempt dripped from his words as he called them fools and asked whether they had truly formed an alliance, demanding if they felt no shame as Demon Kings. Yet even while he mocked them out loud, his thoughts told a completely different story. Inwardly, Vergatalis reflected with cold rationality. Of course, he understood that this was the correct choice when it came to Aaron's case. Meanwhile, the tension inside the Tower of Lies only grew heavier, making it clear that this gathering of Demon Kings was far more dangerous than it first appeared. Ugur Belver, burning with rage, glared at Vergatalis and shouted that Vergatalis was the real fool. He demanded to know who this newcomer thought he was, interfering with their affairs, and what he could possibly know about Aaron. Hearing those harsh words, Vergatalis showed no outward reaction. Instead, he calmly noted in his mind that a simple provocation made it easy to see what someone was really thinking. Then, with cold confidence, Vergatalis looked straight at the enraged Demon King and answered that Ugur was calling him a fool when he was the only elite one there. The reply only poured more fuel onto Ugur Belver's anger, and with a furious roar, Ugur snapped back that if Vergatalis had a death wish, then he would grant it. In the next instant, both Demon Kings unleashed their power. Their overwhelming energy and auras exploded outward, crashing against each other with terrifying pressure that shook the chamber. Just then, someone stepped between them and moved to stop the clash before it could erupt any further. It was none other than Jason Cockmund. Even so, the tension between Ugur Belver and Vergatalis did not fully disappear. The two Demon Kings continued glaring at each other with blazing fury, their hostility still hanging thick and sharp in the air. With a calm yet commanding voice, Jason Cockmund addressed them both. He called on Ugur Belver and Vergatalis, reminding them that this occasion was meant to discuss cooperation, and asked them not to waste everyone's precious time. Hearing this, Vergatalis felt something unsettling stir inside him. In his mind, Vergatalis realized that Jason had made the killing intent of two Demon Kings vanish almost instantly. That was not ordinary magic. He wondered how Jason had done it, and whether it came from Jason's own power or from the authority of the tower itself. Soon after, the Demon Kings moved toward their respective seats. As they settled into place, Jason Cockmund spoke once more. He thanked them for being understanding. Even after taking his seat, Vergatalis continued thinking about Jason Cockmund and the Tower of Lies, his suspicion deepening with every passing moment. If it was the tower's power, then Vergatalis wondered whether it was similar to Mana's phantom. No, he told himself he should not jump to conclusions without evidence. At that moment, Jason Cockmund finally declared that they would begin, inviting everyone to voice their thoughts freely. Hearing this, Vergatalis answered bluntly, his tone carrying quiet disdain as he remarked that this meeting was nothing grand after all. And with those words, the true nature of the gathering inside the Tower of Lies slowly began to reveal itself, promising conflict, deception, and power struggles far greater than anyone present was willing to admit. At that moment, Draxen Doldorf finally spoke up. His voice dropped low, but every word carried a dangerous weight as Draxen spoke first. If no one else had anything to say, then he would begin. His eyes sharpened as he asked where Hillen Cargill was, and the moment the question left his mouth, he deliberately let his energy spill out, pressing that invisible force straight toward Vergatalis. That single accusation came wrapped in raw pressure, and whatever answer Vergatalis gave next could easily decide the direction of the entire meeting. For a brief moment, Vergatalis said nothing at all. Then, after that heavy pause, he finally opened his mouth and began to answer, saying that Hillen Cargill was, only for the moment to cut away before he could finish. The view shifted deep into the Tower of Lies, landing inside the adjutant's reception room. There, The aides serving the Demon King of Beasts and the aides serving the Devil of Lies stood together, all of them facing Gordon with cold, razor-sharp stares that made the room feel even tighter. The tension in the air was almost suffocating. One of them asked bluntly if Hillencargill was already dead. Gordon's body immediately stiffened, panic showing clearly on his face as he rushed to deny it. He insisted he knew nothing, explaining that he had not even made it to the upper floors of the tower, and that Hillencargill might still be wandering somewhere around Mount Ergrist. Gordon lowered his head as he spoke, almost pleading with them not to press him any further. But one of the beastmen let out a harsh scoff, saying that excuse made no sense at all. If Hillencargill had really been anywhere near the mountain, then the tower should have been impossible to miss. Reem answered with calm precision, pointing out that this was not their tower in the first place. Another beastman muttered under his breath that maybe the rumors had been true after all, mentioning the Demon King directly. The instant Reem heard those words, a strange chill ran through him as he remembered what the Demon King had said. Everything was happening exactly the way His Majesty had predicted. Vergatalus's earlier orders echoed in Reem's mind with uncomfortable clarity. If anyone asked about Hillencargill, he was supposed to say he knew nothing and keep playing the part of a spy. Dia had warned him over and over again that secrecy came before everything else, no matter what happened. Even with those instructions burned into his head, Reem could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Unease gathered in his chest, heavier by the second, and he realized the Demon King's judgment had not been mistaken at all. Finally, unable to hold himself back any longer, Reem suddenly opened his mouth. He started to say that the Demon King he served was only for his thoughts to crumble apart halfway through the sentence as emotion surged up inside him. Then, without warning, his restraint snapped. Reem exploded in anger, shouting that the devil he served was nothing more than a rebel and an absolute fool who never listened to anyone. Once he started, the frustration poured out of him without stopping. He raged that if that devil was left alone for even a single moment, he would immediately run off and do something completely absurd, reckless, and impossible to understand. His anger reached its peak as he yelled that if things were going to continue this way, then they might as well handle everything without him. The moment his outburst ended, an unexpected feeling of relief washed through Reem. Somehow, after shouting all of that out loud, he felt strangely refreshed, though even he could not understand why. After hearing Gordon's emotional eruption, the other beastmen looked at one another, their expressions slowly shifting into something almost sympathetic. They admitted that they already knew exactly what he meant, and that they truly understood how he felt. Then, one after another, they began venting their own complaints, grumbling that all demon lords were basically the same and repeating their frustrations about their own demon kings again and again. The focus then returned to the Tower of Lies. Belver stared at Dia in complete disbelief, his eyes wide with anger as he demanded to know whether Vergatalus seriously expected him to just accept the situation as it was. Vergatalus answered without the slightest hesitation, calmly confirming that yes, this was exactly how things stood, and that was the final spark that set Belver off. Belver shouted furiously, pointing out that Hillencargill had not even arrived yet, and on top of that, Vergatalus had not even built the tower on the mountain where it was supposed to be. His frustration boiled over completely as he yelled about the tower being only 82% complete, demanding to know who Vergatalus thought he was fooling with such a half-finished excuse. Vergatalus, however, did not look disturbed in the slightest. No matter how loudly Belver shouted, his expression remained composed, as though none of the accusations were worth getting worked up over. He replied in an almost casual tone that wherever he chose to build his tower was entirely his own decision. Jason then cut in, pointing out that the situation itself had not changed, since warriors were still aiming for the tower. With a mocking edge in his voice, he asked why Vergatalus had abandoned his own tower and come here in the first place. Jason sarcastically called Dia a demon king who had lost his tower, then brought up the lessons they had all supposedly learned back at the Demon King's Academy, praising him with obvious irony as the greatest leader ever. Vergatalus simply brushed off the ridicule without concern, saying there was no need to worry, because he would personally protect his own tower. But deep inside, Vergatalus knew there was something that had been bothering him for a while now. It was not Belver's shouting, nor Jason's mockery, but a suspicion that had quietly remained in the back of his mind. That concern centered on the Devil of Lies. When Jason tried to keep going with the same mocking tone, Vergatalus suddenly cut him off, making it clear with one sharp interruption that there was no need for any more useless commentary. Draxon, already visibly irritated, narrowed his eyes and asked whether Vergatalus genuinely believed Grand Duke Alan would simply overlook everything that had happened. Vergatalus answered with total indifference, saying it did not matter what that old woman had to say. Draxon said nothing for a moment, silently recognizing all over again just how stubborn Vergatalis could be. Then Vergatalis turned the question back on him, asking whether something was bothering him. Draxon gave only a short reply, brushing the matter aside and suggesting they move on. Inwardly, Vergatalis considered the situation carefully. Even if he somehow managed to catch them, there would still be no reliable way to prove anything with absolute certainty. For the time being, his doubts had settled enough for him to continue. He decided that avoiding unnecessary trouble was far better than risking exposure, and he reminded himself why they had come here in the first place. Their true objective was simple and far more important than everything else: collect 100,000 gold. Everything beyond that was secondary. As the demon lords continued their discussion, Vergatalis noticed that Burger was much more active than he had expected, openly taking part in the conversation instead of staying quiet. Watching from the side, Vergatalis came to understand something clearly. Even among demon kings, there was a firm hierarchy that no one could ignore. At the very top of that structure stood the demon king of lies, firmly seated in the highest tier. Vergatalis quietly observed everyone around him, gathering information while paying especially close attention to which demon kings seemed desperate for magic points. As he continued watching, Renee suddenly turned a cold, piercing gaze in Vergatalis's direction. The hostility in her eyes was so unexpected that, for a brief moment, even he was left confused by it. The setting then moved to the balcony on the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies, where Riona stood quietly by herself beneath the open air. She remained there alone, looking out into the distance, until Vergatalis approached and asked what was going on. Riona answered calmly, saying it was nothing secretive. After hearing the rumors spreading around, she had simply decided that she wanted a private conversation with him. Vergatalis was clearly caught off guard by the fact that she wanted to speak with him specifically. Riona turned toward him without hesitation and confirmed it directly, telling him that she agreed with some of his opinions. Vergatalis was visibly shocked by that answer, and immediately wondered whether Riona had ever said anything like this in his previous life. Riona, noticing the look on his face, quickly clarified that he should not misunderstand what she meant. She explained that she did not hate orthodoxy the way he did, and that she still firmly believed in classical values. However, she also believed that flexibility was sometimes necessary, especially in Aaron, and that was exactly why she had wanted to meet with him. She added that compared with the others, he was at least someone she could actually communicate with. Jia listened to her words, then answered honestly with his own thoughts instead of hiding behind formalities. Riona replied that his perspective was not bad at all, admitting that he was better than she had first expected. Vergatalis accepted the compliment with mild surprise still lingering on his face. Then Riona handed him an item and explained that it was a personal communication port. She told him that if he ever needed advice, he could contact her whenever he wished. Then, with a faint sharpness in her voice, she added that as long as he did not insult Jayanak in front of his wife, she would be willing to tolerate him. At the end, Riona said she hoped someone like Vergatalis, someone capable of holding a proper conversation, would not disappear anytime soon. Still puzzled, Vergatalis asked why she had not simply spoken with the Devil of Lies instead. Renee explained calmly that the Devil of Lies could not read his mind, and although he was superior to the other two, even he had limits he could not overcome. After saying that, she turned away and left the balcony without the slightest hesitation. Vergatalis remained there alone, quietly admitting to himself that he still could not fully trust her. Even so, Riona's clear-minded, composed, and honest way of carrying herself lingered in his thoughts as something unexpectedly valuable. That one conversation alone had made this entire meeting feel worth attending. Meanwhile, in another part of the tower, the focus shifted away from Vergatalis and moved to Burger's domain. On the first floor of Burger's tower, the princess arrived carrying a tray of freshly baked cookies she had prepared for Lower. Her eyes shone brightly, and her expression was full of unmistakable cheer as she presented the tray to him and eagerly urged him to try one. Lower stared at the tray in disbelief, genuinely surprised to see snacks inside a Demon King's tower. The princess gave a soft laugh and explained that the Demon King himself had purchased the ingredients. With the spirits helping her, she had tried baking the cookies on her own. Lower praised her immediately, calling her a genius spiritist, and remarked that the atmosphere around them felt far more comfortable than he ever would have expected inside a place like this. Encouraged by his words, the princess urged him again to taste the cookies. Lower chuckled and finally accepted one, deciding to eat it with gratitude. In his mind, however, he could not help thinking that the princess had been raised without ever needing to lift a finger, without even a single drop of water touching her hands. A homemade cookie made by someone like her could not possibly taste good, he assumed, but he resolved to praise it anyway. Yet the instant he bit into it, every thought in his head collapsed. The flavor burst across his senses with overwhelming force, and his mana began to sway violently out of control. In that very moment, Lower realized he had never tasted anything like this in his entire life. To him, those cookies did not simply taste good, they tasted like heaven itself. The princess watched him closely, her expression filled with nervous anticipation as she asked what he thought of the flavor. Lower could not pull himself away from the cookie, completely stunned by what she had managed to create. With a shy little smile, the princess explained that she had mixed a small amount of sesame oil into the dough. She waited anxiously for his reaction, then looked relieved when it seemed to have turned out well. Lower, meanwhile, struggled to understand why something so simple felt so unbearably precious to him. He could feel his mana draining away from him, only for it to surge back up again moments later, rising and falling as if the cookie itself had shaken something deep inside him. Smiling warmly, the princess explained that the cookies were a gift, something meant to help build a friendship for the future. Then, with a playful tone, she added that after watching his face for so long, she was certain he would buy them. Lower agreed with the feeling behind her words, though a slight hesitation still remained. Laughing, the princess then offered one to Granada as well. Lower reacted immediately, warning that the shock would be even greater this time, and his excitement only seemed to grow stronger. The princess then wondered aloud whether the demon king himself would enjoy the cookies too. Lower acknowledged the thought, and for a moment, the atmosphere between them settled into something gentle and unexpectedly warm. The focus then returned to Vergatalis, who had finished his conversation with Riona and made his way back to rejoin the meeting. But when he arrived, he quickly realized that everyone else had already left. Vergatalis looked around the empty meeting space and quietly realized that everyone had already vanished. Jason confirmed it without much concern, saying that the Tower's Harmony meeting had already come to an end. Dia could only comment on how surprisingly short the whole thing had been. Noticing the look on his face, Jason spoke lightly, offering him a cup of tea in case he was feeling any regret about missing the rest of it. Vergatalis immediately rejected that idea, insisting with a flat expression that he was not saddened by the meeting ending at all. Jason did not let the subject drop so easily. Instead, he continued in the same calm tone, saying that Vergatalis, as someone living among humans, desperately needed one thing above all else, and that thing was money. The bluntness of that statement struck Vergatalis like a sudden blow. His eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, the shock on his face was impossible to hide. Inside his mind, Vergatalis immediately questioned what Jason was truly trying to say. More importantly, he wondered how Jason could possibly know something like that, and where such information had come from in the first place. Jason made it clear right from the start that there was no point in pretending otherwise. There was no need for vague half-truths, hidden intentions, or pointless masks between them. Draxon, he explained, had already told him everything. For a brief moment, the atmosphere between them tightened, heavy with silent suspicion. But Jason simply waved that tension aside, as if it were nothing more than smoke in the air, and stated that wasting time on unnecessary psychological warfare would serve no purpose. Instead, Jason stepped straight into the center of the issue and laid out the deal in simple terms. Demonic energy points would be exchanged for human currency. The Demon King reacted with caution, his eyes narrowing as he demanded to know what Jason was truly after. Jason answered with a quiet chuckle, and only then did he finally begin to reveal his real intention. Jason declared that he intended to stand on the Demon King's side and align himself with Vergatalis. Then, with a composed smile, he expressed his hope that the two of them would work well together from that point on. His words clearly carried a willingness to cooperate, but even so, the full depth of Jason's motives remained hidden behind that calm expression. Soon after, the focus moved back to the first floor of Vergatalis's tower. Across the chamber, massive sacks stuffed with gold had been stacked in neat, heavy piles. This was the payment Jason had sent over as part of their agreement. The Demon King immediately gave swift orders, instructing his subordinates to take gold worth 100,000 and move it without delay. Hillen stood frozen where he was, stunned as the truth sank in. Jason had actually kept his promise. Even while accepting the gold, the Demon King did not lower his guard. He warned everyone there to use extreme caution and make absolutely certain that the source of the funds could never be traced. The deal had succeeded, yes, but that did not mean it was safe. As he considered the situation, suspicion continued to gnaw at him. Jason might have a way to track the flow of money, and if he could perfectly follow every movement of those funds, then the worst possible outcome would be Vergatalis becoming nothing more than that man's puppet. With Jason's true intentions still unclear, the Demon King understood that caution was the only path forward. Turning his attention to those gathered before him, he explained that everyone who remained had already been converted into dark knights and dark magicians. He then pointed toward the person standing in the center and identified him as Amon, a member of the Golden Moon Mercantile Group. The Demon King revealed that he had known this fact even back when the contract was first formed. Hillen listened in silence as the Demon King went on, bringing up the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians from the Tower of Urge and ordering that they be placed in charge of managing the funds. He emphasized that they would obey commands absolutely, without hesitation and without question. Meanwhile, the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians who had been forced into contracts by the Demon King burned with resentment. Humiliated by their fall into servitude, they silently cursed their fate and desperately wished for Hillen to rescue them from this nightmare. The Demon King spoke again, saying that the situation was not a complete failure after all. Everyone was still alive and the debt could still be repaid. The thought crossed Hillen's mind that this might even mean returning to hero activities in the near future. With a crooked smirk tugging at his face, he remarked that things did not seem so bad after all and suggested they could make it work, as partners. Those words sent a shock through the entire room. The Dark Knights and Dark Magicians of the Tower of Vergatalis stared in utter disbelief, while the Demon King's expression instantly darkened at the word partners. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the orb clenched tightly in his hand, activating the linked orb buried deep inside Hillen's brain. A surge of agonizing pain ripped through Hillen's body, stealing the strength from his legs and forcing him to collapse onto the floor, where he writhed helplessly. The Demon King looked down at him and corrected him in an icy voice. This was not a partnership. Their relationship, he made brutally clear, was one between master and slave. As Hillen continued to suffer silently on the ground, the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians watched with grim satisfaction in their eyes. In their minds, Hillen was finally receiving exactly the punishment he deserved. Hillen slowly processed the words slave and master through the haze of pain, and even with agony still coursing through him, he somehow forced out a weak joke. He remarked that he had never known the Demon King enjoyed that kind of game. The Demon King answered without even the slightest trace of emotion, stating flatly that he had never expected sincere loyalty from him in the first place. Then, with the matter settled, he ordered everyone to move out. Hillen remained sprawled across the floor, groaning as the lingering pain refused to fade from his body. As he lay there, the princess quietly approached him and held out a sealed letter, asking him to deliver it to her sister. Hillen immediately understood that she meant Alina, the 13th princess of Hilgeron, and acknowledged that delivering a letter to her was not impossible for him. But bitterness rose in his chest all the same, and he questioned why the princess had chosen to side with the Demon King. He knew all too well that her decision was exactly why he had ended up in such a miserable state. The princess apologized softly, but then explained that she had no intention of returning to the kingdom anytime soon. She said she trusted that a hero like Hillen would understand her choice, along with the hidden secrets surrounding the royal family. Hillen fell silent, his thoughts drifting toward the quiet rumors that had always followed the royal family of Hilgeron. He had heard fragments of them before, dark whispers unsettling enough to make even royalty tremble. If those rumors were true, then her actions were not completely impossible to understand. In the end, Hillen accepted her request and promised that he would deliver the letter to Alina, even though his body still ached and his pride had been crushed. Even in that state, he still chose to carry out the task. Sometime later, Pixel raised his concerns directly with the Demon King. Pixel made sure to clarify that he was not doubting the Demon King himself. What worried him was whether a hero like Hillen would truly obey orders without twisting them or straying from the intended path. Vergatalis answered calmly, explaining that Hillen Cargill was not a simple man ruled only by material desire. It might not be obvious at first glance, but Hillen did not possess the crude greed often found in humans who chased nothing but wealth. At the same time, the Demon King admitted that Hillen was hardly noble either. After considering his nature, Vergatalis concluded that Hillen was not truly chasing honor. He was chasing popularity. Everything Hillen did was forceful, flashy, and exaggerated because he wanted to stand out in front of others. If Hillen could be properly controlled through the Armani orb, the Demon King declared, then there would be no better spy than him. Pixel fell into quiet reflection, realizing just how thoroughly the Demon King had studied the nature of humans. That realization unsettled him, and he felt more strongly than ever that simply standing by and doing nothing was no longer an option. The Demon King then let a smirk spread across his face as he pictured what might come next. He said that watching a hero, now acting as a subordinate of the Demon King, Destroy human society from the inside would be a sight worth seeing. Pixel immediately agreed and reaffirmed his loyalty. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room, briefly confusing them both. The door opened, and the princess stepped in casually with a plate of cookies in her hands, offering them as if the atmosphere were completely normal. The Demon King accepted the plate and remarked that she had been entering and leaving the hall room far too freely lately. He warned her that if he found it annoying, he would throw her into the underground prison for an entire month. The princess was not shaken at all. With confidence in her eyes, she simply told him to try them first. Vergatalis glanced down at the cookies and remarked that they were nothing more than an ordinary human dessert. But the moment he took a bite, his expression changed sharply, as if the taste had struck him before he could prepare himself. Shock flashed across his face while the unfamiliar flavor spread over his tongue, leaving him momentarily caught between surprise and restraint. The princess watched him closely, her heart pounding in anticipation as she wondered whether he would like them the same way everyone else always did. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on the Demon King's face, but he still managed to smirk and admit that, for a human dessert, it was decent. Inside, the princess was completely stunned. He had endured it. The Demon King then pointed out that medicinal herbs had been mixed into the cookie, noting that the flavor itself was dangerous. The princess admitted it openly, smiling as she said she knew he would notice right away. The Demon King quickly connected her actions to the reward he had given her earlier. From that alone, he concluded that she was clearly seeking something specific from him in return. The princess gave a quiet little laugh, and without trying to hide anything, she admitted that his assumption had been right all along. For a short while, the Demon King said nothing at all, simply staring back with a composed face that could not fully cover the confusion in his eyes. And with that uneasy silence hanging between them, time began to move forward. Once they reached Molten Walk, there was barely any time to settle in. They quickly made their way to the teleportation circle and departed for Hilgeron, leaving the aftermath behind as order gradually returned under Granada's command. Before long, everything shifted to the headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries, where Granada's scattered subordinates began dragging themselves back one after another, each return making the atmosphere heavier. They were battered from head to toe, covered in bruises, and so drained they could barely stand straight. But to Granada, that pitiful sight did not stir sympathy. It lit the fuse of his anger. With fury burning in his eyes, Granada exploded at them, demanding how every last one of them could run the moment the first avalanche came crashing down. He shouted that they had abandoned their own captain without even trying to face the danger first. One of the mercenaries, his face puffed up from injuries and wet with tears, stumbled forward in desperation. His voice shook as he insisted Granada had it wrong and begged him to hear them out. He cried that Era Ergrist was the kind of nightmare where even true heroes had lost their lives, and asked how ordinary mid-rank mercenaries like them were supposed to survive in a place like that. If staying alive was the goal, he argued, running had been their only choice. Granada answered with his fist, striking him hard as he roared that no excuse, not even survival, could justify leaving a captain behind. Right then, a voice rang out from behind Granada, sharp enough to cut through the chaos and make him turn his head. A blonde female knight stood there calmly, her posture straight and her presence impossible to ignore. She introduced herself as Kay, then stated without hesitation that she was a hero, explaining that unavoidable circumstances had kept her from joining the hero expedition at the very beginning. But now that she had finally arrived, she wanted to make use of this chance while it was still before her. Even though she was late, Kay formally asked Granada to allow her to join the expedition. Granada stared at her with open confusion, unable to understand why a hero would come all this way only now. Meanwhile, some of his subordinates were already laughing over their drinks, loudly joking that she was the generous woman who had paid for all of them. Since their captain had been away, they casually suggested ordering yet another round, acting as if the whole matter were nothing. Granada shut them up at once by hitting them again and barking at them to close their mouths. Facing Kay again, Granada admitted that it had been kind of her to pay for the drinks, but then delivered the news she clearly was not prepared for. The hero expedition was already over. Kay froze in visible shock as Granada went on, explaining that Hillen Cargill and the others had already departed from Holton Walk. Kay reacted strongly, her expression tightening as if she could not accept what she had just heard. She apologized for speaking so boldly, but still begged Granada to tell her everything, especially the truth behind his failure. Inside, Granada made up his mind at once. He would say only what the Demon King had allowed him to reveal, and not a single thing beyond that. Soon, the two of them were seated across from each other in a restaurant, the noise of the room surrounding them as Granada slowly laid out what had happened. After listening to the full story, Kay placed a few gold coins before him, her face filled with disbelief she could not quite hide. That was when the truth finally settled over her. The Demon King's tower had not been located at the very top after all. Once Kay understood that, she realized there was no longer any reason for her to stay in that place. She thanked Granada for giving up his valuable time and explained that the gold was nothing more than a small gift of gratitude. Then, without lingering or turning back, Kay rose from her seat and walked away. After she left, Granada's subordinates sneered among themselves, brushing her off as some inexperienced hero who did not understand how the world really worked. They even mocked that she would be lucky if someone did not betray her someday. Granada's anger flared again as he threatened them, asking whether they were eager to lose a hand. He quietly watched as the knights moved away, keeping his eyes on every detail of what had just unfolded. Then everything shifted again, this time to a lonely alley in Holton Walk, where Kay arrived in silence and said it was time to return, because the princess's fiancé was already waiting for her. The answer came back firm and unshaken. There would be no return because the person speaking had decided to live as a hero instead. Hidden nearby, Granada stayed perfectly quiet, watching the exchange from the shadows without revealing himself. He had followed them for no grand reason, only because curiosity had gotten the better of him. But the moment he saw what was happening before his eyes, a chill crawled across his skin. Dark figures moved around the alley without making even the faintest sound, their footsteps so silent they hardly seemed human. Masks covered their faces, making it impossible to read their expressions or guess what they were thinking. Only then did the weight of it fully hit Granada. The hero standing among these people was actually a princess. Matters of the kingdom should have remained locked behind palace walls, far away from outsiders. And yet somehow they were unfolding right in front of him. Before Granada could pull back and disappear, a knight slipped behind him in an instant and pressed a cold blade directly against his throat. Granada's breath caught in his chest, and beads of sweat began forming along his temples as the danger became terrifyingly real. The knight demanded to know who he was, accusing him of spying while pointing out the strange, unfamiliar magic Granada had been using. Panic surged through Granada the moment he understood what that meant. The item he carried was no ordinary tool. It was a magical artifact personally given to him by the Demon King. If he were captured here, there would be no way to conceal the truth that he was one of the Demon King's subordinates. The knight's expression turned even darker, his eyes hardening with a cold, merciless light. Convinced that Granada was a spy from another realm, he made his judgment on the spot and declared that Granada could not be allowed to live. Fear swallowed Granada in a single rush. His thoughts immediately flew to the Demon King, regret crashing over him as he realized he had chosen the worst possible place to hide. His heart hammered violently while his mind spun, scrambling for any way out as he tried to decide what move could possibly save him. The moment a knight spotted Granada and their eyes met, Granada turned on instinct and bolted. He sprinted straight toward the palace entrance as alarmed shouts burst out from every direction around him. The knights raised their voices in panic, yelling that an assassin had appeared. Their cries echoed through the area as they warned one another not to let him get away. A wave of shock swept through everyone as the possibility sank in that this really might be an assassin. But the knights did not waste even a second freezing in fear. They immediately urged the princess to fall back, closing ranks around her and using their own bodies to guard her. At the same time, one female knight stood frozen in place, stunned by how suddenly everything had collapsed into chaos. As the alarm spread wider, Granada understood just how deadly his situation had become. He clenched his teeth, thinking desperately through his options. Right now, he was the only elf in all of Otenwar, and if he revealed or used elven power, he would instantly stand out as an obvious target. Even knowing that, Granada also understood he could not simply hold back and hope for the best. Doubt crept in as he wondered whether escaping from this place alive was even possible anymore. The knights moved with practiced precision, tightening their formation around the princess and shielding her from every side. They insisted she step back and leave everything to them, but the princess refused to retreat. With firm resolve in her voice, she declared that she was a warrior too, and would not hide behind the protection of others. Granada panicked inwardly, realizing there was no longer any room for hesitation. Even if his identity was exposed here, he had no choice left. Just then, the knights unleashed a volley of arrows toward him, driving the entire situation to its breaking point. Right as the attack was about to close in, the Demon King suddenly appeared, speaking as casually as ever and remarking that he had been wondering why everything was taking so long. In the next instant, The arrows flying toward Granada shattered in midair, broken apart as if they were nothing before the Demon King's overwhelming power. Granada stood there completely stunned, his eyes fixed on the impossible sight before him as he struggled to understand what had just happened. The Demon King spread his wings and rose into the air, a calm magic flame forming in his hand as though he had arrived for something completely ordinary. With a faintly amused tone, he commented that Granada must have been playing around in a place like this. Granada stared up at him, disbelief and irritation twisting together across his face as he recognized the figure above him, the Demon King himself. Even with that overwhelming presence right in front of him, Granada could hardly accept that it was real. The Demon King brushed the danger aside, saying there was no need to make such a big fuss over wounds that would heal with saliva anyway. Hearing that, Granada snapped back in frustration, making it clear that he was taking the situation very seriously. Panic spread through the knights at once, and they began shouting over one another, as if an unimaginable enemy had dropped from the sky. They immediately assumed the devil had come for the princess, crying out that he intended to kidnap her and drag her away as a sacrifice. The knights steeled themselves and swore they would protect the princess no matter what it cost. At the same time, the princess stepped forward on her own, her face calm but filled with resolve, declaring that her personal safety did not matter. She urged the knights not to hesitate for her sake. This was their chance to capture the Demon King, she declared, ordering them to attack without worrying about what might happen to her. The Demon King turned his gaze toward her, a trace of surprise crossing him as he realized something he had not known before. The knights reacted in disbelief, shouting angrily and rejecting her order as complete nonsense. Confusion spread rapidly through their ranks as they demanded to know why the Demon King would appear in a place like this at all. Granada, already irritated beyond measure, jumped in without holding back. He bluntly agreed with the knights, voicing his own annoyance as he demanded to know exactly why the Demon King had shown up here. The Demon King remained perfectly calm, listening to the chaos swelling around him while tension in the palace climbed to its peak. Then, with the same casual indifference as always, he explained that he had simply happened to be nearby while running an errand, and that relaxed answer only made the knights even angrier. The knights rejected his answer on the spot, their voices rising in anger as they shouted that such a casual explanation was obviously nothing but a lie. None of them could accept the idea that a being like him would appear inside the palace grounds for something as ordinary as an errand. Their suspicion quickly hardened into open fury, and as the air grew heavier with hostility, their angry voices crashed over one another until the moment slowly faded away. Time then shifted back to an earlier point. Inside the quiet tower, the Demon King sat with his usual calm expression, listening as the princess explained exactly what she wanted from him. What she asked for was senile powder. The Demon King understood the meaning behind her request almost immediately. Senile powder was known as a substance that helped people form contracts with spirits, and when the princess answered with a soft, knowing smile, her intentions became perfectly clear. From there, she began telling him an old story that reached back hundreds of years. Long ago, an elf named Senil had returned to the human kingdom, and after her return, the king personally gave her an order. The king wanted humans to form spirit contracts more easily and with fewer obstacles, so Senil was commanded to create a supplement that could help make that possible. After a long process of trial and effort, that substance was finally completed, and over time it became known as Senil powder. The Demon King then brought the conversation back to the princess herself, calmly pointing out that if they were talking about raw talent alone, she did not actually need Senil powder at all. The princess lowered her expression slightly, wearing a faintly sad look as she replied that he was giving her too much credit. She explained that, as he already knew, the tower contained very little mana. Without Senil powder to support them, her spirits would have a difficult time functioning properly in such a place. The Demon King told her not to stop there, then revealed that he had also been thinking about making a new contract with a higher-level spirit himself. The moment those words left his mouth, the princess became flustered, turning her face aside and puffing up in embarrassment. Even her fire spirit and water spirit copied her expression almost perfectly. After a short pause, she admitted that what he said might indeed be true, and the Demon King calmly confirmed that she was right. As their conversation settled, the princess quietly sank into memories from her previous life. Her thoughts returned to Hernan, who had formed a contract with a high-level spirit at the age of 27, a feat so rare that news of it had shaken the entire continent. Only a tiny handful of humans had ever managed to contract higher-level spirits, and now that same kind of contract was happening 7 years earlier than before. She had meant for this moment to become a surprise, but the Demon King had already seen through it. Remembering how she had left the palace and spent months living in the tower, she wondered what influence that choice, and her changed heart, had created. Uncertainty and blame continued to drift through her mind for a moment. But in the end, she decided it did not matter. If the tower's power grew stronger because of this, then so be it. The Demon King then casually picked up a cookie, took it into his hand, and remarked that he had eaten well. With that easygoing farewell, he rose from his seat, and the moment flowed back into the present. Vergatalis lifted his hand, and a fierce mana flame began gathering above it, dense, powerful, and almost suffocating in its intensity. He calmly explained that he had his own circumstances to deal with and intended to finish everything quickly, while the sight of that flame left the ninth princess staring in stunned silence. Without the slightest hesitation, Vergatalis released the flame. A massive explosion erupted through the area, tearing outward with violent force and swallowing everything in its destructive blast. As devastation spread across the ground, the Demon King suddenly noticed something he had not expected. His expression shifted with surprise, and he muttered as if realizing that a warrior truly was something different. Everything around them had been completely obliterated by the Demon King's flame. Yet, in the middle of the ruins and scorched earth, the ninth princess was still standing. From her body, a vivid green aura began to surge outward, bright with life and overflowing with strength. The Demon King stared at her in visible shock as the truth of what he was seeing slowly settled in. Around them, everyone else remained frozen, too stunned to speak or even move. The knights immediately turned toward the princess, shouting for her not to move and warning her that her life was in grave danger. Their panicked voices overlapped, but none of those warnings reached her. As anger surged through her, an even stronger and more violent aura burst from her body, spilling outward like a raging storm. Ignoring every desperate warning, she charged straight toward the Demon King and attacked him head-on. With both hands gripping her sword, she shouted in fury that a warrior's aura held the power to destroy the demon race itself. She declared that this was exactly why a warrior stood as the natural enemy of the Demon King. Then, rejecting the idea of being trapped inside a suffocating palace, she proclaimed that the battlefield had always been where she truly belonged. With one powerful swing of her sword, she unleashed Jespin's highest-level swordsmanship, Crescent Slash. The force behind the blade alone detonated the air, triggering a massive explosion that ripped violently through the surroundings. Grinding her teeth, she poured every bit of anger into the strike and focused everything on Crescent Moon Slash, the most difficult sword technique of all. It was a move that released aura in an instant, meant to cut down an enemy with one decisive attack, and it was said to be inherited only by the finest successors of the imperial family. As she attacked, her thoughts raced through the meaning of honor and pride, all of it tied to the sword and the path she had chosen for herself. She saw herself as a low-ranking princess, someone long treated as having little value, someone who could be sold off to a foreign king without hesitation. Even so, no matter how bitter her reality had been, she refused to believe she was meant to be treated as something worthless or vile. A deep sense of injustice flooded her heart. She remembered questioning her fate, seeking out the imperial swordsmanship instructor, and enduring merciless training day and night. She had done all of it for one purpose, to be acknowledged not as a princess, but as a warrior. And if she could capture the Demon King here, she believed that recognition would finally be hers. With that recognition, even under Bama's command, she could gain the freedom she had always wanted. Holding tightly to that resolve, she swore in her heart that she would save her husband. The warrior princess clenched her teeth as the tension between them reached its breaking point. Across from her, the Demon King remained calm and gathered a dense, terrifying aura into his hand. In the very next instant, he destroyed the warrior princess's sword completely, shattering it before her attack could reach its goal. He looked down at her fury-filled face, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips, and remarked that it had been quite a useful sword. The warrior princess froze where she stood, stunned by what had just happened. She stared in disbelief as pieces of her broken blade scattered through the air around her. The Demon King then added that his ultimate skill had been unleashed, saying almost casually that a warrior would not die so easily from something like that. As his words faded, a dark red aura, heavy with overwhelming negativity, began pouring out from Vergatalis's body. He rose into the air and hovered above the warrior princess, completely dominating the space around them. Below him, she looked up in terror as his crushing presence pressed down on her like an invisible weight. Sweat ran down her face, her eyes widening with fear while her body trembled so badly that she could no longer hide it. In a voice that shook, she admitted that the enemy before her was far beyond anything she had imagined. The Demon King answered with a vile grin, saying that being both a princess and a warrior made her useful in all sorts of ways. Those words drove her fear even deeper, leaving her frozen in place as shock and dread swallowed her completely. Her breathing grew uneven, and sweat continued pouring down as panic tightened around her chest. A desperate thought flashed through her mind. The terrifying possibility that the perverted Demon King might take her away too. Sensing the danger closing in, all the knights rushed forward at once, shouting urgently as they threw themselves between the warrior princess and the Demon King. Fully aware of the risk, they still planted their feet and stood their ground to protect her. In response, the Demon King unleashed a massive explosion. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, shaking everything around them as the battlefield was engulfed in raw destructive force. The explosion swallowed everything in its path. After the violent shock finally faded and several minutes passed, a thick fog hung over the devastated land before slowly beginning to drift apart. As the haze cleared, the aftermath came into view. The surrounding area had been completely destroyed. The ground was ripped open, structures had crumbled into rubble, and knights lay motionless across the battlefield, their bodies scattered throughout the wreckage. The silence that followed was heavy and chilling, broken only by debris settling back to the earth. 2 healers arrived soon after, and the moment they saw the scene, the color drained from their faces. Panic seized them as they struggled to understand what kind of explosion could have caused destruction on this scale. When they focused their senses, they felt dark, oppressive magic still lingering in the air. Realization struck them at once. This had been a demon's attack. Searching the area in a frantic rush, they spotted an injured figure lying nearby and immediately began calling out, desperate to know whether anyone was still alive. Their voices shook as they knelt among the fallen bodies. In disbelief and anger, they shouted about what the guards had been doing and demanded that another healer be summoned immediately. Among the wounded, one knight had somehow managed to survive, barely clinging to life. The knight weakly moved his lips, forcing out broken words about the princess and the Demon King. The 2 healers froze, shock flashing across their faces at the mention of a devil. They begged him to stay awake, pleading with him not to close his eyes and not to die. They urged him to explain everything clearly, desperate for even a few more words. Then the moment shifted away, and the setting changed to the dungeon of the Tower of Berg, where the Demon King had brought the warrior princess. She lay unconscious on the cold floor, her body covered in bruises and wounds from the brutal battle she had just survived. Another princess studied her carefully, uncertainty crossing her face as she wondered aloud whether this person might be named Senator. The Demon King calmly corrected her, clarifying that she was Princess K. Jespin, the 9th princess. He then declared that from now on, she would be living with them on the 4th floor of the tower. He added that she was fairly badly injured and needed proper treatment. If she was raised well, he said, she would become useful in the future. The princess agreed, though curiosity flickered in her eyes as she asked why another princess had suddenly been brought there. The Demon King answered casually, explaining that he had simply seen her on the way and picked her up. He went on to explain that this was done to earn magi points, since princes and princesses had to be kidnapped periodically. The targets, he added, could range from moderately high-ranking royals all the way down to those of much lower status. The princess grew even more curious and asked what magi points were, wondering what that term actually meant. At that moment, the Demon King's body stiffened slightly. His eyes widened just a little as a sudden realization struck him, and he thought to himself that he had almost spilled an important secret in front of a prisoner, wondering how he could have been so careless. He immediately suspected that the princess might have asked the question on purpose, so he denied it without hesitation, telling her she must have heard him wrong. Then, before she could dig any deeper, he quickly changed the subject and said he would bring her some senile powder, while the princess simply nodded and accepted his answer. As the Demon King turned to leave, irritation stirred sharply in his mind. He wondered if seeing her so often had made him lower his guard, then sternly reminded himself to get a grip. He was the Demon King, and the princess before him was still nothing more than a prisoner. After that incident, the news spread with shocking speed. The 9th princess of the Jespin Empire had been kidnapped. Across Otenwar, the information raced like wildfire, reaching every corner of the continent before long. The moment then shifted to the headquarters of the Hero Guild, where Hilan Cargill stood in the center of the room while the other heroes surrounded him and began questioning him with intense urgency. The air inside the room felt heavy, thick with suspicion and pressure. As the heroes listened closely to Cargill's explanation, one of them finally spoke, admitting that there did not seem to be a single lie in his words, and then asked him to swear that it was all true. Hilan Cargill lowered his head in shame. His expression weighed down as he admitted the truth. Though it humiliated him deeply, he confessed that he had failed to locate the Demon King's tower, and he declared that he would accept full responsibility for any failure caused by that mistake. Before the weight of that confession could fully sink in, another hero quickly reassured him, saying there was no reason for him to shoulder all the blame. If every warrior were condemned for the failure of a warrior's journey, he explained, then no one would ever dare to lead again, and he pressed that point even harder. Under those kinds of conditions, what warrior could possibly step forward and take command? Hearing those words, Hillen offered his sincere thanks, and some of the tension finally eased from his face. But just then, another hero brought forward a new piece of troubling information. He reported that at the very same time the warriors were forced to retreat, the demon king of Urgrist had kidnapped the 9th princess of the Jespan Empire. He added that the Jespan Empire had formally requested for the warrior's banner to be raised. Based on his previous experience dealing with Urgrist, he said this would be the fastest way to resolve the situation, then turned to the others and asked for their opinions. Hillen spoke again, regret clearly coloring his voice as he thought about the 9th princess's fate. He admitted that even he had been unable to find the top of the tower, so instead of rushing straight into war, he argued that it would be wiser to send a small reconnaissance team first to locate the tower. Once its location was confirmed, Hillen believed the actual subjugation would be much easier. In his view, a demon king who was truly confident in his power would never need to hide his tower in the first place. That kind of secrecy only suggested weakness. Around him, the other heroes began nodding in agreement, acknowledging that his reasoning made sense and that a powerful demon king would have little reason to conceal his stronghold. Several of them openly voiced their support. Others added that while this behavior went against what people usually expected from a demon king, a weak and cowardly one would not be a serious threat. They concluded that this demon king was probably no different. Finally, a hero who had remained silent up until then stepped forward. His expression had turned grave and serious as he declared that they should follow Hillen Cargill's advice until the tower's location was confirmed. With that decision made, he announced that the warriors' all-out war would be temporarily suspended. Hillen bowed respectfully, quietly showing that he accepted and agreed with the decision. As the meeting came to an end, Hillen's thoughts turned inward, silently addressing the Demon King in his mind. He wondered whether this outcome was exactly what the Demon King had intended, realizing that he had used his own authority to stop the Yangsa Act from being carried out. For now, he had bought them some time, and he quietly left the rest in the Demon King's hands. The scene shifted back to the Demon King as a surface opened before him, revealing Ramin's report on Hillen Cargill. He calmly acknowledged it and instructed Ramin to keep watching the situation. Still, a troubled look crossed his face as he reflected on everything that had happened, admitting to himself that he had never expected the Warriors Guild to start preparing. They had been preparing for an all-out assault. Letting out a slow breath, the Demon King felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without Hillen Cargill, he knew he would have been dragged into serious trouble, and he considered it a truly wise decision to have accepted them as members of his family. Outside the tower, Hillen Cargill and Granada were already on the move, using their influence from different directions. Thanks to their efforts, the warrior's departure could be delayed, giving the Demon King room to continue his plans as his attention returned once again to kidnapping a new princess. As those plans moved forward, Magi points began to accumulate steadily, quietly adding to his available resources. He also considered using the most valuable Armani beads as a powerful source of energy. Meanwhile, the dwarves continued working without pause, remodeling the tower and reinforcing the first floor until it became solid, sturdy, and nearly impossible to break through. Krudu's influence was also expanding little by little, growing stronger with each passing day. With contracts now formed with high-level spirits, including Princess Hernan, the Demon King understood that even a small group of elite warriors would have no real chance against him. At last, with his mighty tower nearing completion, the Demon King slowly turned his gaze beyond its walls. His thoughts settled on revenge, true revenge against the detestable warriors who had once killed him. In his mind, he pictured a land overflowing with powerful wizards and skilled warriors. That land was Amore, the famous city of magical engineering, and his desire was unmistakably clear. He intended to seize the entire place for himself, and he planned to do it without ever getting caught. The scene then shifted to the kingdom of Akan, and to its renowned city of magical engineering, Amore. On the outskirts of the world's largest magic market stood a small, unimpressive shop called Jetson's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper sat lazily behind the counter, looking as if business had long since forgotten him. He flipped casually through a newspaper, his face growing duller as boredom settled over him, and eventually he let out a tired sigh. As he read, his thoughts drifted through the latest rumors spreading across the continent. The 9th princess of the Jespan Empire had been kidnapped right after the hero expedition ended. Public anger toward the Hero Guild was growing because of their inaction, and the paper even reported that a hero named Roger was now being hunted. Taking it all in, the shopkeeper muttered quietly that it really felt like the end times. Then, all of a sudden, The bell above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a new customer. The Demon King stepped into the shop. The shopkeeper immediately set his newspaper aside, straightened his posture, and greeted the Demon King with an overly bright, friendly smile. He welcomed him with exaggerated warmth and asked if he was looking for anything in particular. The Demon King, however, barely reacted to the enthusiasm. His eyes swept across the dusty, run-down shop with clear disinterest before he finally said he was looking for senile powder and asked if they had any. In his mind, he remembered that the princess had personally asked him to bring the senile powder back for her. The moment the shopkeeper heard that request, his mood instantly shifted into excitement. His eyes lit up as he proudly declared that of course they had it in stock. The shopkeeper began talking with excessive cheer, almost as though the Demon King were the first customer he had seen in ages. Watching that exaggerated behavior, the Demon King only grew more irritated, silently criticizing how shabby and unreliable the entire shop looked. The kingdom of Akan was known far and wide as the sacred land of magical engineering, a place that drew heroes, mages, and alchemists from every corner of the world. Because of that reputation, all the famous shops were constantly packed with powerful figures. Even if demonic energy was carefully hidden, there was still a high risk of being detected in places like that. That was exactly why Vergatalis had deliberately chosen this quiet, isolated shop with almost no customers. The shopkeeper excitedly held up 2 glass vials filled with senile powder and laughed loudly, declaring that the Demon King was incredibly lucky today. He insisted there was no need to visit any other store, praising both his own shop and the Demon King's good fortune before announcing a special price of just 1 gold coin per vial, acting as if this were some once-in-a-lifetime festival sale. His excitement was almost like a merchant celebrating New Year's Eve. The Demon King, now visibly annoyed, told him to stop shouting and bluntly said the price was still too high. Then he picked up one of the vials and examined it closely, noting that senile powder was normally green, so he wanted to know why this one was purple. The shopkeeper laughed and explained that this was a newly developed version. Then, lowering his voice as if sharing a dangerous secret, he added that it had been secretly created inside the Mage Tower and had not yet been officially released. The seller continued his excited explanation, saying that this new senile powder had not yet reached the public market. He repeatedly emphasized that it was an extremely rare item, so rare that most people did not even know it existed. With a confident grin, he insisted that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, one even someone as impressive as the Demon King should not miss. He dramatically warned that if the Demon King failed to buy it now, he might never get another opportunity, adding that many powerful people were already searching for this special version of senile powder. As he spoke, the shopkeeper secretly smirked to himself and judged the Demon King's appearance, assuming the man before him must be some wealthy noble, since no ordinary person would come all the way to such a remote, run-down shop. Convinced of that assumption, the shopkeeper decided to squeeze as much money out of him as possible. The Demon King saw through the scheme immediately. His expression darkened as he realized the seller knew he had no better options and was deliberately trying to extort him. Anger rose inside him, and for one brief moment, the thought of killing the seller crossed his mind. But before anything could happen, the bell above the shop door rang once again. The seller instantly forgot about the Demon King and turned with a cheerful smile to greet the new arrivals. A group of people stepped inside, and one of them quietly whispered in disbelief to another, wondering why their search had to begin in such a shabby place. The Demon King looked toward the entrance and froze in shock. He recognized the newcomers immediately. It was Princess Louise and her knights. One of the knights spoke calmly to Louise, remarking that if Roger had even the slightest bit of sense, he would avoid showing himself anywhere that drew attention. Louise, however, was already irritated, openly complaining that she could not believe she had been forced to come to such a filthy dump because of him. Hearing that, the Demon King's unease grew stronger, because he was the one who had kidnapped Roger. Meanwhile, one of the knights approached the shopkeeper and politely explained that they were looking for someone. At the same time, the Demon King watched Louise carefully. He studied her sharp temper, her rough way of speaking, and, most noticeably of all, her distinctive twin tails. He became certain that she was Louise Ver. At the same time, he reassured himself that she probably would not recognize him, since he had used a magical item to hide his identity during their previous encounter. The shopkeeper gave an awkward laugh and told the knight that he understood they were searching for someone. Then, in the strangest possible turn, the shopkeeper suddenly claimed he suffered from a peculiar condition. Whenever he failed to sell anything, his memory stopped working properly. The knight stared at him in stunned disbelief, clearly unable to process such an absurd excuse. Louise snapped instantly, her rage bursting out as she hurled insults at the shopkeeper without holding back. In the next moment, she strode forward and brought her sword dangerously close to his neck, shouting that he clearly had no idea how serious this situation was, and accusing him of daring to extort her right to her face. The shopkeeper's face went completely pale with terror. He screamed that murder was forbidden in the royal capital and begged them not to kill him. Shaking from head to toe, he stammered that if they were going to threaten him, they should at least buy something first, and in his panic he hurriedly tried to recommend an item. Louise exploded again, staring at him like she could not believe such a person actually existed, and called him completely insane. Even under that terrifying pressure, the shopkeeper forced a trembling smile onto his face and made an outrageously reckless proposal. He declared that if they agreed to purchase even one item from him, he would willingly accept whatever punishment they chose afterward. Hearing that, the Demon King was left stunned into silence, unable to believe what he had just heard. Even Louise herself seemed caught off guard for a brief moment by the shopkeeper's sheer nerve. Louise stared at the shopkeeper in frozen silence for a few seconds, clearly taken aback by how recklessly he had spoken. Then, unexpectedly, she threw her head back and burst into laughter. Instead of growing angrier, she found him amusing, remarking that he was surprisingly interesting and deciding to hear what he had to offer. Seizing that sudden opening, the shopkeeper instantly changed tactics. He renamed the senile powder on the spot, proudly presenting it as ash powder, and confidently lying that it was an extremely valuable item, especially useful for dwarven masters. Without even blinking, he boldly announced a price of 3 gold coins. Watching this shameless act unfold, the Demon King felt his anger flare, his teeth clenching as he cursed the seller in his mind for trying to scam him first and now brazenly deceiving Louise as well. Yet, to the Demon King's shock, Louise seemed completely satisfied. She happily accepted the so-called ash powder, thanked the seller with a smile, and even offered him blessings before finally turning to her real purpose. With a calmer voice, she asked whether a dwarf named Roger had recently passed through the shop. The shopkeeper shook his head and admitted that this was the first time he had ever heard that name. Still, he quickly added that there was a well-known gathering place in Akan where blacksmiths usually met whenever they visited the kingdom, suggesting that someone there might know something. Louise considered the answer for a moment and found it reasonable enough, telling her knight that it was not a bad lead. She decided they should leave at once, and the knight agreed without hesitation. As Louise turned toward the door, she muttered under her breath that the shopkeeper's behavior was truly disgraceful. Once Louise and her knights finally stepped out of the shop, the heavy tension inside the room loosened all at once, and the Demon King released a quiet sigh of relief. After the door closed behind them, the Demon King raised an eyebrow and looked at the shopkeeper with a faint smirk. He casually remarked that selling worthless powder for 3 gold coins was actually impressive and admitted that the man had guts. The shopkeeper grinned proudly while pocketing the coins, clearly pleased with himself, and said he was glad the Demon King had stayed silent because Louise looked like the kind of young noble lady who would easily pay that amount. He also added with a sly smirk that someone like her would never kill him over a mere 3 gold coins. Then the seller suggested that the Demon King seemed rather interested in business, and for around 10 gold, he could even share a special secret. Inwardly, the Demon King judged him as an enormous scammer, but at the same time, he could not help admiring how skillfully he swindled humans, and somehow, he found it a little amusing. Leaning in slightly with a grin, the Demon King told the shopkeeper to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. The seller stared at him in surprise, completely confused. The Demon King explained that if he told them he had been sent by the mountain, the guild would accept him without question. As the seller calmly rearranged the remaining powder vials on the shelf, he wondered aloud whether the Demon King might have some connection to the Golden Moon Guild. He pointed out that the guild was nearly bankrupt and questioned why someone with such potential would involve himself with a place like that. The Demon King simply smirked again and revealed the truth in a calm but heavy voice. The woman the shopkeeper had just scammed was Louise Verdade. The instant those words reached him, the seller froze completely. His hands began trembling violently, and the glass vials slipped from his grip one after another, crashing to the floor and shattering into glittering pieces. His face turned ghostly pale as he stammered in pure terror, the realization striking him like lightning. That had not been just any noble lady. She was the infamous villainous princess, the dreaded mad dog, Louise Verdade. Shaking uncontrollably, he turned to the Demon King and demanded in a panicked voice to know what he wanted from him. The Demon King calmly placed a single gold coin on the counter, his tone cold and steady as he reminded the seller that he had already given his answer. He repeated that the man would join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, explaining that the monthly salary there was 1 gold coin. Then, with a slight smirk, he added a chilling warning. If the seller refused, he would personally bring Louise back to this very shop. The moment the seller heard that threat, he panicked completely. Color drained from his face, and he clasped his hands together in desperation, begging for his life and pleading with the Demon King to spare him from such a fate. But then, in a sudden and dramatic shift, his expression hardened. His fear vanished as though it had never existed, replaced by a sharp, mocking grin. He sneered that the Demon King should not think he would actually beg like that, then raised his hand aggressively and shouted in anger. He demanded to know who the Demon King thought he was trying to scam, ordering him to get out immediately. Then he dared him to bring Louise back, scoffing at the idea that even the infamous Mad Dog Princess would ever return to such a filthy, run-down shop. Without saying another word, the Demon King turned and left. As he walked out, the Demon King quietly muttered that things would go exactly as the seller wished. Then he went straight to Louise and told her everything that had happened inside the shop. The moment Louise learned that she had been deceived, her fury exploded like a raging inferno. She stormed back toward Jetson's paradise, her anger burning hotter with every step, while the Demon King watched from behind with a quiet smirk. Inside the shop, the seller saw Louise returning, and every bit of his confidence shattered instantly. Terror overtook him as he screamed and trembled uncontrollably. Completely broken, he finally handed over the real senile powder for only 1 gold coin. Once outside, the Demon King examined the vial carefully, turning it in his hand as he thought to himself that even the poorest slum shops sold normal senile powder like this. He silently cursed the seller all over again, now fully realizing just how shameless and rotten that scammer truly was. At that moment, Louise noticed him standing nearby. She approached him and thanked him sincerely, saying that it was only because of his help that she had managed to get her money back. The Demon King responded politely, then casually asked what she had done to that miserable shopkeeper. Louise clenched her fist in frustration and admitted that, since they were in a foreign country, she could do no more than teach him a small lesson. Still seething with anger, she muttered that she should have ripped his heart out. One of her knights quickly tried to calm her down, remarking in surprise that no one would have expected the little princess to become this furious. Hearing her words, the Demon King felt uneasy all over again. He thought to himself that Louise was still just as eccentric and terrifying as ever, especially after hearing her so casually mention ripping out someone's heart. Sensing the tension in the air, he quickly changed the subject and asked about the person she was looking for, confirming whether Roger was really a blacksmith. Louise's mood shifted instantly. Her eyes lit up with sudden excitement as she eagerly confirmed that Roger was indeed a blacksmith, then urgently asked whether the Demon King knew him or knew where he might be. In response, the Demon King took out a necklace and showed it to them, asking whether it might have some connection to Roger. The knight gasped in shock the moment he saw the necklace. He recognized it right away and explained that it was one of Roger's early creations. The Demon King then calmly began spinning a fabricated story. He said that 2 months earlier, he had happened to come across Roger in a tropical forest in Ormus. At the time, Roger had been starving, so the Demon King shared some supplies with him. As a token of gratitude, Roger had given him the necklace, and because it looked like the work of a true master, the Demon King had kept it. Louise took the necklace into her hand and clenched her fist tightly, her body trembling with anger. She admitted that she owed the Demon King yet again, adding that she would have loved to welcome him to the palace and treat him to drinks for 5 whole days. Unfortunately, the situation did not allow it. Hearing this, the Demon King grew uneasy and silently hoped she would restrain herself. Then Louise handed him an emblem. She explained that they needed to catch Roger before he could leave, so the Demon King should keep the emblem for now. She told him it could be exchanged for the finest equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. The Demon King thanked her and remarked that it seemed like it would be useful. He accepted the emblem and put it away. Soon after, Louise and her knights began preparing to leave, and the Demon King watched them as they moved off. One of the knights then asked Louise what she planned to do next. Louise answered that she would contact Her Majesty and request reinforcements. As she departed, a determined smirk spread across her face. She declared that this time, she would absolutely not let Roger escape, directing all of her fury toward him as she vowed that he had better wait for her. As the Demon King stood there, his thoughts turned inward, narrowing down to a single word that echoed through his mind. Heart. Numbers and fragmented memories rose up one after another. After his regression, he realized something important. He had been so focused on avoiding the path of a typical demon, so determined to act differently and control himself, that he had completely forgotten a crucial event. Before the regression, around this exact point in time, Duran had discovered the heart of a certain mystic beast. After finding it, Duran absorbed that heart and gained overwhelming power, a force strong enough to drastically shift the balance of strength. As that realization settled in, the Demon King understood that this was the power he truly wanted. Now reborn as a new Demon King, he knew his own current limitations all too well. Dimensional interference was still affecting him heavily, restricting the full extent of his true strength. If he fought Laws one-on-one under these conditions, especially with Laws fully equipped with Heilgear, even the Demon King knew the outcome would be uncertain. At best, he would only barely manage to win, and that would never be enough to take revenge on the heroes and survive in this dimension. The Demon King reached a firm conclusion. In the end, he had to increase his own power. With that plan taking clear shape in his mind, he decided what his next move would be. He would send Louise to Ormus, to the place where the Tower of Beasts stood. Once she arrived there, two monsters would inevitably collide. Those two would be the Mad Dog Louise Verdade and the Demon King of Beasts, Draxon Indaldeth. While those two tore each other apart in a brutal clash, the Demon King would remain hidden in the shadows, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And when the battle finally ended, he would step in and claim the prize for himself. The scene shifted back to the tower, where a ghostly mana-fused tool hovered quietly near the terminal known as Kineasher. Around it, the air hummed with power, as if the tower itself were waiting for the next command. Two new functions had been added to the tower, one that allowed the top floor's feature to be activated remotely, and another that made it possible to transfer items across distance. Without any warning, a box wrapped in swirling purple energy appeared in midair, its edges flickering as if space itself had opened around it. Then a calm voice echoed through the chamber, announcing the command to send an item. That was the nature of the new function. Far above, on the highest balcony of his residence, Demon King Piers Doss stood overlooking the land below. His gaze sharpened as he sensed something unusual, and he muttered that something had happened before telling Gordon to watch over the tower for the time being. He opened his status window and gave a direct order to his subordinate, commanding him to deliver the Senil powder to Princess Ernan Hildron. The item was a fine powdered potion infused with Heil spirit energy, an important material required to help form a Heil contract. Piers Doss added with quiet confidence that it would greatly benefit the princess. When Princess Ernan Hildron received the potion, her eyes immediately sparkled as she examined it closely, unable to hide her excitement. She exclaimed that it was top-tier quality and asked whether it had come from the kingdom of Akan. Gordon Dirrick gave a firm nod and explained that the Demon King himself had obtained it, then advised her to use it carefully. Meanwhile, inside the prison on the 4th floor, a blonde-haired girl sat calmly on the cold stone floor, her posture strangely serene despite the fact that she was still confined there. Elsewhere, in the middle of a fierce training match, she faced Garen head-on. Their swords crashed together with explosive force, and the energy around them clashed violently with every strike. Garen blocked her attack and glared at her with cold intensity, telling her that once she managed to win at least one time, then she could speak to him. On the 1st floor of the tower, where the new item had appeared, the dwarves were practically bursting with excitement. One of them rushed straight toward the massive blast furnace, his eyes shining like a child who had just discovered hidden treasure. He shouted in amazement, asking what the furnace even was and saying he had never seen anything like it before. He kept circling it, inspecting every inch, wondering out loud how such a thing could possibly operate, while Gordon stood behind him in silence and simply watched. The dwarf continued staring in awe, running his hand along the glowing surface as he marveled at the color, saying it almost felt alive. He declared that all of it was thanks to the Demon King's grace, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Then, overwhelmed with excitement, he swore that he would forge equipment worthy of the Demon King himself. In another place, Piers Doss observed the orc tribe from a distance and frowned, questioning what had happened to the orcs. His eyes turned toward a towering orc warrior, and he issued a firm order: hunt every monster in the surrounding area and grow strong enough to be useful. At that moment, a screen flickered to life, and Garen appeared to deliver his report. The Demon King nodded in approval and told him to guard the tower until he returned. Garen answered solemnly, promising that he would not disappoint him. In one swift movement, the Demon King leapt through the air and landed smoothly on top of a tall building. He instructed his subordinate to manage the tower directly, saying there was no need to travel all the way back to the kingdom. Nearby, a rabbit-eared subordinate responded with open admiration. The subordinate remarked that it was an incredibly convenient feature. Then, without warning, another call came through from Hillen Cargill. Piers Doss's eyes widened slightly as Hillen cautiously asked whether now was a good time to contact him. His expression quickly hardened, calm but alert, as he told Hillen to speak and asked what was happening. News arrived that the conquest of the summit of the Golden Moon had been completed. The Golden Moon Monastery was now under the management of the Black Knight and the Black Magician. The Demon King listened closely, then acknowledged in a thoughtful tone that this was significant. On the other side of the call, the man spoke with urgency, explaining that he was a 10-star warrior supporting him. Even if he failed once, he said, his reputation would still remain. That kind of reputation would not disappear easily. After listening, the Demon King gave his command. He ordered him to report everything to Granada, explaining that funding would come from the top of the Golden Moon. Then, in a quieter and more deliberate tone, he told them to secretly gather every elf slave across the continent. Hillen's eyes widened in shock as he repeated the words in disbelief. The Demon King's expression darkened, and a low laugh slipped from him as he mentioned a scammer named Jason, saying the man would be useful and should be allowed to act as he pleased. Hillen blinked in surprise, murmuring that it really was fraud after all. Piers Doss smirked as the memory of that man came clearly back to him. He remembered Jason as a pathetic fool who had once tried to scheme against him, and he had already uncovered every piece of personal information about him. With that thought, everything moved to another place. Standing before Jason, the shop owner, the Demon King glared down at him with a cold, oppressive gaze. In a voice filled with menace, he said he knew everything about him, then reminded Jason that he was not some nobody, he was the great Demon King. He warned Jason that if he did not come to him within a month, he would send the association after him. Jason trembled uncontrollably, crying out in fear, and not long after that, his shop was reduced to ruins. At the public training grounds, the sharp sound of clashing swords rang through the air while nearby students whispered among themselves, watching the commotion unfold. A man from the association appeared there and Granada, observing the situation through his screen, gave him a firm and unmistakable order. Granada told him to follow the Lord's command. The man immediately replied that he understood and would gather the members as quickly as possible. Still, deep inside, Granada felt conflicted. Saving the pirates had been one matter, but dragging them into the Demon King's affairs was something else entirely. Granada clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He wondered bitterly whether the Demon King had assigned this mission only because it served his own benefit. Nearby, a captain swung his sword during practice, while his eldest companion watched and asked why he was training in the 11th swordsmanship. The captain answered with irritation, saying he did not know and that some old man had simply told him to do it. The companion pointed out that the old man had lived 100 years longer than he had. A younger subordinate stared in disbelief and muttered that the captain must have lost his mind. Someone else then lightly suggested that the vice-captain should come up with a catchy name for it. They said that if the vice-captain moved, the rest of them would follow. At that moment, a rogue brat tried to flee, hiding from Granada like a frightened animal, and Granada's jaw tightened when he noticed. Granada could clearly sense the man's fear. Even so, he thought to himself that the whole situation was troublesome, and that after living as a slave all his life, enduring the Demon King's rule might still be better than what came before. Suddenly, roots infused with mana burst up from the ground, twisting around the rogue's body and locking him in place before he could escape. A sharp command rang out ordering him to stop. The captain shouted harshly, his voice filled with both pain and anger, telling the man that he was humiliating himself in front of his own men. Others began shouting as well, but Granada ignored all of their voices, focusing only on the scream in front of him. Hillen looked up with concern, sensing that something was wrong. Hillen asked what was happening, but Granada answered calmly that it was nothing. Not convinced, Hillen pressed further, asking what the man was doing now, what the Demon King had told Granada, and whether he was searching for treasure. Deep within the Rainforest Kingdom, events moved once again into the thick shadows of the jungle. The dwarf princess pushed forward through the dense forest, her armor brushing against tangled vines, while her companions hurried close behind her. A dwarf rushed up in urgency, reporting that airborne officers had delivered an ultimatum, and that an anonymous source demanded they withdraw immediately. But she did not slow down, her eyes burning with determination. She said firmly that she still had not found him, pressing deeper into the dark forest without any intention of turning back. Cold sweat rolled down her face as her subordinate urged her again, telling her that they had to inspect only the areas permitted by the anonymous order. But the princess clenched her teeth. Anger pushed through her hesitation as she refused, insisting there were still places she had not searched. Then her gaze locked onto Beast Mountain in the distance, and she suddenly froze. Even the Beast King's domain was considered forbidden, a place so dangerous that stepping into it was almost unthinkable. A dwarf cried out desperately for the princess to stop, but she stepped forward without pausing for even a second. She said it was fine because they would not dare touch her. Sweat soaked into her armor, but excitement burned fiercely in her eyes. With a sharp laugh, she dared them to challenge her, declaring that they were the royal family. She declared that the entire nation wielded dwarven weapons, and if their enemies wanted war, then war was exactly what they would receive. Then, under her breath, she added that she had not forgotten the fallen princesses from 200 years ago. Her eyes hardened with resolve as she thought about the Demon King, who had once been defeated in a single subjugation and was now rising again. She warned herself that she could not afford to rush forward blindly. Beside her, the small doll-like companion whispered nervously, asking what they would do if there had never been any loggers here in the first place, and whether that man might have fooled them. Her glare sharpened instantly. She admitted coldly that it was possible, but told the doll to stay quiet unless it wanted her to knock its head off first. Without waiting for a response, she marched ahead again and glanced toward the distant tower. Inside the tower, someone urgently warned the Demon King that the situation had become serious. The Wolf Demon King slowly lifted his head in response. A demon girl appeared before him and bowed, reporting that the dwarf princess was approaching Beast Mountain. His eyes widened at once, and rage twisted across his face as he demanded to know why that crazy princess was there. He wondered if she had come to interfere with the heart of reincarnation. The security around that chamber was absolute, and even the pure mana sealed within the magma core could not be altered. Not even 10,000 spirits combined would be able to move it. If he absorbed that power, he thought he would obtain the strongest weapon. He muttered that the aggravation work was already in its final stage and questioned why this had to happen now. Then, like lightning striking his mind, realization hit him all at once. "Stop her!" he roared, his voice cracking through the air like a command no one dared ignore. "Do not let that princess get any closer." But before his servants could move, he snapped out one more order, sharper than the first. "You are not to kill her, and you are not to seriously wound anyone either." The demon servant stiffened, clearly caught between obedience and fear. After a tense pause, he lowered his head and answered carefully, "That will be difficult, my lord." The Wolf Demon King's eyes narrowed at once, and his voice dropped into a dangerous growl. "What do you mean by that?" Deep within the forest, the princess suddenly stopped in her tracks. The path ahead was no longer empty. A huge, muscular figure stood there like a living wall, blocking her way completely, and the pressure coming from him was heavy enough to make the air feel tight. His tone stayed calm, but every word carried a deadly edge. "Are you insane? Are you trying to get yourself killed here? Why did you come all this way?" The princess only narrowed her eyes, refusing to show even a hint of fear. "The pride of the dwarves will never bow to intimidation." "This is Demon King territory," the man replied, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "No one is allowed to enter. Didn't anyone warn you?" A low, dark chuckle slipped from his mouth as his eyes sharpened. "Step into a place like this, and there is always the chance you'll be slaughtered by demons." This man was Max, the Prince of Ormus. The princess answered him without the slightest hesitation, her voice hard and unshaken. "They won't lay a hand on me. Move aside." Then she threw her command behind her. "Don't come back until you find the logo." Max's face tightened, irritation twisting across his expression. Max clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking that dwarves truly had no sense at all. His mind drifted back to the all-out war from 1 year ago, near the kingdom of Jasper, the land that bordered the Demon King's castle. "I made quite a profit back then by supplying war resources," he said with bitterness hanging in his voice. "And because of that so-called profit, Jasper only grew stronger." His gaze darkened as he looked at her. "But if you die here, killed by the Demon King's subordinates, this time things won't end the way they did before." Behind the princess, a surge of dark red energy suddenly burst into the air, twisting and raging like a storm of blood-colored flame. From within that violent aura, a faint whisper seemed to crawl into the battlefield. "If you are going to die today, then take the Demon King's head with you." The princess paid no attention to the desperate cries of her subordinates behind her. Her eyes stayed locked on Max alone, cold and unwavering, as if the entire forest had disappeared except for the enemies standing in her path. "In our country," Max began, his voice low as he prepared to speak, but the princess cut him off with a sharp sneer before he could finish. "Enough!" In that instant, the fragile tension between them snapped. Both sides readied themselves to attack, and the forest itself seemed to tremble as their power surged outward. Then, from the darkness between the trees, more men began stepping into view. Their voices rang out with greedy excitement. "Now it's our turn to reap the rewards." Max's fingers tightened around his weapon, and his order came cold and ruthless. "Kill them all." In the next moment, his soldiers and hunting hounds spread out around the dwarf princess, surrounding her from every side and cutting off every possible escape. "For the prosperity of the kingdom of Ormus," Max declared, his eyes empty of mercy, All of you will die here. Rage began pouring from the princess like heat from a furnace as she lifted her axe. You dare lay a hand on me in this place? You cowards. From far across the battlefield, the pounding sound of a demonic gallop echoed through the trees. Inside the tower, the wolf demon king erupted in disbelief. What? Stop this immediately. His eyes widened as the truth of the situation struck him like a blade. The forces of Ormus were not simply attacking by accident. They were planning to kill the princess and place the blame directly on him. In that moment, he understood that a full-scale offensive, just like the one from 200 years ago, had already begun. Outside the tower, monstrous demonic creatures were sent out at once, rushing toward the battlefield with terrifying speed. The wolf demon king's expression turned grim as one thought pressed heavily in his mind. The princess had to survive no matter what. As bloodshed and violent mana began staining the forest, Max's comrades pushed forward without mercy. Their movements were swift and precise, and one after another Worf soldiers were cut down with terrifying efficiency. The battlefield quickly turned savage, filled with screams, flashing weapons, and the heavy scent of blood. Then, in the middle of that brutality, a golden shield suddenly burst to life around the princess, shining like a barrier against the chaos. "Release them all!" the princess shouted, her voice cutting fiercely through the roar of battle. One wounded dwarf struggled to speak, blood and exhaustion weighing down his voice. "Princess, their advantage is overwhelming. We can't beat them head-on. Please run. We'll open a path for you." The princess clenched her teeth, and instead of retreating, the fury burning inside her only grew brighter. "This is so frustrating," she growled, her grip tightening as if she wanted to crush the entire battlefield with her own hands. "I'll smash everything myself." The doll pleaded desperately for her to calm down, but the princess ignored it completely, her rage already drowning out every warning. Max raised his weapon as wild mana flared around him, flickering violently like a storm ready to break. A sneer spread across his face. "So you protect yourself like a turtle, hiding behind that pitiful shield." But at that exact moment, a blast of purple energy exploded right in front of him, violent, blinding, and impossible to ignore. Max froze where he stood, staggering slightly as shock flashed across his face. Magic! His mind raced as he stared into the sudden burst of power. Has one of the Beast King's subordinates already arrived? Above them, a dark purple aura thickened and spread, growing colder and heavier with every passing second. Then a steady voice echoed toward Max, calm enough to be terrifying. "The Ormus attack was never part of my plan. Humans were far too unpredictable, too complicated, and far too quick to twist any situation into something far more dangerous than expected." Max's body went rigid, his eyes widening as realization struck him. You are not a beast demon." At the very same time, both Max and the princess felt their bodies tremble beneath the overwhelming presence of the Demon King. Piers Doss appeared with a mocking smile curling across his lips, his presence cutting through the battlefield like a blade of ice. His voice turned cold as he spoke. "Die here, Princess of Ormus." Then he activated the equipment magic tool on him, a facial recognition mask, and his expression remained unshakable. The Demon King had already made up his mind completely. Someone suddenly cried out in panic, "They're high-level demons!" At that same moment, Max stood before the Demon King, his face cold as he gave another ruthless order. "Kill the princess while I deal with her." But the guards who had been behind Max only moments earlier were no longer steady at all. Terror spread across their faces, their confidence collapsing in an instant, and they scattered in different directions, desperate to escape the crushing pressure filling the air. Then Max heard it, a sharp, rapid rhythm of footsteps pounding toward him at incredible speed, cutting through the chaos like an approaching strike. Someone was charging straight at him, closing the distance without slowing down, and that furious voice was screaming his name with unmistakable rage. It was none other than Princess Louise Werft. Her voice rang out across the battlefield, burning with fury as she shouted, "How dare you do this right in front of me? Seal your eyes." As her shout tore through the air, an unbelievably terrifying power erupted from her body. The atmosphere trembled under the force of her aura, and the very space around her seemed to shake beneath its intensity. Seeing that explosive power, Max thought bitterly to himself, wondering why she was so quick to drag the topic of dwarves into this. Of course, the real priority was dealing with this uncontrollable princess first. Even as he tried to keep his face calm, a faint trace of fear slipped into his heart. On the other side of the battlefield, the Demon King's body began releasing an even more monstrous aura. The pressure grew so dense and suffocating that it almost felt physical, pressing down on the ground, the trees, and everyone caught in its path. All at once, that dark aura coiled around Max's body like invisible chains and locked him in place. His eyes widened as he struggled against it, panic flashing through him. Did he bind me with magic? What the heck? Max's body refused to move no matter how hard he fought. The crushing pressure pinned him in place, freezing him exactly where he stood. In that instant, Princess Louise Werft flashed forward, moving with such unstoppable speed that she seemed to cut through the battlefield itself. With one decisive strike, she cleaved Max's body cleanly into two pieces, and even after landing that brutal blow, she did not hesitate for a single moment. She continued rushing forward as if nothing could stop her. Her anger had not faded at all. If anything, it burned even hotter. Without giving Max another glance, she advanced toward the remaining enemies, fury still pouring from her body, ready to strike down anyone foolish enough to stand in her way. The soldiers trembled the moment they saw Princess Louise Werft coming toward them. Fear seized their hearts, and without even trying to hold their ground, they scattered in every direction, desperate to escape the terrifying force surrounding her. Her power was so overwhelming that standing against her felt impossible. But inside her mind, Princess Louise Werft was searching for something else. Where had that demonic energy gone? Where did that demon disappear to? She swept her gaze across the battlefield, carefully searching for any trace of the dark aura that had filled the air only moments earlier. But before she could find an answer, a few of Max's surviving soldiers forced themselves to step forward. Gathering what courage they had left, they shouted at her with anger and arrogance in their voices. How dare a dwarf like you attack the prince? You are the prince's enemy. Their words rang across the battlefield, but even as they yelled, they could feel the terrifying energy pouring from her body. The air around the princess seemed to vibrate under the weight of her power. Princess Louise's expression hardened, her eyes turning colder as the pressure around her continued to rise. Her aura flared even more intensely as she shouted back at them. You came here to kill me first, and now what? I'll send you to join the prince too. Her voice rose higher and fiercer with every word, overflowing with rage, while the ground beneath her feet trembled under the force of her unleashed strength. Just then, the dwarf soldiers finally arrived at the scene. Without wasting a second, they shouted, "Form a shield! We must protect the princess. Don't let them get near her." Moving quickly and in perfect coordination, they built a defensive formation around her. From within that shield wall, several soldiers rushed out alongside the others and launched counterattacks against the approaching enemies, throwing the forest into even deeper chaos. Massive explosions thundered through the trees, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet as powerful attacks crashed into each other again and again. Smoke rolled across the battlefield, and violent shockwaves tore through the surroundings, ripping through the forest as the clash grew more destructive by the second. At a distance from the chaos, the Demon King stood silently, watching everything unfold with calm, unreadable eyes. As he observed the destruction and the fierce battle raging before him, he spoke quietly to himself. You won't die at this point, Louise. All right then, the protagonist murmured, his gaze sharpening as the trap finally began to take shape. Take the bait, Beast Demon King. With that quiet declaration, he prepared to move his true plan forward, slowly lifting his eyes toward the enormous structure rising ahead of him, the towering Beast Tower. The moment the view shifted toward the tower, a massive wave of power rolled out from within it. The energy was thick, heavy, and almost suffocating, pressing into the air so strongly that the space around the tower seemed to tremble. Inside the tower, the Beast King stood in a storm of rage, glaring down at one of his subordinates. His furious voice thundered through the chamber, echoing off the walls as his anger filled the room. Just then, the subordinate hurriedly spoke up, her expression tense. Demon King, this magic is... But before she could finish even that sentence, the Beast King cut her off sharply, already understanding what she was trying to say. Yes, he said coldly, his eyes hardening. It does not come from my kin. His voice grew heavier with suspicion. Another demon lord has sent demons into my territory. If their power is already at this level, then are they high-ranking elite demons? Or something even above that? His expression darkened further, rage barely held behind his clenched jaw. Inside his mind, the Beast King began piecing everything together. Right now, the Dwarf Princess and Prince Max of Ormus were clashing, and at the same time, other demon tribes were invading his land. The more he thought about it, the more unnatural it felt. The timing was far too perfect. I'll have to confirm it myself. With that decision made, the scene shifted back to the forest. The Beast King arrived on the battlefield with a heavy, commanding presence, and the first words out of his mouth were a furious demand. What happened to the dwarf princess? And where is that invading demon bastard? One of his men immediately tried to answer. Demon King, that is, the soldier began, but before he could get the words out, another one quickly stepped in and lowered his head. Sorry, we had just arrived. By then, the princess was already surrounded by the Ormus soldiers. The moment the Beast King heard that, the anger in his eyes burned even hotter. His aura flared violently as he glared at them, and a grim thought tightened inside his mind. This was bad. If the same kind of general offensive from 200 years ago happened again, he still did not have the skills needed to stop it. As that uneasy realization pressed down on him, one of the beast soldiers spoke up nervously. The princess was already surrounded by Ormus soldiers, the beast soldier said quickly. I tried to save her, but then, before he could fully explain what had happened next, the battlefield itself gave the answer. Princess Louise Werft stood in the middle of the chaos, and the sight was absolutely terrifying. She was cutting through every soldier in front of her with a brutal, unstoppable assault, her weapon flashing again and again as not a single man managed to stand against her. Her own soldiers watched in alarm, their faces pale as they shouted toward her. Princess, stop. If you keep going, this is just slaughter. Their voices were urgent, almost desperate, as they tried to reach her through the storm of rage surrounding her. But Louise's fury showed no sign of calming down. The view returned to the beast soldier as he lowered his head and finished his report in shame. The princess handled it on her own, so we couldn't save her. I'm sorry, Beast King. The Beast King's face twitched with irritation the moment he heard that. Don't confuse me, you idiot, he snapped, his patience finally breaking. In his anger, he struck the soldier hard enough to make him recoil. The man immediately dropped into a bow, trembling as he apologized over and over beneath the Beast King's furious glare. A moment later, more soldiers arrived at the scene, and several powerful beasts moved with them, their heavy steps adding even more tension to the already chaotic battlefield. One of the newcomers hesitated before delivering his report. Prince Max of Ormus was killed by the dwarf princess. Another soldier quickly looked toward the Beast King and asked, what should we do with the remaining Ormus warriors? None of them moved on their own. They were clearly waiting for his permission before taking any action. The Beast King stayed silent for a moment, his expression dark and calculating. In his mind, he weighed every possible outcome. If he killed these men now, Ormus would use it to blame him for the prince's death. It might be the fastest way to earn magic points, but kidnapping and murder were not treated the same. Even if Ormus was only a small country, a grieving king who lost his son could still become a serious problem if he lost control. The Beast King turned toward his soldiers and gave a firm, icy order. Send them back alive. These men need to give proper statements so I don't end up falsely accused. His voice stayed cold and controlled. Even so, the tension behind his words was impossible to miss. Then he shifted his gaze toward the rest of his troops and asked sharply, have you found the demon that invaded my territory? The soldiers froze for a second, visibly hesitating. We're still searching. Their answer trailed off awkwardly, each word making them sound less certain than the last. The Beast King grabbed his head in frustration. Pathetic. All of you. Not only are your heads useless, but even your noses can't do their job. His anger was obvious, but after a moment, his expression shifted into deeper thought. No, he muttered inwardly. If it's a high-level demon skilled in stealth, then it's no surprise these fools couldn't track it. His eyes narrowed as the situation grew more serious. It's been a long time since I've faced something like this. With that, the Beast King activated one of his techniques, sensory super maximization. It was a powerful method that poured magic directly into the sense organs, pushing every sense far beyond its natural limit. Once mastered, the technique could even pick up the faint traces of stealth magic that would normally stay completely hidden. The Beast King focused in silence, spreading his magic outward through the forest like an invisible web, searching every shadow and every broken trace of energy. After a short moment, he sensed it. There were traces of an unfamiliar demon still lingering in the area. His expression sank into something darker. If that bastard had gone after the dwarf princess. He immediately turned toward his soldiers, his voice sharp and urgent. Which direction did the dwarf princess run? One soldier quickly pointed into the forest and answered, she went that way. But before the soldier could even finish speaking, the Beast King had already vanished from the spot, moving with terrifying speed. As he tore through the forest, his furious roar ripped across the trees, shaking the air around him. That damn bastard Demon King! In one terrifying instant, the Beast King understood everything. His eyes widened as each piece of the trap snapped into place inside his mind. The dwarf princess, Prince Max of Ormus, even the exposed magic. It had all been bait. The entire setup was meant to lure him away from the volcano. Rage surged through him like wildfire, and his aura erupted violently as he charged forward at tremendous speed, heading straight for the mountain. The ground cracked beneath his steps, and the wind howled around him as he rushed onward. The scene shifted deep into the Beast King's territory, to a massive cave hidden near the volcano. The entrance and surrounding paths were heavily guarded, with numerous beast warriors stationed throughout the area. Demons could be seen carrying materials in and out of the cave, moving quickly and with strict discipline. Every part of the place felt like a secret operation already in motion, hidden away from the eyes of the outside world. Then the view moved deeper into the cave, where a calm voice spoke. The heart of Wanzu. It was none other than the Demon King himself, already standing inside the hidden location. Before him stretched a massive pool of extraordinary lava, and he observed it with careful, unreadable eyes. The molten flow glowed in an unnatural way, giving off a strange and powerful energy that did not belong to ordinary lava. Indeed, this is no normal lava, he said thoughtfully. The energy of return is being transmitted here. No matter how durable Draxon was, jumping into this would have been impossible for him. So they were secretly constructing a way to drain the lava. He looked over the glowing depths without concern. Not that I mind. As he spoke, dark energy began rising around his body, wrapping him in a dense and ominous aura. Several mysterious abilities activated around him one after another as his power intensified. Flames swirled over his form, yet not a single spark seemed able to harm him. He spoke calmly, almost with complete confidence, because the black flame dragon scales can move even through lava. Just as the Demon King finished speaking, someone nearby suddenly sensed his presence. A tiger demon, sharp-eyed and instantly alert, locked onto him without hesitation and launched a full-force attack the moment he found him. The tiger demon poured all of his strength into his weapon and struck with deadly intent, aiming to crush the intruder in a single blow. But the Demon King simply raised one hand, calm and unmoved, and stopped the incoming attack as if it carried no weight at all. The weapon could not move forward even an inch. The Demon King did not look troubled in the slightest as he spoke. At this distance, it was inevitable that a high-level demon would discover me. The tiger demon's fury exploded as he bared his fangs and shouted, "Stop right there!" But before he could make another move, the Demon King's cold voice cut through him. "You should come with me." With that, the Demon King seized the tiger demon and dragged him along, leaping straight into the enormous pool of lava without the slightest hesitation. As they plunged into the burning molten depths, the tiger demon's screams echoed through the cavern. His body was completely destroyed, burned away until not even a trace remained. But the Demon King was unharmed. The black flame dragon's scales covering his body protected him fully from the lava's devastating heat, and the molten fire slid over him as if it were nothing. Moving rapidly downward through the blazing depths, he continued his descent without slowing. As he sank deeper, he thought calmly, "Now then, Draxon. After absorbing the heart of the beast in my previous life, my regenerative abilities became unbelievably powerful. I often wondered what kind of recovery power I had truly taken into myself." A faint smile formed on his face as the memory surfaced. Then, far below in the blazing depths, something appeared before him. A phoenix. Even within the lava, the phoenix's presence radiated immense power, shining with an overwhelming force that could not be mistaken for anything ordinary. The Demon King recalled what he had once learned. During my time as a Demon King cadet, the existence of the phoenix was confirmed across multiple dimensions. I saw the records myself. The phoenix can transcend dimensions, ranging from divine beings to entities that rule only within their own realms as ultimate destroyers. The scale of its power can vary greatly. His eyes narrowed as he studied the being before him. But there was one thing they all had in common. Every demon lord who completely absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to carve their name into the history of the demon world. A quiet satisfaction settled across his face as the meaning of that truth sank in. Deep inside his own thoughts, he spoke in a low, almost silent voice. "Draxon, thank you. Because you absorbed the phoenix in your previous life, I'm able to stand here in this moment now. That power was the one strength of yours I had ever truly envied. And in this life, I'll make sure I use it properly from here on out." The Demon King slowly reached one hand forward, and in the next instant, a terrifying surge of light exploded from the center of his palm. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it pierced far beyond the cave itself, shining across the distant sky and washing the surrounding mountains in blazing radiance. Far away, the Beast King caught sight of that blinding flare, and his face twisted with a mixture of shock and furious disbelief. "Who the hell found out about my phoenix?" he growled, his mind instantly racing through the possibilities. Could it be Vergadalus? But almost as quickly as the thought appeared, he threw it aside. No, Vergadalus would never move unless there was a clear benefit waiting for him. The Beast King kept charging forward at terrifying speed, his mind tearing through the situation. Aside from the adjutant who was supposed to be stationed above, there shouldn't be any high-level demons here. No newly risen demon lord should have been capable of discovering this place. The security had been handled flawlessly. There was no room for carelessness. In the blink of an eye, he reached the mouth of the cave. The guards stationed there froze, their voices stumbling as they tried to speak. "Demon," one of them started, but the Beast King shoved past them without slowing down. With a sharp command, he ordered everyone to stay back and strode straight into the cave. As he pushed deeper inside, his thoughts moved rapidly, trying to narrow down who could possibly be responsible. Uger didn't have the intelligence to arrange something this carefully. And as for Rena of the Snow Demon tribe, the Phoenix carried a powerful fire attribute. To her, that power would be closer to poison than treasure. If that was true, then only one possibility remained. The Beast King snapped his gaze toward his soldiers and demanded, "Are you safe?" One of them quickly answered, still shaken, explaining that earlier, the tiger had suddenly leapt straight into the lava. "That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible." The Beast King snarled, his voice sharp with disbelief as if the very idea offended him. The soldier trembled as he forced himself to continue. He said the tiger had declared he was going to steal it. "Demon King, it's dangerous." A shout rang out from the depths of the cave, swallowed almost immediately by the roaring brightness pouring from within. The immense light only grew stronger, flooding outward with more force every second. The glow spilled far beyond the cave entrance, stretching across the land until even those at a great distance could see the impossible radiance. Far from the cave, several figures stood witnessing the extraordinary sight. Princess Louise Verft, the merchant Granada Hillen Cargill, and Princess Elena, all gathered with their soldiers nearby. None of them said a word. They simply stared at the eruption of light in stunned silence, unable to look away from the blazing spectacle. Back inside the mountain, the Beast King's rage finally reached its breaking point. His fist clenched hard, his aura detonating around him like a storm, and he roared with killing intent, "I will kill you!" Then, within the burning depths of that blazing light, the Phoenix finally appeared. Deep within an old, densely packed forest, towering trees stretched so high that most of the sunlight could barely slip through. The air was thick with the smell of wet soil and moss, and for one brief moment, a strange sound echoed between the trunks. The noise was sharp, unnatural, and gone almost as soon as it appeared, leaving the forest quiet once more. Among fallen leaves, snapped twigs and patches of shadow, a motionless figure lay on the ground. It was Vergadalus Doss. For a long while, his body did not move at all, looking almost as though life had completely left him. Several silent minutes passed before, at last, his eyelids gave the faintest tremble. Slowly his eyes opened. His gaze was clouded with confusion as he stared up at the tangled branches and leaves hanging above him. His mind struggled to understand where he was, or how he had ended up in a place like this. As his senses slowly returned, he realized he was not alone. A number of animals had gathered around him, all keeping a careful distance. Wolves stood quietly in the shade. Smaller forest creatures peered out from behind the bushes, and birds watched from the branches overhead. Yet strangely, none of them attacked him and none of them ran away. They only watched, their eyes fixed on the mysterious human who had suddenly appeared in their territory. Paying little attention to that silent audience, Vergadalus slowly forced himself upright into a sitting position. His body felt heavy, and his thoughts were still scattered. He searched through his memories, trying to find the last thing he remembered before losing consciousness. For several seconds, there was nothing but a blank haze. Then, all at once, the memory came back. The Phoenix. Everything had centered around that creature. From the very beginning, his plan had been simple and precise. Once he killed the Phoenix, he intended to place its corpse into his personal subspace and safely transport it back to his tower. It was a calculated operation, the kind he had performed many times before with other rare magical beasts. But right before he could complete the task, something completely outside his expectations had happened. The instant that overwhelming power entered his body, the entire volcano erupted with violent force. The explosion that followed was nothing short of catastrophic. The blast struck him with such force that it threw him away from the mountain like a helpless ragdoll, sending him flying across the sky until he finally crashed down somewhere inside this distant forest. The whole situation was irritatingly troublesome. After walking for a short while, he reached a narrow stream winding gently between the trees. He knelt beside the water and leaned forward to inspect his reflection. The moment he saw himself, he froze. His entire appearance had changed. The face staring back from the rippling surface was unfamiliar, almost like he was looking at a completely different person. Wahlberg stayed there in silence, trying to make sense of what had happened to his body. At the same time, important events were beginning to unfold far away in the hidden kingdom of Ormus. Inside the royal palace of Ormus, Princess Louise stood before Prince Jetson and gave him a detailed report about the recent battle. Her tone remained calm and respectful as she explained how the warriors of Ormus had stepped in with courage and saved them from one of the Beast Demon King's powerful subordinates. As she spoke, her words carried clear admiration for the soldiers who had risked their lives in that conflict. But Prince Jetson did not respond with pride or satisfaction. Instead, a dark weight settled over his face, and his eyes were filled with grief burning beneath his anger. One of the warriors who had fallen in that battle had been his own son. That loss cut deeply into him, and the pain was impossible to conceal. Overcome by sorrow and rage, Prince Jetson immediately issued an order to the Heroes Guild. He commanded them to begin preparing a massive expedition, and its objective was clear beyond question. The Beast Demon King had to be brought down. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Vergatalis was still trying to understand his strange transformation when a glowing holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. A communication request had come through. The screen flickered for a brief moment before showing the image of Hillen Cargill, who had contacted him to deliver a report. But the instant Hillen saw Vergatalis's face, shock spread clearly across his expression. Vergatalis looked noticeably different from before, yet he himself showed no concern over the change at all. In a steady, composed voice, he simply said, "It's me," confirming his identity before instructing Hillen to continue. Hillen quickly gathered himself and began reporting the newest developments. A large-scale hero expedition was already being organized. Nearly 500 participants were expected to join the operation, and among them were around 200 officially recognized heroes. Their destination was the Tower of Beast. The expedition would be commanded by the famous 10-star battle mage Rose Elchin, while Baldus Road had been assigned to serve as vice-commander. Hillen also brought up one particularly interesting detail. Not everyone actually wanted the Beast Demon King to be killed. Some groups were secretly hoping the Demon King would remain alive. The reason was simple. The tower produced valuable resources, including rare materials and magical components that were extremely hard to obtain anywhere else. After listening to the report with a calm, focused expression, Vergatalis made his decision without hesitation. He ordered Hillen to join the hero expedition. Then, when the right opportunity appeared, Hillen was to personally kill the Beast Demon King. If he succeeded, that achievement would greatly raise his reputation among humans. Not long after that conversation came to an end, another message arrived. This time, the report came from Gordon. He informed Vergatalis that the Beast Demon King Draxon had summoned several other Demon Kings to gather at the Tower of Beast. Inside the tower, Draxon had already called two powerful figures to attend the meeting. They were Uger Belver, the Demon King of Indestructibility, and Rena Soldian, the Demon King of Winter. For now, those two Demon Kings were already waiting inside the Tower of Beast, quietly anticipating the arrival of the remaining guests. Understanding just how dangerous the situation had become, Vergatalis wasted no more time. He immediately shifted into his demon form, spread his wings, and launched himself into the sky, flying straight toward his own tower. But while he was cutting through the air at high speed, a sudden, unbearable heat burst from deep inside his chest, as if a furnace had ignited around his heart. The Phoenix's mana had not disappeared. It was still lodged inside his body, and now that power began to stir violently, reacting as though it had a will of its own. The blazing energy rushed outward through him, and in an instant, his wings transformed into brilliant phoenix wings wrapped in fierce, burning light. His speed rose explosively, far beyond what he could control. Vergatalis shot across the sky like a flaming comet, leaving a scorching trail behind him. That wild momentum carried him straight toward the protective barrier surrounding his tower, with no time to slow himself down or change direction. He slammed into the barrier with a force that made it tremble violently. Only after struggling against the impact did he finally regain control, steady himself, and land safely inside. Once he calmed his breathing and confirmed that he had made it back without further trouble, Vergatalis looked on as Gordon began preparing a portal that would connect directly to the Tower of Beast. At that same time, Heroes from many different regions were already gathering one after another, all preparing to take part in the enormous expedition ahead. Among the crowd stood the widely known battle mage, Rose Elchin, whose presence alone was enough to draw attention. Just hearing her name stirred admiration and excitement among the people nearby, and many looked at her with open awe. Rose, however, barely seemed to care about the eager eyes around her, carrying herself as if the crowd's praise was only natural. When Hillen stepped forward and greeted her with proper courtesy, she answered him with a confident arrogance that made it clear she had no doubt in her own strength. Without hesitation, Rose declared that she would be the one to personally defeat the Beast Demon King. Hillen kept a polite smile on his face as he listened to her bold claim, but deep inside, his thoughts were already fixed on something else entirely. No matter what Rose believed, the Beast Demon King's head would ultimately belong to him. Meanwhile, Gordon, Das, and Jason passed through the portal together and appeared on the highest level of the Tower of Beast. Draxon was already there waiting for them, composed and steady as he acknowledged their arrival. He noted that Jason Cockmund and Vergatalis had both arrived on time. After that brief greeting, Draxon informed them that the full explanation would continue once they entered the chamber. As they stepped into the meeting room, Vergatalis quietly thought to himself that arriving late to this gathering would have been a very poor decision. Once all the invited Demon Kings had gathered, Yuger was the first to speak, asking what kind of urgent matter had forced Draxon to call an emergency meeting. Jason only smiled faintly and remarked that he had already heard about the massive hero forces gathering outside. He wondered aloud whether this meeting had something to do with that development. Draxon's expression grew slightly harder. Since Jason already knew part of what was happening, there was no longer any point in hiding the truth, so Draxon chose to speak openly. He revealed that one of the Demon Kings had secretly sent an acetate demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of the Phoenix Draxon had been preparing to absorb. And that was not the worst of it. The same culprit had also caused the death of the second Prince of Ormus, directly triggering the hero expedition now marching toward them. The other Demon Kings listened in silence, each weighing his words. Some wondered whether Draxon had secretly been hiding a phoenix all along. Others thought that stealing such a powerful spirit beast was a reckless move. But provoking the kingdom of Ormus into launching an expedition of this size made one thing clear. Someone was deliberately trying to bring Draxon down. Draxon continued, adding that this same unknown enemy might also have been involved in the death of the dwarf princess. If that was true, then the enemy's true goal might be to ignite a continent-wide war. Draxon swept his gaze around the chamber and declared that someone among them might be trying to eliminate him. But if that was their plan, he warned them coldly that he would not be the only one to fall. His anger simmered beneath every word as he swore he would expose the traitor behind all of this. To do that, he announced that he would purchase the black box key. The black box installed inside a tower was a special device capable of recording the movements and actions of Demon Kings. Originally, it had been created to study past operations and help plan future invasions more effectively. However, many Demon Kings who followed old demonic traditions considered such tools unnecessary. On top of that, using the system required a massive amount of demon energy points, and since the device would vanish if the tower itself collapsed, most Demon Kings had long since stopped caring about it. But Draxon intended to use it, and the moment Vergatalis heard that announcement, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The black box was something Vergatalis had never taken into account. If Draxon opened the black box inside his tower, then the truth would be impossible to conceal. Draxon went on to explain that activating the device was not something he could do by himself. The system required the approval of the Demon King who controlled the tower where the black box was installed. Without that authorization, the box would remain sealed. He looked around at the rulers gathered in the room and asked every Demon King present to grant him permission to open the black box within their domain. His reasoning was simple. If the culprit was hiding among them, that person would most likely refuse. For a brief moment, the entire chamber fell into heavy silence. Das listened carefully, and unease began to rise inside him. The situation had suddenly become much more dangerous than expected. If the recordings in the black box were exposed, the truth might finally surface. But the tense silence did not last long. One after another, the Demon Kings gave their approval. Even the Demon Queen authorized it without the slightest hesitation. Not a single one of them opposed Draxon's request. Seeing that, Draxon gave a satisfied nod. With everyone's approval now secured, the process could begin at any time, whenever Draxon chose to activate the device. He announced that once the results were obtained, he would inform them. For now, the meeting was over. Later, more information about the black box key became clear. It was an extremely rare consumable item that could only be used a single time. Its price was staggering, 9,999,999 demon power points. Only rulers with truly enormous reserves of demonic energy could even think about buying it. Because the cost was so overwhelming, most demon kings avoided using it entirely. Draxon himself did not intend to purchase the key right away. With the hero expedition preparing to attack his tower, spending such an absurd amount of power at this moment would be reckless. If he weakened himself before facing the heroes, the consequences could become disastrous. Even so, Draxon had already decided exactly what he would do once the immediate danger had passed. If the hero expedition failed and the situation returned to normal, he would purchase the black box key immediately. Once it was in his hands, he planned to open the black boxes belonging to Das and Jason. Only then would the traitor's identity be exposed. Meanwhile, after leaving the meeting behind, Vergatalis and Gordon returned to their own tower. The moment they arrived, Vergatalis began examining the situation in detail. The possibility of the black box being activated pressed heavily on his mind, and after thinking it through, he saw only one solution. Before that moment could ever come, Draxon had to be eliminated. With that conclusion settling firmly in his thoughts, Vergatalis decided to inspect the tower before making his next move. Gordon informed him that most of the preparations inside the tower were already complete. After hearing that, Vergatalis suggested they start the inspection from the lowest level. Together, they descended all the way to the first floor of Vergatalis' tower. The moment they arrived, the sight before them was impossible to overlook. A gigantic magical weapon filled the entire floor, dominating the space like a colossal cannon built purely for destruction. Its massive frame resembled a siege machine, towering over everything around it. Standing proudly on top of the enormous device was Lower, and the instant he saw Vergatalis arrive, his excitement burst out. With great enthusiasm, he began explaining his newest creation, proudly declaring it to be a weapon forged in the Hellforge, Hell's Catapult Mark I. Lower's voice practically overflowed with admiration for his own masterpiece. According to him, the design was not only magnificent, but elegant as well. Without question, it was the greatest creation he had ever produced. Thanks to the Hellforge, he had managed to construct something truly extraordinary. A cannon capable of unleashing attacks infused with 3 or more magical attributes at the same time, making its destructive power almost unbelievable. But the cannon's power was only the beginning. Lower had also designed a mobile carriage system beneath the weapon, allowing the massive cannon to travel across terrain instead of being fixed in place like ordinary siege artillery. Its ammunition was made from compressed magical cores, enormous mana projectiles carefully engineered to carry immense magical force. By adjusting the inner composition of those projectiles, each shot could be infused with different elemental attributes, such as fire, lightning, ice, or even several elements combined at once. That design alone made the weapon terrifyingly versatile. But Lower had pushed it even further. Whenever the cannon's internal reserves ran low, it could absorb mana directly from the surrounding atmosphere. As Vergatalis and Gordon turned away to leave, Lower kept shouting after them with overflowing excitement, thanking the Demon King again and again. His voice echoed across the floor as he promised that the next weapon he built would be even larger, even more powerful, and far more extraordinary than this one. Leaving the noisy inventor behind, Vergatalis and Gordon continued upward to the second floor of the tower. On the second floor, they found Keed standing alone in the training area, completely focused on her sword practice. Her posture was steady, her grip firm, and every movement carried determination. The instant she noticed Vergatalis entering the room, she reacted without the slightest hesitation. Keed rushed forward at once, launching an attack the moment she moved. Her sword flashed through the air with impressive speed, cutting a sharp path straight toward Vergatalis. Vergatalis stayed completely calm. He simply lifted his weapon and caught the incoming strike with such ease that it looked almost effortless. "Nothing has changed," he said quietly, watching her stance and technique with a calm, assessing gaze. Keed narrowed her eyes, and a stronger resolve burned in her expression. "The real battle begins now," she answered firmly. Then, without wasting another second, she activated the Japan combat technique and released a modified strike known as Waxing Moon. The move broke through the form of Waning Moon, and the force packed into this new attack was clearly much stronger than before. It had obviously been refined through repeated practice, sharpened and improved with care. But even this upgraded technique still failed to make Vergatalis feel pressured. He stopped the second attack just as easily as the first one. A faint smirk touched his face as he looked at her and spoke again. "You've improved a little," he admitted, "but you still have a long way to go." Keed stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how a technique she had worked so hard to perfect could be neutralized so casually. Before she could steady herself and launch another attempt, Vergatalis moved first with a swift counterattack. His strike landed with controlled precision, powerful enough to nearly knock her unconscious but measured enough not to go further. In just a few breaths, their short exchange was already over. After that, Vergatalis shifted his attention toward Gordon, a hint of curiosity entering his voice. He asked why Princess Keed had been stationed on the second floor. Gordon explained that Princess Ern was currently carrying out a summoning ritual on the fourth floor, and because that process was so delicate, he wanted to make sure nothing interfered with it. For that reason, Gordon had temporarily moved Keed to another level of the tower. Hearing the explanation, Vergatalis raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a touch of mild surprise. At that very same moment, the ritual on the fourth floor was already underway. Inside a large magic circle glowing across the floor, Ern stood with focused concentration, carefully channeling her mana while activating the spirit dust Senil had provided earlier. Drawing on her own magical power, she began reciting the summoning incantation with slow, deliberate precision. She called out to the great spirit of water, invoking the guardian tied to blood and soul. Her voice echoed softly through the chamber as she spoke the sacred names of Ern and Hildron, seeking to form a spiritual contract with that ancient being. A few moments later, the ritual succeeded. A powerful water spirit appeared within the circle, its form shimmering with flowing blue energy as it connected directly to Ernst's mana. But the instant that bond formed, a sudden surge of energy rushed through Ernst's entire body. The overwhelming force threw off her balance, and her body began to tilt forward as if she were about to collapse. At that exact moment, Vergatalis appeared beside her. Moving with incredible speed, he caught Ern before she could fall onto the floor. He supported her carefully in his arms and gave a faint smile. "Looks like I arrived just in time," he said calmly, praising the success of her ritual. Ern let out a soft laugh, though there was a hint of embarrassment in her expression as she shook her head. She explained that the ritual had only succeeded so smoothly because of the spirit dust she had received earlier. But then, without warning, something completely unexpected slipped out. In a quiet voice, Ern suddenly said that she loved the Demon King. The words left her mouth before she could stop them, catching even herself completely off guard. Vergatalis froze in surprise, and for a brief instant, even his calm expression seemed to crack with panic. Ern quickly insisted that she had not meant to say anything like that, even though the voice had clearly come from her own lips. She claimed she had no control over it at all. After a moment of confusion, the truth finally became clear. Those words had not truly come from Ern herself. They had been spoken through her by the newly summoned water spirit. Vergatalis gave a light sigh and remarked that she seemed to have summoned quite a troublesome spirit. Hearing that, the spirit burst into cheerful laughter. Not long afterward, she introduced herself properly. Her name was Narinal, a high-ranking water spirit, and her personality became obvious almost immediately. She loved reading romance novels, especially dramatic stories centered on forbidden love. With bright enthusiasm, Narinal declared that she truly adored the Demon King. She even pointed out that he had clearly already noticed Ernst's feelings, then immediately began asking when the two of them planned to officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing such outrageous words left Ern completely flustered. Her face turned bright red as she demanded to know what kind of nonsense the spirit was saying. Her usual composure fell apart in an instant. Warmth spread across her cheeks, her words tangled together, and nervous stammering replaced her calm voice as panic flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Narinal looked thoroughly entertained by the entire situation. Wearing a playful smile, she kept teasing Ern without mercy, urging the princess to admit to the rumors that had apparently been spreading through the spirit realm. According to those whispers, the innocent demon princess had already entered a romantic relationship. To Narinal, that was far too amusing to ignore. She leaned even deeper into the topic, asking when the supposed relationship had started. Then her curiosity turned even more mischievous as she wondered whether the two were still together or if everything had already ended. Every question only pushed Ern further into embarrassment. Ernst's face grew hotter with every passing second as she tried desperately to escape the conversation. Flustered and frustrated, she asked Narinal to return to her own domain, clearly hoping the spirit would leave and end this humiliating teasing. But Narinal had no intention of disappearing so quickly. She casually mentioned that it had been a very long time since anyone had summoned her, making it clear she was in no hurry to go back. Before the conversation could spiral any further, Vergatalis stepped forward and cut in. His expression stayed calm, but his voice carried a serious weight as he addressed the high-ranking spirit directly. He asked Narinal what kind of impression he gave her. Narinal studied him carefully for a moment, her eyes lingering on him before a slow smile appeared on her face. Then she answered honestly, saying he looked like a refined and striking demon king, someone who seemed perfectly suited to stand beside the princess. Vergadalus listened without interruption, but he did not seem fully satisfied with that answer. Keeping his composure, he asked the same question again. Then, without warning, he activated his magic. His appearance began to change at once. His hair shifted into a vivid shade of red, and the energy around him transformed dramatically. But the change was not merely on the surface. His entire presence shifted into something completely different. Once the transformation was complete, he asked once more how he appeared now. Ern and Narinal were both stunned by the sudden change. It had been so intense and unexpected that neither of them could immediately react. Narinal tried to examine the sensation carefully. Just moments earlier, his power had felt like the dense magical presence typical of a demon king, but now that feeling was entirely different. What she sensed now felt like pure mana, refined and unlike the aura of any demon lord. Instead, it carried the unmistakable essence of a spirit. At the same time, a blazing aura wrapped around Vergadalus, with flames of energy radiating outward from him. Calmly, he explained why he had shown them this transformation. Even a superior spirit like Narinal had been fooled by his disguise. And if she could be deceived so easily, then the other demon lords and warriors would almost certainly fail to notice the difference as well. A confident smile appeared on Vergadalus's face as he reasoned aloud that the beast demon king could probably handle things on his own. For the moment, Ern remained confused, struggling to process everything she had just witnessed. The conversation had changed direction so quickly that she could barely keep up. And when she heard the idea of one demon king eliminating another, the thought unsettled her deeply. Not long after that, the situation shifted again. Vergadalus was now moving swiftly through the sky, flying at tremendous speed with clear determination. As he traveled, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Gordon was trying to contact him. Once the connection was established, Gordon's face appeared on the screen, and his expression was full of stress and urgency. He looked completely overwhelmed, grabbing at his own hair in frustration as he shouted loudly. Vergadalus, still calm, simply asked what had happened. Gordon immediately answered that the situation involved the Demon King. The news briefly surprised Vergadalus, though he quickly regained his composure. Gordon continued in disbelief, unable to understand why one Demon King would try to eliminate another. Vergadalus answered without hesitation, reminding Gordon that he had already made his intention clear before. He planned to remove Draxon. That answer only made Gordon panic even more. He protested loudly, explaining that such an act violated the long-standing rules between Demon Kings. If the others found out that this rule had been broken, the consequences could spiral completely out of control. Vergadalus tightened his jaw slightly as he weighed the urgency of the situation. He explained that this matter had to be settled quickly. If Draxon managed to open the black box first, the entire situation would turn against him. If that happened, Vergadalus himself would be the one forced to bear the consequences. Gordon admitted that he understood the logic, but simply understanding the reason did not make the plan any less dangerous. He stressed just how severe the risks were. The Demon King had not yet obtained Aaron's dimensional energy, and Vergadalus still did not possess the ability to fully control that kind of power. Dimensional energy was one of the fundamental forces that existed between worlds. Without truly mastering it, there was almost no room for error. Every realm naturally rejected intruders from another dimension, and the moment an outsider crossed into a foreign world, that world would respond like a living defense system. It pressed down with overwhelming resistance, using dimensional energy as a barrier to suppress the invader's abilities. Because of that natural law, demons who entered the Devil were forced into an extremely weakened state, their original strength heavily restricted. Even a demon whose power reached the terrifying level of 666 in their own realm would be dragged down to something closer to level 1 after arriving in another world. Compared to the overwhelming strength they once possessed, that weakened state made them almost insignificant. And in that condition, they still had to face warriors chosen by the dimension itself, guardians born to preserve the balance of that world. To overcome this natural suppression, the demon race had created a specialized invasion system, the Demon King's Tower, also known as the Devil's Tower. The tower served as a magical conduit connecting the demon world, the Demon King, and the flow of magical energy. By pouring accumulated magic points into the structure, the Demon King could gradually draw greater power from their original realm. As the tower rose floor by floor, that connection grew stronger, allowing the Demon King's original strength to slowly return. In many ways, the tower's growth was a direct reflection of its ruler's true power. But even this powerful system had one major limitation. The farther a Demon King moved away from the tower, the weaker that magical connection became. With every stretch of distance, the energy supply thinned, and their strength naturally declined along with it. Gordon reminded Vergatalis of another critical detail. The Beast King's tower had already reached 13 levels, while their own tower had only grown as far as the 5th floor. With clear reluctance, Gordon admitted the uncomfortable truth. Even if Vergatalis truly carried the title of Demon King, victory inside the Beast King's own territory was far from guaranteed. Vergatalis accepted that reality calmly. He understood that although he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not yet fully made that power his own. The energy inside him was still unstable, meaning he could not completely overwhelm the other demon lords in his current condition. But that weakness only mattered if he chose to fight alone. Slowly, a confident look began to form across his face. The moment Gordon saw that expression, he immediately understood what Vergatalis was planning to do next. Panic surged back into him, and he tried to object before things could go too far. But Vergatalis had already made up his mind. Once again, he used magic to alter his appearance, his body shifting and reshaping into an entirely different persona. With a playful smile, he introduced himself under a new identity. From that moment forward, he would move in disguise under the name Pale. Then he declared that he would personally join the upcoming Brave expedition. Gordon could only freeze in stunned disbelief. The scene then shifted to the distant region of Ormus, where fierce combat had already spread across the land. The Knights of Hillen were locked in a brutal confrontation against invading demons. Although the knights had managed to cut down several enemies, they had not escaped unharmed. Many of them were injured, and the battlefield around them was filled with exhaustion, destruction, and the heavy traces of battle. Both sides had suffered losses. Hillen looked over the situation with concern, realizing the enemy had pursued them all the way to this location. But now, the remaining demons appeared noticeably weaker than before. Seeing the shift in momentum, Hillen quickly moved among his fallen comrades, kneeling beside injured knights to check their condition. He handed out healing potions, urging them to drink and recover their strength. One wounded soldier groaned in pain, barely able to push himself upright. In the middle of that aftermath, Vergatalis arrived in the guise of Pale. His presence was calm and unfamiliar, carrying a composed yet commanding air. After taking in the wounded knights and the disorder scattered across the field, he asked Hillen how the situation had reached this point. Hillen instinctively began addressing him with formal respect, but Vergatalis gently cut him off, telling him to use the name Pale instead. Hillen nodded in understanding and obeyed, then began explaining everything that had happened. Once the expedition force had gathered, they launched their assault on the Beast King's tower according to plan. Their strategy focused on exploiting the Beast King's weakness by targeting his tails. By concentrating their attacks on that vulnerable point, they had succeeded in dealing meaningful damage during the battle. However, the fight had not gone nearly as smoothly as they had hoped. The memory of that confrontation began to surface again. Draxen had unleashed overwhelming power, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Under that crushing pressure, Hillen had been forced to retreat, urgently calling for Rose to carry out their plan. But when he looked back, horror flashed across his face. Rose had collapsed. She lay on the ground severely wounded, blood visible across her face as she struggled desperately to remain conscious. Hillen was shaken to his core. Then he noticed something even worse. Draxen was standing directly behind Rose, and the danger was already right on top of her. Hillen reacted without a second of hesitation, rushing forward to protect her before Draxen could strike again. He held Rose firmly and helped her back onto her feet, keeping one arm around her to support her weakened body. Then he turned and fled the battlefield, shielding her from any further attack as they withdrew from the Beast King. With that, the memory faded away. Back in the present, Hillen finished his account. Frustration and regret weighed heavily in his voice as he explained how the mission had ended. Because Rose had suffered such serious injuries, continuing the assault had become impossible. Retreat was the only choice left to them, and in the end, the brave expedition had failed. Vergatalis remained silent after hearing the full explanation. For a brief moment, a subtle smile touched his lips as he processed every detail. Then, all at once, his expression stiffened, as if something had suddenly clicked in his mind. The pieces lined up with unsettling clarity. In simple terms, everything had fallen apart. Hillen continued, explaining that even though they had been forced to retreat, they had still dealt a heavy blow to the Beast King. However, many knights were badly wounded and needed urgent treatment, and their forces were completely exhausted. On top of that, they had already eliminated a significant number of demons during the clash. As Vergatalis listened, calculations began forming rapidly in his mind. Rose watched him closely. The longer she observed him, the more her curiosity grew. She asked who he truly was and why he had chosen to help them. There was something else she could not ignore either. A faint warmth radiating from him. That energy felt unusually pure, unlike anything she had ever sensed before. Before giving her a full answer, Vergatalis glanced across the battlefield at the injured knights scattered around them. Their bodies had been healed, but their spirits were still broken. Simply closing their wounds would not be enough. Without restoring their morale, they would never be able to fight properly, and he needed their strength. To defeat Draxon, unity and determination were absolutely essential. After a short pause, Vergatalis decided it was time to reveal a portion of his power. A small, fiery presence hidden within him began to stir. He told everyone to follow him quietly, and then he slowly rose into the air. The knights stared up at him in shock. Rose immediately recognized the energy gathering around his body. A golden, flame-like aura expanded outward, glowing brighter as it spread through the air. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfolded its blazing wings, filling the sky with radiant power. In that instant, the entire atmosphere changed completely. Vergatalis spoke clearly for all of them to hear. He revealed that he was the wielder of the phoenix. His name was Pale, and his goal was simple: to defeat the Beast King. Rose's eyes widened at his words. The phoenix was a legendary existence. Now, the overwhelming surge of energy she had sensed earlier finally made sense. That immense presence had likely come from him. Judging purely by the amount of mana he released, his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors. For the first time, Rose felt a surge of real hope. If she fought beside him, then victory against the Beast King might truly be within reach. The display quickly breathed life back into the battlefield. Knights who had been emotionally drained began to regain their confidence. One by one, they straightened their backs and rose to their feet. Hillen, too, felt his determination returning. Although Vergatalis was acting under a new identity, his leadership and strategy naturally began guiding the group forward. None of them realized that the mysterious warrior known as Pale was, in truth, the very Demon King himself. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Beast, the Beast King's fury was written clearly across his face. Just looking at him was enough to feel the rage burning inside him as he spoke about reclaiming the tower. He had used far more demonic energy points than he had expected in order to take the tower back. And because of that costly struggle, his options had narrowed. In the end, he had only been able to purchase one black box key. The other would have to wait until later. For now, he turned his attention to the one before him and declared that it was time to begin. "You bastard!" The Beast King growled through clenched teeth. At that moment, the black box finally opened, and a system notification appeared before him, confirming that the black box of a Demon King who had granted consent was now being accessed. A blinding burst of light erupted from within the box, flooding the space in front of him. The Beast King stared straight into that radiance, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "Now show me everything," he demanded. "Show me every secret you've been hiding." But as the truth began unfolding before his eyes, the expression on his face changed completely. Shock spread across his features as he muttered under his breath. "No, wait, this is the truth." The black box could not be tampered with. If what he was seeing was real, then that explained why the culprit had dared to do such a thing. "I have to hurry. I need to inform the other Demon Kings about this immediately." The Beast King looked visibly shaken, his face tense and troubled in a way that made the danger feel even heavier. Just then, one of his servants rushed into the room in a panic. Already irritated, the Beast King snapped, "What do you mean?" The servant hurriedly lowered his head and cried out, "Demon King, right now, the heroes have invaded." The moment he heard that, the Beast King shouted in disbelief. "What?" The servant quickly continued, adding that this time, the new 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, was leading the vanguard. Soon after, Ralph Schmitz, the guild master himself, stood at the very front of the advancing force, leading the charge with unshakable presence. From there, the situation moved forward, and 1 hour later, the battlefield had already changed. The Demon King now stood facing the entire human army, along with the heroes gathered among them. Even then, the humans still had not fully grasped the true presence and depth of the Demon King before them. But after witnessing the Phoenix, their fighting spirit had been reignited. Confidence surged through the ranks as they shouted with renewed determination. "Yes, let's try this again. We have the legendary Phoenix on our side. The Demon King of Beast is nothing." Swept up by excitement and courage, the soldiers raised their swords high into the air and cried out together, "Everyone, draw your swords. Let's slaughter every demon here. The Phoenix is with us, and the Demon King of Beast's treasure will be ours." Their voices rang across the battlefield, their morale fully restored as they prepared to charge forward without hesitation. Watching their confidence return, the Demon King silently observed the army and thought to himself. Their morale had recovered, but he still could not be certain whether they could freely use the Phoenix's mana in actual battle yet. Even with their excitement rising, he remained cautious, carefully analyzing every part of the situation. Then he stepped forward and spoke to those beside him. Since the 10-star heroes alone aren't enough, I'd like to reinforce our forces if possible. Hearing this, Hillencargill remained quiet for the moment, giving no immediate answer. But Rose stepped forward and answered calmly, "Well, that's fortunate. A decent hero has just requested to join the fray." As everyone's attention shifted ahead, the Demon King looked forward and declared that this person was a 10-star hero. A hero whose name alone carried enormous weight. Ralph Schmitz, the strongest powerhouse among the Shield Masters, appeared at that moment, advancing steadily with his companions at his side. With unwavering resolve, Ralph stood at the very front line, blocking and holding back waves of monsters all by himself. His presence alone steadied the battlefield as someone among the forces proclaimed his role. He was the vanguard of this revenge mission. On the front line, Ralph Schmitz held back an overwhelming number of monsters without retreating even a step. Then, with calm control, he suddenly deactivated his field. In that same instant, the shield in his hands began to shift, its shape changing into something completely different. As the shield transformed, a terrifying surge of energy burst outward from it, the pressure swelling with explosive force. For a heartbeat, the battlefield seemed to freeze beneath that overwhelming power, as if everything around Ralph had been caught in the silence before impact. Then the force exploded completely, sending every single monster flying backward and clearing the path in a single devastating instant. Thanks to Ralph's overwhelming defense and power, the human forces finally managed to break through and reach the first floor of the Beast Tower. Watching Ralph move, the Demon King observed him closely and thought to himself, "Ralph Schmitz, the second strongest tank among the 10 stars. His weapon is the ultimate shield, one capable of reflecting any impact it receives. I know better than anyone just how troublesome he is to deal with." As he continued staring at Ralph, memories from his past life began rising in his mind. His expression darkened as he remembered the bitter truth. Ralph had been one of those hero bastards who brought him down and mocked him before. "I want to rip him to shreds right now," he thought, barely containing the anger in his chest. But for now, Draxon comes first. At the same time, Rose, who had been watching everything unfold, became visibly furious. Unable to suppress her frustration, she said, "Ralph Schmitz also arrived only after the hero expedition ended, just like you. If I had waited just a little longer, then with both of you together, we could have won without suffering any casualties." Her voice carried both anger and regret, filled with the weight of what could have been. Hearing her words, the Demon King answered calmly. "It's fine to have confidence in your own skills," he said, "but never underestimate a Demon King." Rose was slightly taken aback and questioned him, but he continued in a firm voice. "A Demon King always keeps a trump card hidden, and that final move only comes out when they're standing at the edge of death." After saying that, the Demon King sank into his own thoughts. If Draxon had reclaimed the tower and already bought the black box key, then he would not have enough demonic energy left to stop the hero expedition properly. If that was the case, Vergatilus might finally get to see it in this life. Draxon's true trump card. The thought weighed heavily on him as he anticipated what was about to happen. Soon after, time moved forward, and the focus shifted directly to the Beast Tower. On the 13th floor, inside the Demon King's room, the Beast King sat calmly on his throne, waiting for them to arrive. Before long, the full group of heroes and soldiers entered the room together. As they stepped inside, several soldiers looked around in confusion, whispering uneasily among themselves. "The demons are gone. This is definitely the top floor, so why is only the Demon King here? Last time, this place was crawling with them." Seeing them gathered before him, the Beast King glared down from his throne and spoke with contempt. "You bug-like hero bastards. I didn't expect you to challenge me again so soon. I couldn't deal with other matters because I was busy preparing this." His voice was full of confidence, with a dark edge of menace beneath it. Hearing that, Rose immediately sensed something strange. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "There's a massive concentration of demonic energy here. Is that why there are no demons around?" In response, the Beast King released a powerful wave of dark energy and declared, "That's right. To wipe all of you out in one blow, I gathered every one of my vassals into a single place." Right after saying that, he consumed something, and his power began rising even higher. His aura thickened around him, growing more violent, more oppressive, and far more overwhelming than before. Watching him carefully, the Demon King analyzed what was happening in his mind. Normally, the strongest monsters should have been stationed on the top floor, but Draxon had found a loophole by absorbing the power of an entire floor instead. The focus returned to the Beast King as his expression grew even more ruthless. "Foolish hero bastards," he declared. "I'll kill you all without leaving a trace, so you can never climb back up again." Faced with that overwhelming surge of power, the Demon King, Ralph Schmitz, Hillen Cargill, and Rose were all left completely shocked. The sheer intensity of the Beast King's aura was far beyond anything they had expected. As the Beast King locked his gaze on them, the Demon King immediately sensed the danger and thought, "He's coming." In the very next moment, the Beast King unleashed a thunderous roar, and along with it, an enormous wave of terrifying energy exploded outward. The force was so immense that the surrounding soldiers were pushed back uncontrollably, struggling desperately just to stay on their feet. Two people, unable to hold back any longer, rushed so far ahead that they actually crossed past the defensive line formed by Ralph Schmitz's shield. The moment a soldier saw them slip beyond the barrier, panic flashed across his face, and he shouted with everything he had, telling them to stop because moving out now was far too dangerous. But those two were already driven by desperation and answered without slowing down. They insisted that the Demon King was trying to build up even more power, and because of that, this was the one chance they could not afford to miss. To them, striking now was the perfect timing. But while they were focused on attacking, the Beast King kept releasing wave after wave of terrifying power, and the entire situation began falling apart faster than anyone could control. The energy bursting from his body grew so monstrous that ordinary humans, anyone without truly extraordinary strength, were sent flying backward by the pressure alone. They did not even need to be touched. The sheer force rolling off him was already on a completely different level. That power was so overwhelming that even Ralph Schmitz's shield began to buckle under the strain, cracking apart until it split into two. For one brief instant, even Ralph froze in shock at what he was seeing, but he forced himself back into focus almost immediately. Summoning every bit of strength he had left, Ralph poured more power into the barrier and drove it back into shape, forcefully fusing the broken halves together until the defensive field was restored. From that newly reformed shield, a huge surge of energy blasted forward, crashing against the crushing pressure pouring from the Beast King and pushing back against his oppressive force. The dark red aura that had been spreading like a stain across the battlefield finally began to pull back, forced to retreat under the pressure of that resistance. Then, through the thinning waves of energy, the Beast King stepped forward at a slow, deliberate pace, yet every movement carried the weight of something completely unstoppable. The aura now spilling from his body had risen to a whole new realm, far darker and heavier than anything he had released before. Even Hillen Cargill, watching the scene unfold, was visibly shaken. He could hardly believe it as he admitted that his magic had been deflected with shocking ease. The Beast King, now standing in his true form, advanced toward them one step at a time. Each footfall seemed to press down on the entire battlefield, filling everyone who looked at him with awe, dread, and helpless fear. At last, someone managed to force the words out through the suffocating tension, naming the monster before them, the Beast Demon King. All around the battlefield, the warriors tightened their grips on their swords and forced their bodies to stand firm, preparing themselves for the brutal fight that was about to begin. Even so, their resolve could not fully hide the fear rising beneath it. As they spoke to one another, the tremble in their voices gave away just how deeply the Beast Demon King's presence had shaken them. One of them struggled to speak, asking what that ominous demonic energy even was. It felt as if poison had wrapped around his throat, choking the breath out of him under the pressure of the beast. The Beast King's demonic aura pressed down with such terrifying intensity that it started to overwhelm them completely, swallowing their courage beneath its suffocating weight. Just being exposed to that aura was enough to drain the strength from their bodies, and the soldiers could barely endure the choking pressure surrounding them. Then, at that desperate moment, a phoenix wing appeared, bringing with it a powerful protective force. It was revealed to be a high-ranking defense spell, Protect Version Phoenix. The instant that magic activated, everything changed. The crushing pressure that had been pinning the soldiers down suddenly vanished, freeing them from the unbearable weight of the demonic energy. Their breathing finally steadied, their strength returned little by little, and relief spread across their faces as they expressed their gratitude, vowing they would never forget this kindness. But while the others were finally able to feel relief, that sense of safety did not reach everyone on the battlefield. The Demon King remained sharply focused, thinking to himself that he could not allow Draxon to gather any more demonic energy. Since the magic had activated properly, it was time to move forward. Then he spoke firmly to the others, warning them that from this point on, they would only become obstacles if they stepped in. He ordered them not to leave the barrier, while those who could still move were told to ready themselves. His voice carried such calm authority that the entire battlefield seemed to shift with it. Everyone who was still able to fight began preparing, their expressions tightening as the air around them turned deadly serious. The decisive battle was about to begin. At that same moment, the Beast King studied them closely and noted that there were 4 of them, with one among them carrying especially irritating mana. His eyes narrowed, and his sharpened gaze fixed on one particular figure as if he had finally found the source of that unpleasant presence. Anger began to rise in his voice, as he glared straight at that individual and demanded an answer, starting with a harsh, suspicious "you." Then, with his fury growing heavier, he pressed the question further, asking who that person really was. In response, the Demon King simply met his gaze head-on, and a dark, ominous smile slowly spread across his face. The moment the Beast King finally recognized him, the tension of the battle reached its boiling point. A violent surge of rage erupted from deep within the Beast King, shaking the very air around them as he roared about the theft of the phoenix. The fury in his voice was crushing, made even worse by the insult of the Demon King daring to enter his tower. Under the weight of that anger, the Saronians trembled where they stood. But in sharp contrast to their fear, the Demon King did not flinch at all. With calm authority, he raised one hand and cut the Beast King off completely, creating a domain where every sound was erased. A faint, confident smirk touched the Demon King's face as he made it clear that, inside that space, every vibration was now under his absolute control. In that single instant, the entire battlefield was transformed. Rosal immediately understood just how brilliant the move was. The Beast King's devastating roars had been completely nullified, and at the same time, their enemies could no longer hear any spell chants. Without wasting even a heartbeat, the Demon King cast a high-ranking binding spell, Sage's Chains, sending it out to restrain the Beast King. But the gap in power was impossible to ignore. With nothing but raw force, the Beast King tore through the chains and shattered them apart. His strength was so overwhelming that it felt terrifying even in complete silence. Though no sound reached them, his presence alone still seemed to scream dominance across the battlefield. Through pure intent, he made the truth unmistakable. This was not a normal battle to him. It was a hunt, and he intended to rip them apart piece by piece. Even then, the Demon King did not waver. Calm, composed, and completely fearless, he mocked the Beast King's rage, saying he could not hear anything over all that barking. The silence remained locked onto the Beast King alone, cutting him off even further and isolating him in that soundless domain. Rosal quickly snapped her focus back to the fight and urged everyone to concentrate on Pale. At that exact moment, Pale launched forward like a shot, slamming straight into the Beast King and setting off a massive explosion that ripped across the battlefield. Chaos erupted immediately after that impact. Blow after blow was exchanged at a relentless pace, and their movements became so fast, sharp, and unpredictable that even Rosal admitted she could no longer follow the Demon King's position. Hillen brushed aside her concern, reminding her that they did not need to track the Demon King directly. As long as they followed Pale's lead, that was enough. Meanwhile, the Beast King continued his furious assault, sneering at their efforts and mocking their desperate attempt to understand a power that stood far beyond reason. To him, they were nothing more than madmen baring their fangs at a force they could never truly comprehend. And yet, hidden beneath that arrogance, there was still a trace of acknowledgement. They had chosen to challenge him. As the fight grew even more intense, the Demon King suddenly changed direction at blinding speed, trying to shift his position in the middle of the chaos. The Beast King reacted instantly, his attention snapping toward the Demon King with burning killing intent as he warned that he would not let him escape alive. Their eyes locked for one fleeting moment, and in that instant, the Demon King remembered the strategy he had laid out before the battle. He had explained it clearly to Rosal, Hillen, and Ralph. The only way to defeat the Beast Demon King was through speed. Even though the Beast King's body was enormous, his reflexes were just as monstrous as his strength, making a direct clash with him feel almost impossible. If they wanted any chance of bringing him down, they had to restrict his movement, break his footing, and seize even the tiniest weakness the moment it appeared. Back when the Demon King laid out the plan, Hillen had doubted whether he could truly keep up, even with his lightning-fast dash. But the Demon King had spoken with calm certainty, telling him that a signal would come at exactly the right moment. Hillen had not understood what that signal would look like, but even so, he chose to trust him. Now, back in the present, the Beast King lunged forward with terrifying speed, his massive claws crashing down with lethal force as he became certain he had finally trapped the Demon King. But that deadly strike cut through nothing but empty space, missing the Demon King as if it had never stood a chance of landing. And in that perfectly timed instant, the Demon King suddenly stopped moving and revealed Aaron's orb, a knowing smirk slowly forming across his face. The Beast King only scoffed at the sight of it, brushing the orb aside as though it were nothing more than a useless trick. With complete calm, the Demon King explained that the orb had never been meant to affect the Beast King directly. Its real purpose was to reveal the Master's position to a vessel. The Beast King laughed at the Demon King's words, fully confident that no such vessel existed anywhere on the battlefield. But that very moment was the signal. In a flash, Hillen appeared, moving so fast it felt as though thought itself could not keep up with him. He activated the orb and drove forward, striking the Beast King with every bit of power he had. The pressure bearing down on Hillen was almost unbearable, and his mind felt as if it might crack apart under the strain. Even then, he clenched down on the pain and forced himself through it. For the first time, the Beast King's composure truly cracked. Shock and fury twisted together across his face as he realized what had happened. The Demon King had turned a hero into his vessel, all while wearing a faint, almost amused smile. The Demon King merely remarked that a method like that could be quite useful, as long as the person involved managed to survive it. His gaze stayed sharp and calculating, as if every move in this battle had been arranged far in advance. Hillen followed through without hesitation, pouring every ounce of his strength into a full-forced blow. The impact exploded outward in violent shockwaves, splitting the earth beneath them and sending broken chunks of debris scattering in every direction. And yet, even after taking that blow, the Beast King barely staggered at all. His durability was nothing short of monstrous. Contempt filled his expression as he looked down on their efforts, dismissing everything they had done as insignificant. But then, from another direction, flames suddenly erupted against him. The attack landed with perfect timing, catching the Beast King off guard and forcing him to recoil for the very first time. This sudden shift in momentum had not happened by chance. The moment echoed the plan from earlier, when the Demon King had instructed Rosal that the instant Hillen created even the smallest opening, her turn would begin. His voice had been calm but firm, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. He told her to pour everything into that one attack. Her pain, her rage, and the bitter grudge left behind after losing everything she once had. Rosal had listened in silence, her resolve hardening as her trembling hand tightened into a fist. Now, back in the present, she unleashed all of it at once. Mana surged violently around her, warping the air as it gathered into an overwhelming force. The ground beneath Rosal's feet cracked under the pressure of her power, and even from a distance, the heat became unbearable to the eye. She fixed her focus completely on the Beast King and channeled every ounce of strength into her ultimate spell, Satellite Cannon. A massive beam of blazing energy burst forward, carving across the battlefield with a blinding intensity that swallowed everything in its path. The beam slammed directly into the Beast King, and the force of the impact was nothing short of catastrophic. The explosion that followed consumed the battlefield in a violent storm of fire and destruction. Its power was so immense that the sky itself seemed to tremble, while the earth groaned under the force. Then, for one brief and suspended moment, everything seemed to stop. A deep, unnatural silence settled after the explosion, and even the wind felt frozen, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Slowly, the thick smoke began to thin, revealing the shattered battlefield beneath it. Hillen, Ralph, and Rosal stood rigid and tense, their eyes locked on the center of the devastation. Each second dragged on heavily, stretched thin by anticipation. Even after witnessing such overwhelming power, a cold, lingering doubt began creeping into their hearts. And then, from within the fading smoke, the Beast King rose once again, completely unharmed. Not a single wound marked his body, and that sight alone sent a chill through everyone watching. Rage twisted his expression as he mocked them, his voice louder, harsher, and filled with unrestrained fury. He ridiculed the Demon King for thinking an attack like that could ever kill him, while his dark laughter rolled across the battlefield. The Demon King, however, remained completely calm. There was no shock in his eyes, no panic in his posture, only a quiet understanding of the situation. He accepted the truth plainly. An enemy capable of surviving that kind of overwhelming force would never fall so easily, and this was an outcome he had already considered. Meanwhile, the Beast King's fury kept climbing higher, spiraling into something even more dangerous. His massive body trembled as his mana surged around him in violent waves. Then, with a roar fit for a Demon King, A terrifying red aura erupted around his body. It spread outward like a raging storm, swallowing the battlefield beneath its oppressive energy. The sheer intensity of it forced the others backward, their feet scraping across the ground as they fought just to stay standing. The aura itself tore into the surrounding area, splitting cracks across the earth while the air grew unbearably heavy, as though it were being crushed beneath his power. With pride and wrath burning in every word, the Beast King declared his true identity. He was the Demon King of Beasts, Beast King Duluth, the right hand of Arcalcan, and the one destined to conquer the dimension. Every word he spoke carried crushing weight, shaking the battlefield with its force. He could not accept that they had pushed him this far, and he swore that none of them would leave alive. Without warning, he charged again, aiming straight for the Demon King with even greater speed and unpredictability, his movements now driven less by strategy and more by pure, uncontrollable rage. Yet the Demon King stepped back effortlessly, slipping away as if he had already seen the attack coming before it began. A faint grin appeared on his face as he watched the transformation unfold. The once calm and calculating opponent before him had been reduced to nothing more than a beast swallowed by madness. Overwhelmed by fury, the Beast King screamed that he would silence the Demon King forever. His voice cracked under the pressure of his rage as he revealed that he still had not unleashed the true power of the Phoenix. A massive aura began gathering in the Beast King's hand, swirling violently as it condensed into a dense, concentrated mass of power. The energy radiated an intense heat that warped the very space around it. As he spoke of the power that had been stolen from him, his voice was soaked in hatred and desperation. But before the Beast King could release that terrifying power, the Demon King moved. With perfect timing, he launched a powerful and precise strike into the Beast King, cutting off the buildup before it could be completed. The blow landed cleanly, sending a violent shock through the Beast King's body and forcing a scream of pain from his throat. Even then, he refused to collapse, snarling that he would not die so easily. And in that exact moment, Rosal noticed the weakness. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the Beast King's tails, recalling every detail the Demon King had shared with them. Without the slightest hesitation, she changed her approach, abandoning overwhelming force and instead gathering a precise amount of mana for a carefully aimed strike. When Rosal released the attack, it sliced cleanly through one of the Beast King's tails. His scream rang out again, raw and agonized, as his body reacted violently to the damage. At last, the opening they had been waiting for had arrived. The Demon King acted instantly, activating his high-ranking binding magic once again, Sage's Chains. This time, the glowing chains appeared without delay, wrapping tightly around the Beast King before he could react. They pulsed with power as they locked down his movements and suppressed his ability to gather mana. The Beast King understood the danger at once. If they attacked him now, it would be over. He thrashed with all his strength, his aura flaring wildly as he fought to break free, but the chains held firm. At that decisive instant, a calm yet vividly blue aura began to pour out from him, spreading in soft waves like a quiet tide rolling across the battlefield. The light washed over his allies first, steadying their shaking bodies, restoring their fading strength, and pulling them back from the edge of collapse. Then, without wasting even a breath, he drew that same energy inward, wrapping it around himself and strengthening his own body as he braced for the final blow. There was no trace of hesitation left in him now, and not even the smallest flicker of doubt crossed his face. Only firm resolve remained. Beast King kept hurling curses at the Demon King, his voice rough with fury, rage still blazing in every word even as defeat closed in around him. And then, in that one perfect opening, everything finally came together. Beast King was restrained, drained of strength, and completely unable to protect himself. With his defenses gone and his body exposed, the finishing strike came down in one clean, decisive motion. With that, the battle finally came to an end. Silence settled over the battlefield again, but this time it did not break right away. It hung there heavily, stretching across the ruins, while the suffocating pressure that had filled the air disappeared completely. The Demon King stood above the fallen Demon King of Beast, that faint smirk still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes remained fixed on the lifeless body for a moment longer, as though he was making absolutely sure there would be no return. Then, in a low and certain voice, he declared that the power of the Phoenix would not be wasted. After that final statement, he gave Beast King his farewell. Hillen moved before anyone could react, his action sharp, clean, and completely decisive. His blade sliced through the air in a bright arc, cutting straight through Draxon's neck with terrifying precision. The Demon King's head tore free from his body and spun away through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. It struck the dirt with a dull, brutal impact, sinking slightly into the earth where it landed. For one brief moment after that, everything went completely still, as if the entire battlefield had forgotten how to breathe. Then, almost as if the world itself had finally released the breath it had been holding, the surviving heroes burst into thunderous cheers. Relief, shock, and victory rushed through them all at once. Their voices rose across the battlefield, shouting that they had done it at last, that the nightmare was finally finished. Over and over again, they cried out that Hillenkargel had slain the Demon King. The excitement of the crowd only grew stronger, their scattered voices blending together until they became one powerful chant. They began calling him Lord Hillen, placing him at the very center of their praise. Hillen raised his sword high above his head, a confident smile spreading across his face as he soaked in every cheer, every gaze, and every bit of admiration surrounding him. But beneath that heroic pose and proud smile, Hillen's thoughts were already twisting towards something far more ambitious. The cheers ringing in his ears were not enough for him. He wanted greater recognition, louder admiration, and worship that would never fade. In his mind, he pictured a future where those voices continued forever, a future where he stood alone above everyone else as the greatest hero history had ever known. Just when the celebration reached its highest point, the ground beneath them suddenly began to shake with violent force. Cracks shot through the structure under their feet, spreading fast as the tower started to break apart. In an instant, the victory cries turned into screams of panic, and desperate shouts rang out from every direction. Orders were yelled through the chaos, telling everyone to grab whatever treasures they could carry, focus first on recovery potions for the 10-star heroes, and escape without delay. But in the middle of all that confusion and rushing movement, the Demon King remained still for a short moment, his gaze fixed silently on Draxon's lifeless body. His thoughts stayed on Draxon for a little longer, turning over the path that this Demon King had chosen for himself. For a brief moment, he wondered whether someone like Draxon might have changed if he had ever been given another chance. The answer came to him almost immediately. No, Draxon had held tightly to the identity of a Demon King until his very last breath, and because of that, there had never been space in his heart for any other path. At last, urgency crushed any remaining hesitation, and everyone rushed out of the collapsing structure with whatever treasures they had managed to seize. They escaped just in time, moments before the Beast Tower completely gave way behind them and came crashing down into a heap of ruins. Outside the fallen tower, Rosal walked up to Hillen with a sharp, watchful look in her eyes. Her voice stayed calm, but there was no softness in her words as she said it seemed like he had planned everything from the very beginning, as if his real intention had always been to claim the Demon King's head himself. Hillen did not let the accusation shake him at all. He brushed it aside smoothly, insisting that Rosal had simply misunderstood what happened because the battle had been so chaotic and unpredictable. Rosal did not press the argument any further, but the look on her face made it obvious that she was not fully convinced. In her mind, she went back to the moment Hillen had suddenly stepped into the fight, remembering how unnatural and suspicious his timing had felt even then. The Demon King had not been as overwhelmingly impossible to face as she had expected, but the battle had still pushed all of them dangerously close to their limits. They had survived, and Rosal could not deny that Hillen had played a role in that outcome. Even so, she shifted the conversation and told him she had taken possession of the Demon King's corpse, then asked whether he had any objection. Hillen answered simply, saying that he had no problem with it. Just then, urgent voices called out to Rosal from the ruins, telling her to come quickly. From the sound of their panic, something completely unexpected had been discovered among the wreckage. Rosal hurried over at once, but the moment she saw what they had found, she froze in place. There, among the ruins, was the kidnapped prince, and right beside him was Lavinia Aiken, the third princess of the Aiken kingdom. At first, Lavinia was lying there unconscious, completely still, but after a moment, she slowly began to stir. Rosal stared at her in shock and immediately demanded to know why she was in a place like this. Lavinia answered in her usual broken, fragmented way, letting only a few scattered words slip out. But when she mentioned materials, Rosal quickly connected the meaning behind those pieces and understood what had really happened. Lavinia had entered the tower entirely on her own, all because she wanted to gather materials for creating a chimera. That realization left Rosal completely stunned. The level of recklessness was almost impossible to believe. Then Lavinia added a few more broken words about monsters, and Rosal's concern deepened even further as the full extent of the situation finally became clear to her. The people standing nearby watched the exchange with confused faces, unable to understand how Rosal could follow Lavinia's strange, disjointed way of speaking so naturally. Trying to keep herself focused, Rosal asked whether the Demon King had harmed Lavinia in any way. Lavinia replied with more scattered words, mentioning money and monsters. Rosal understood the meaning almost immediately. Lavinia had been trading monsters in exchange for money. Lavinia confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. Hearing that, the Demon King silently put the pieces together, and the mystery behind Draxon's wealth suddenly became much clearer. Rosal decided there was no point continuing the conversation there, so she supported the weakened princess and led her away, scolding her for being so reckless even while making sure she was safe. As he watched them leave, the Demon King reflected on what Lavinia had done. Entering such a deadly place alone and negotiating with the Demon King for the sake of research was not simply reckless. It was dangerously unpredictable. He had thought the same thing in his previous life, and seeing it happen again only made him more certain. Elsewhere, at the Hero Guild, a meeting of the Elder Heroes was already underway. They discussed the aftermath of the battle in serious voices, focusing especially on the loss of the Beast Tower, which had once been an incredibly valuable hunting ground. Their frustration was clear in every word. They had gone through enormous trouble coordinating with sponsors and managing the 10-star heroes. Yet after all that effort, an unexpected figure had appeared out of nowhere and taken the glory of victory. That mysterious person was known only as the owner of the Phoenix, and he had no official connection to the guild at all. The elders questioned who he could possibly be, fully aware that uncovering his identity had become important. After all, for the first time since the Demon King had descended upon XYZ, the threat had been brought to such a decisive end. Recognizing that the balance of power had begun to shift, they concluded that the guild needed to tighten its control over the heroes once again. And the first step would be finding out the truth behind the Phoenix's owner. From there, the scene moved to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall. The banquet hall was filled with low conversation and the soft movement of guests. But beneath the formal atmosphere there was a heavy sense of exhaustion and grief that no celebration could fully hide. The king, overcome by emotion, thanked the heroes again and again for defeating the Demon King and rescuing the prince. Even though the banquet had clearly been prepared in haste, he still urged everyone to enjoy themselves. Knights nearby gently tried to convince him to rest, but he continued speaking, unable to hold back his tears. Among the gathered guests, Rosal drew attention immediately, dressed with elegant grace as she quietly sipped from a cocktail glass. She watched the room without saying much, noticing that even though the mood was gloomy and restrained, the drink itself was surprisingly good. Hillen soon approached her and offered a polite compliment, saying she looked beautiful and that the dress suited her well. He also mentioned that the princess had safely returned to the Akan kingdom. Rosal looked at him with a faint edge of suspicion and asked if he was trying to leave a good impression on her. Hillen laughed off her suspicion with an easy smile, claiming that making that kind of effort in front of Rosal would be pointless. Rosal then shifted the topic and asked about Pale. She wanted to speak with him directly, especially about the Phoenix. The people nearby immediately echoed Rosal's curiosity, saying they also wanted to meet Pale and personally thank him. Then, without warning, Ralph spoke up. The simple sound of his voice was enough to stun everyone around him. Ralph openly praised the owner of the Phoenix, and the moment those words left his mouth, disbelief spread through the crowd. Hillen then revealed that Pale had already left, and that unexpected news only made the guests even more surprised. Far from the banquet hall, the story moved to the Ursa mountain range, where Verg's tower stood in the rugged heights. Inside the tower, Gordon stared at the Demon King in complete disbelief. Still struggling to accept what he was hearing, he thanked him and asked whether he had really killed the Demon King and returned alive. The Demon King confirmed it calmly, as if it were nothing unusual. Gordon was left speechless, his mind clearly struggling to process the scale of what had just been accomplished. But after the shock came concern, and he began wondering what kind of consequences would follow from this and how the Demon King intended to deal with what came next. The Demon King dismissed Gordon's reaction without giving it much weight, as though the man's stunned silence and worried questions were only a minor inconvenience. The Demon King told Gordon to stop staring and then calmly took his seat on the throne. He explained that now that Draxon was gone, the other Demon Kings would inevitably reach out sooner or later. If he was absent when that happened, suspicion would immediately turn toward him. Gordon listened, understood the logic, and accepted it. As he reflected on the battle, the Demon King quietly admitted to himself that he still was not strong enough. Even Draxon's final attack had not been as devastating as he had originally expected. Part of the reason was that the Demon King had already been weakened by the time that last attack was unleashed. He understood clearly that depending only on the strength he already possessed would never be enough. If he stayed as he was, then sooner or later, a stronger enemy would appear and crush him. He had to become stronger, far stronger than before. And it was not just his own power that needed to grow. The power of the Phoenix also had to be pushed to a higher level. Right at that moment, a message suddenly arrived from Jason, calling for a meeting among the Demon Kings. The timing was so abrupt that it almost felt like the summons had come the instant Draxon's death began to spread. Jason informed him directly that Draxon was dead. Inside, Vergatalis only gave a quiet smirk, because he already knew the truth better than anyone else. But on the outside, he carefully put on an act of surprise, as if the news had truly caught him off guard. Then Jason revealed something else. A new Demon King had already descended. That part genuinely caught Vergatalis by surprise. The replacement had happened far too quickly, and that speed hinted at preparation, or perhaps even foresight from powers far above them. Even so, there was no proof connecting him to Draxon's death, and the tower, along with the secrets hidden inside it, had already been erased. With that in mind, he felt confident enough to attend the meeting without fear. The scene shifted once again, this time to the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies. Several Demon Kings had already gathered there, including Draonis Orden, the Demon Queen of Bittercold, Jason Kikmundo, the Demon King of Lies, and Uger Belver, the Demon King of Adamant. Draxon's absence stood out immediately, leaving an empty space that everyone in the room could feel. And among the gathered rulers stood a new figure, who introduced herself with confidence as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon clan. Vergatalis showed almost no interest in her grand introduction. He merely corrected her briefly on his name, then walked over and took his seat as if her presence meant very little to him. Vivian was visibly caught off guard by that cold indifference. She had clearly expected at least a glance from him, maybe even some sign that he recognized her arrival. But instead, she received nothing at all, not even the faintest flicker of attention. As she stood there, Vivian recalled the instructions given to her by her superior. Draxon's fall was suspicious, and among all possible suspects, the intruding Demon King Vergatalis was considered the most likely one behind it. She had been ordered to watch him closely and study every move he made. But now that she was seeing his sharp, dismissive attitude in person, she found herself becoming interested in him for a different reason. Perhaps he was not only intriguing, but also easier to manipulate than expected. With that thought forming in her mind, Vivian decided to test him herself. Just as the meeting was about to begin, Vivian rose from her seat and approached him with an easy, casual air. She remarked that the dimension of Eri was fascinating, especially because its demon kings seemed to cooperate with one another in such an unusual way. But then her attention shifted completely toward Vergatalis. With her eyes fixed on him, she admitted that out of everything in this strange dimension, he was the one who interested her the most. Vivian moved even closer without hesitation, closing the distance between them and boldly sitting right in front of him as if she had every right to do so. Vergatalis immediately questioned what she thought she was doing, irritation clear in his voice and posture. Vivian simply brushed off his reaction, claiming she was only curious about what kind of demon could throw the entire realm into disorder. Then, wearing a confident and teasing smile, she complimented his appearance and made a bold, suggestive advance. But Vergatalis did not hesitate for even a second before rejecting her outright. He shoved her hand away without the slightest courtesy and answered her with a blunt insult that cut straight through the atmosphere. The response left Vivian completely stunned. For a brief moment, she could hardly believe what had just happened. As a succubus queen, she was not someone others could casually ignore, much less insult directly to her face. Yet the man before her had done exactly that, without even pausing to think. Rianne, clearly irritated by the disruption, ordered Vivian Blunt to return to her seat. Her tone was cold and sharp enough to freeze the entire room. Vivian remained standing for a moment, taken aback, before Rianne continued in a firm, controlled voice. Rianne made it clear that while the gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, its true purpose was far more serious. They needed to uncover the truth behind Draxon's senseless defeat, and she reminded everyone present to preserve their dignity and behave accordingly. From the side, Jason watched in silent astonishment, still trying to process the fact that Lady Rianne herself was personally presiding over this meeting. Vivian, however, broke through the tension with a playful grin. She teased Rianne by hinting that perhaps they were both interested in the same man. That remark only made Rianne's irritation deepen, and she dismissed Vivian's thinking as shallow and absurd. Vivian remained completely unbothered, casually saying she had spoken enough for the day before finally returning to her seat. Sensing that the room needed to regain order, Jason stepped forward and called for the meeting to continue. He guided the discussion back to its proper course, and the focus soon turned to the 10-star heroes, the central force leading the current hero expedition. After that, the Demon Kings began exchanging the information each of them had gathered. The discussion moved steadily, almost monotonously, but one subject gradually rose above everything else: the sudden appearance of a mysterious powerhouse known only as the owner of the Phoenix. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier as their opinions began to clash. Each Demon King offered a different interpretation, and their levels of concern varied wildly depending on what they believed the Phoenix's owner might truly be. Although no single conclusion satisfied everyone, they eventually reached one shared decision. The owner of the Phoenix had to be investigated thoroughly, and Jason Kikmundo's role would become essential from that point forward. In the middle of it all, Vergatalis remained silent and thoughtful. Since he had infiltrated the hero expedition under the disguise of Pale, he was confident that the demons had not actually been watching him directly. Even so, he understood that from now on, he would have to be much more careful about exposing anything tied to his true identity. His thoughts briefly shifted toward Vivian Blunt, the Inquisitor sent by Archduke Alkin. As if she had sensed his gaze or caught the direction of his thoughts, Vivian turned toward him with a playful expression and blew him a flying kiss. Vergatalis responded with complete indifference. He simply turned his face away, dismissing her without concern, as if she was not worth even a moment of serious attention. The scene then shifted smoothly to the first floor of Vergatalis's tower, where Keed stood alert and carefully observed everything around her. Something about the tower felt different from usual. The normal surveillance had clearly weakened. There were no demons in sight, and Princess Hernan was nowhere to be found. Realizing that this might be the rare opening she had been waiting for, Keed fixed her eyes firmly on the exit and made up her mind to escape. To her, crossing that door meant finally reaching freedom. Without allowing herself to hesitate, she broke into a sprint, pushing forward with determination driving every step. But the instant she reached the door and her hand made contact with it, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the doorway itself. That overwhelming aura slammed into her with brutal force, blasting her backward like she had been struck by an invisible wall and sending her crashing hard onto the ground. The sudden impact stunned everyone nearby, leaving them frozen for a moment as they tried to understand what had just happened. Gordon, however, stayed calm and explained that the reaction was only natural. Anyone who had not received permission from the Demon King would be rejected by the tower itself. Even after hearing that warning, Hernan stepped forward and approached the door. Gordon immediately cautioned her not to touch it carelessly, clearly worried about what might happen if the tower rejected her as well. But to everyone's shock, Hernan opened the door with ease, as if there had never been any barrier or resistance standing in her way. The unexpected result left Gordon completely speechless. Hernan looked just as confused as everyone else, awkwardly admitting that she had only felt like she would be able to open it. Not knowing what she should do next, Hernan hesitated in front of the open doorway and then tried to close it again. At that exact moment, the door was pushed open from the other side, and Vergatalis stepped into the tower with a faint smirk resting on his face. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere changed completely. In a teasing tone, he asked whether Hernan had finally decided to run away from the tower. Hernan froze in surprise, clearly startled by his sudden entrance, while Gordon quickly lowered himself into a respectful acknowledgement of his return. Addressed with proper respect as the Demon King, Vergatalis calmly glanced around the area, taking in the strange scene before him. Then he asked what exactly had been going on, and his question hung heavily in the tense air, signaling that the situation was about to shift once again. Inside the Demon King's chamber within Vergatalis's tower, a heavy silence filled the room as Demon King Vergatalis issued his command with cold authority. He ordered Gordon to imprison Princess Keed in the underground dungeon for her attempted escape, and Gordon accepted the order without hesitation. Gordon carried out his master's will as naturally as drawing breath, accepting the order without the slightest resistance. But even while he obeyed, one concern continued to press heavily on his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he brought up Princess Hernan and pointed out something that simply did not add up. Only those acknowledged by the Demon King were supposed to be allowed to leave the tower. That was the rule Gordon understood with absolute certainty. And yet, Hernan had opened the main gate without facing any resistance at all. Vergatalis answered in a calm voice, as if the conclusion had already been clear to him from the beginning. The tower, he explained, had recognized Hernan as one of its own. That revelation struck Gordon hard, and the shock was obvious on his face. Meanwhile, Vergatalis shifted his attention elsewhere, gazing through his system window as he observed Hernan from a distance. As he watched her quietly, his thoughts began to sink deeper into the strange nature of her situation. Now that Ernan had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and surviving alone in the harsh Ursus mountain range would no longer be impossible for her. In fact, with her current power, it should have been well within her reach. And yet, she had never tried to leave. Even during the long stretch of time when Vergatalis had been absent, she had chosen to remain. That contradiction caught his interest and refused to leave his mind. It made him wonder what Ernan was truly thinking, what she was hiding beneath that calm exterior, and what she ultimately wanted from staying in his tower. The scene then moved down into the underground dungeon, where Keed now sat imprisoned behind the cold, unforgiving walls of Vergatalis's tower. The air was still and heavy, until that silence was broken by Hernan's arrival as she came to visit her. In a calm but firm voice, Ernan reminded Keed that she had already warned her not to attempt an escape. But Keed looked back at her with clear suspicion in her eyes. She argued that kindness from a demon king never came without a reason, insisting that Vergatalis must have some hidden scheme behind everything. She tried to convince Ernan that she was being manipulated. Ernan did not answer right away. Instead, she quietly raised her gaze, her eyes settling on a point above her, almost as if she knew someone was watching from beyond the dungeon walls. Keed had no idea that Vergatalis really was observing them through his system window at that very moment. Then Ernan spoke with quiet certainty, stating clearly that she had come to the tower by her own free will. Those words hit Keed harder than expected, leaving her momentarily unable to respond. Even Vergatalis was caught off guard as he realized Hernan's gaze had lined up perfectly with his own viewpoint, almost as though she had sensed his presence watching from afar. Then, without trying to hide behind excuses, Ernan revealed the truth she had kept buried inside. She confessed that she had run away because she hated the royal palace, hated the royal family, and even hated her own father. At first, Ernan admitted she really had been kidnapped. But after that, the choice not to return had been hers alone. The blunt honesty in her words struck Keed deeply, shaking her more than she could easily show. Watching from a distance, Vergatalis wondered whether Hernan's words had been meant for him just as much as they were meant for Keed. As he tried to make sense of it, Keed thought back to Hernan's position within the Empire, remembering that among the many princes and princesses of Hilgeron, Ernan alone possessed overwhelming talent. Keed could not understand it. Why would someone destined to become the future queen throw away such a brilliant path, only to become a subordinate of the Demon King? Ernan answered her question with a faint smile, revealing a truth far more disturbing than Keed had expected. Ernan explained that the Hilgeron royal family actually had 62 princes and princesses in total, the largest number on the entire continent. And yet, aside from Ernan herself, not a single one of them was widely known by name. That statement left Keed confused, her brows tightening as she struggled to understand what Ernan meant. She insisted that the officially recognized number of royal children was only 28. Ernan calmly clarified that 28 was only the number acknowledged publicly. The truth hidden behind the royal family's walls was very different from what the Empire allowed the world to know. If Keed truly wanted the truth, Ernan suggested, then she should ask the Emperor herself once she returned to the Empire. The weight of that secret settled heavily over Keed, leaving her visibly unsettled. Keed could not help worrying that if such a truth were ever exposed, it would damage the honor of the royal family and cast a dark stain over the kingdom's dignity. Ernan merely giggled at Keed's concern. With a light, teasing tone, she pointed out the irony of princes who had run away to avoid marriage still worrying so seriously about royal dignity. That remark caught Keed completely off guard. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and for a moment she had no idea how to answer Hernan's teasing. As Ernan turned to leave the dungeon, she casually added that she had only been joking. Then, as if the visit had been perfectly ordinary, she told Keed they would meet again the next day. Meanwhile, Vergatalis silently reflected on everything he had just witnessed. He understood that Hernan's confession was no ordinary piece of gossip. It was a secret known only to the highest levels of royalty, a buried truth hidden deep within the Hilgeron royal family. Without wasting any time, Vergatalis issued another order to Gordon. He instructed him to prepare Ernan, because he intended to leave the tower and search for spirit herbs. Gordon accepted the command immediately, responding without hesitation as he prepared to carry out Vergatalis's will. Soon, the setting shifted once again, this time to the vast and unforgiving expanse of the Ursus mountain range. There, a water spirit moved eagerly with several other spirits, searching for herbs with almost childlike excitement. Ernan followed close behind, trying to keep the water spirit from acting too recklessly. Watching its lively movements, she noted with faint amusement that it seemed far too excited. After spending so much time outside, Hernan also mentioned almost casually that Vergatalis himself had been away from the tower quite often lately. But in that very moment someone called her name. The voice was unmistakable. Vergatalis stood nearby, and the moment his presence settled over the area, the air seemed to darken around him. Hernan froze where she stood, her expression changing in an instant as unease quietly crept across her face. Without any warning, Vergatalis conjured a flame of aura in his hand, its power flickering with a controlled and dangerous intensity. His eyes locked firmly onto Hernan as he demanded to know what she had been hiding from him. The weight of his authority pressed down on her like a heavy force, leaving Hernan momentarily speechless as she struggled to find an answer. Far away from both of them, from a hidden vantage point, a lone observer watched the entire scene unfold through a telescope. The observer's eyes sharpened as realization struck, and at last, they recognized the figure standing there in the mountains. That overwhelming presence, the one commanding both fear and power in the middle of the Ursus mountain range, was none other than the Demon King of Ursus Mountain. Vergatalis's question hit Hernan like a sudden storm. Her composure faltered, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her face as hesitation crept into her voice. It was obvious that she had been shaken, but Vergatalis had no intention of giving her time to recover or avoid the matter. His gaze stayed cold and unwavering, making it clear that there would be no dodging, no delay, and no escape from answering him. But before Hernan could gather herself, he moved her aside with quiet force and stepped forward. Then Vergatalis raised his hand, releasing a dense surge of concentrated power from his palm. Vivid purple flames burst forward, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. The attack crossed an immense distance in an instant and struck the man who had been secretly watching him through a telescope. The observer had no time to react. His shock turned into fear the moment he realized his hiding place had been pierced from such an impossible range. But the truth soon became clear. The one struck by the attack was not the man's real body at all, only a clone. Vergatalis showed no reaction to the result. His expression remained completely indifferent, as though tricks like that were beneath his concern. To him, it was nothing more than a minor nuisance, a cheap deception that failed to impress him in the slightest. Behind him, Hernan struggled to process what she had just seen. Confusion filled her mind as she wondered whether that man had been a hero. Vergatalis confirmed it without hesitation, admitting that the presence of that individual had been irritating him for quite some time. As Hernan began piecing the situation together, her thoughts moved quickly. A hero had traveled all the way to the Ursus mountain range under the cover of exploration, relying heavily on stealth, concealment, and hidden observation. There was only one person who matched that description. Hernan identified him as Daphne Filion, a 10-star hero and mercenary famous for intelligence gathering and espionage. His skill with invisibility and cloning techniques was unmatched, making him one of the most elusive figures in existence. The moment Vergatalis heard that name, something stirred in his memory. Fragments from his previous life surfaced, and with them came a sharp realization. Much of the information about him had once been exposed because of that very individual. Although Vergatalis had known of Daphne Filion before, this was the first time he had encountered him from such close range. Hernan then turned her attention toward the tower, concern clear in her voice as she asked whether it would still be safe. Vergatalis dismissed her worry calmly, assuring her that there was nothing to fear. At that moment, the scene shifted to Vergatalis's tower, hidden deep within the Ursus Mountains. Inside the mountain range, that same hero continued his search, confirming the use of multiple clones as he tried to uncover the truth. He reasoned that if a Demon King was present, then a tower had to exist somewhere nearby. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he found absolutely nothing. No trace, no sign, and nothing that could confirm his suspicions. At the same time, a notification appeared before Vergatalis through his system window. The ability called Monarch Ghost Remote Control had been activated, wrapping the entire tower in an invisible veil and hiding it from outside eyes. But that concealment came with a heavy price. The ability burned through 10 demon power points every single second. Vergatalis watched the system display with quiet focus, calmly acknowledging that the skill was now active. The instant he had sensed danger approaching, he had already moved to protect the tower. It was an undeniably useful power, especially against heroes who relied on scouting and investigation, but the cost was impossible to ignore. As the numbers continued to fall before his eyes, dropping from 65,000 to 120, then 65,000 to 110, then 65,000 to 100, Vergatalis silently calculated how long he could keep the tower hidden. For the moment, the concealment still held. As long as his demon power did not run out, the tower would remain beyond discovery. With the immediate threat dealt with, Vergatalis turned his attention back to Hernan. His voice grew sharper as he ordered her to continue their conversation, making it clear that she would tell him everything she had been hiding. There was no room for refusal in his tone. If Hernan chose to stay silent, then she would never be allowed anywhere near the tower again. She lowered her head and fell quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts carefully. Then, after weighing her decision, she finally chose to speak. Slowly, Hernan began with a term that seemed to carry an enormous weight behind it. She spoke of something known as the Child of the World Tree. Then she looked toward Vergatalis and asked whether he had ever heard of that kind of magic before. Meanwhile, back inside the tower, the guards continued their surveillance without letting their attention slip for even a moment. They reported that the hero had come out from the mountains in plain sight, without using any stealth or concealment. That made it highly likely that the figure they had spotted was only another clone. Vergatalis acknowledged their quick response and gave his next order without delay. They were to locate every remaining clone and track their movements completely, leaving no blind spots behind. As his orders began to be carried out, the system kept updating, and his demon power points continued to drain away at a steady pace. Beside him, Hernan's voice gradually became steadier as she continued her explanation. The kingdom of Hilgeron had once been a mighty empire, powerful enough to command respect across the continent. But after years of war, that former glory had withered away, leaving it reduced to little more than a shadow of what it used to be. Her father, the king, was obsessed with restoring that lost greatness. However, he did not believe that armies alone would be enough to bring Hilgeron back to its peak. Instead, he sought something far more absolute and decisive. A single genius mage with enough power to dominate entire battlefields on their own. But people like that could not be discovered easily, and they certainly could not be created through ordinary methods. Vergatalis began to understand where Hernan's words were leading, and she soon confirmed his suspicion. The Child of the World Tree was the answer, a forbidden form of magic. It was a forbidden spell capable of creating humans, and the weight of that revelation settled heavily between them. Hernan explained that from the earliest stages of life, enormous amounts of mana were forcibly injected into developing bodies, twisting their growth before they were even born. The process was horrifyingly cruel, and the chance of success was terrifyingly low. Most of those lives ended before they could even take their first breath. Others managed to survive only for a brief time, their bodies deformed and unable to endure the strain forced upon them. Only the extremely rare successes, the ones hailed as true prodigies, were ever shown to the world, while the countless failures remained buried in silence. Vergatalis questioned how anyone could possibly endure such a process. Hernan confirmed his fear without hesitation. Countless lives had been sacrificed, and the truth behind those so-called geniuses was soaked in blood. Before the weight of her words could fully settle, something shifted behind her. Vergatalis's attention snapped toward the disturbance in an instant. A creature had appeared there. A grotesque, one-eyed, octopus-like demon drawn in by the demonic energy he had released earlier. Its very presence radiated danger, clearly marking it as a superior-ranked monster. Without hesitation, Vergatalis gathered mana once again, condensing destructive force into his palm. He ordered Hernan to step aside, addressing her firmly as the princess. But Hernan did not move away. Instead, she calmly raised her hand and summoned her water spirit. Her expression hardened with resolve as she prepared herself for battle. In that moment, she revealed the truth about herself. She was one of the successful results of that forbidden magic, a being created for the purpose of becoming an overwhelming genius. As her words faded, the demon formed a glowing red mana circle, its energy twisting and spiraling violently before it launched its attack. The air trembled under the pressure of that incoming strike, but Hernan reacted without the slightest delay. Through her spirit, she drew in the surrounding water and compressed it tightly, shaping it into a sharp spear that gleamed like ice. With flawless precision, Hernan launched the spear forward, and the attack tore through the demon as if there had been no resistance at all. The spear pierced straight through its body, ending the monster's existence in a single clean strike. Silence followed immediately afterward. Vergatalis watched the result without saying a word, but the meaning was unmistakable. A human had just destroyed a superior-ranked monster in an instant. It was undeniable proof of why the king had clung so desperately to his ambition. And yet Hernan showed no pride in that power. Instead, her expression darkened, weighed down by guilt she could not easily hide. She described her strength as something tainted, power born from sacrifice, cruelty, and suffering. Vergatalis, however, immediately pointed out the contradiction in her words. With that kind of power, and with her standing so close to inheriting the throne, her claim that she did not want to return to the kingdom sounded impossible to believe. Vergatalis questioned her sincerity directly. Frustration flared in Hernan's eyes as she insisted that she was telling the truth. Her voice rose with urgency as she demanded that he take her with him, just as he had done with Hillen using a magical artifact. But Vergatalis rejected the idea immediately. The Armani orb, he explained, could not endure the mana of spirits. If it were used on someone like her, it would shatter instantly, making it completely useless. Then he raised his hand again, directing his will toward Hernan as he demanded that she reveal her true purpose. His warning carried a chilling weight. If she tried to deceive him again, he would show her exactly what it meant to stand before the Demon King. Those words pushed Hernan to her breaking point. In one sudden motion, Hernan grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly against her chest. Her voice rang out with frustration and desperation as she insisted that she had been telling him the truth from the very beginning. Caught completely off guard, Vergatalis demanded that she let go of him, confusion flashing across his face. But Hernan refused to release his hand. She told him to listen, to feel the beating of her heart for himself. At first, Vergatalis resisted the strange demand. But then, something changed. Through Hernan, he began to sense something deeper than ordinary sound or touch. It was as though a phoenix stirred within her, allowing him to feel the rhythm of her very existence. Her heartbeat was no longer just a physical pulse, carried emotions with it, clear and undeniable. Shame, anger, disappointment. Each feeling flowed into Vergatalis with startling clarity, leaving no room for doubt. Although Hernan was clearly embarrassed, she explained that this was a form of communication used by spirits. Through pure mana, one could sense subtle waves and perceive the true feelings hidden inside another person. She insisted once again that everything she had told him was true, and this time Vergatalis could not deny it. What he had felt through her heartbeat matched her words perfectly. Then Hernan revealed something even more personal. From the moment she had first seen him, she had sensed something different in Vergatalis, something unlike anything she had ever encountered before. That difference had given her hope. Her voice trembled faintly as she admitted that she needed his help, while Vergatalis struggled to understand what she truly meant. Confusion and disbelief stirred together inside him, and then Hernan finally said it aloud. With unwavering determination in her voice, she declared her true intention. Hernan wanted to bring down Hilgeron itself. The moment those words left her mouth, they struck the air like a thunderclap, heavy enough to shake the silence between them. Vergatalis stood there in stunned silence, unable to fully process what Hernan had just declared. Even as he stared at her, disbelief continued to linger in his mind. And yet, the truth he had felt through the rhythm of her heartbeat made it impossible for him to dismiss her words as a lie. After carefully listening to everything Hernan had revealed, Vergatalis finally allowed his guard to lower. The sharp tension in his expression softened, and after weighing her words against what he had sensed from her heart, he chose to trust her. Hernan felt a quiet wave of relief at his decision. She answered him with sincere gratitude, her face turning faintly red from embarrassment. For a moment, a subtle warmth settled between the two of them, and it did not go unnoticed. Watching them from the side, Neruniel's curiosity quickly shifted into playful mischief. A teasing smile spread across her face as she began poking at the situation, wondering aloud when the two of them had grown so close without her realizing it. Neruniel jokingly accused Hernan of pretending to be innocent while clearly hiding something more. Vergatalis was caught completely off guard by her bold teasing and was left momentarily speechless. Hernan, on the other hand, became visibly flustered, struggling to regain her composure as she insisted that nothing strange had happened, and that it was only the spirit's way of communicating. But Neruniel clearly was not convinced. With a light laugh and a knowing look, she kept teasing them, hinting that this so-called communication seemed far deeper and more intimate than simply exchanging words. Clearly entertained, Neruniel stretched the moment for as long as she could before the conversation finally returned to order. Vergatalis calmly acknowledged Hernan's sincerity, and his tone became firm again as he suggested that they continue discussing Hilgeron once they returned to the tower. Hernan nodded right away, agreeing without hesitation. But before they moved on, Vergatalis issued another command, this time turning his full attention toward strategy. He ordered Hernan to use the spirits to locate the real body of Daphne Filion. Capturing Daphne had now become a clear priority, and as that objective settled into place, the scene shifted, bringing with it a completely different atmosphere. A frozen mountain came into view, buried beneath heavy snowfall that covered everything in white. The biting cold filled the air, and there, deep in thought, stood Daphne Filion, the hero whose mind was focused on his unique cloning magic. It was an incredibly powerful ability, one that allowed him to create multiple clones at the same time while letting each of them share a portion of his strength. Of course, that power came with a drawback. The more clones Daphne created, the weaker each individual body became. Even so, the advantage was undeniable because it allowed him to search enormous areas all at once. Holding his map in hand, Daphne carefully studied the situation. A Demon King's tower should have been at least 50 meters tall, a structure far too massive to overlook in a mountain range. And yet, even after scanning the entire region, he had found no sign of it anywhere. He thought back to the information previously provided by Lord Wharton Colo and Lord Hillencargill. Using the data they had given him, Daphne had calculated the route and timing of the hero expedition with an impressive 93% accuracy. Every piece of information pointed toward the same conclusion. The tower had to be somewhere nearby. And yet, when he looked around, there was still nothing to be found. No trace, no visible sign, no towering silhouette breaking through the snow. The silence of the mountains only made the situation feel even more unsettling, because his instincts kept telling him he was close. But the evidence refused to match the certainty in his gut. Then, all of a sudden, his map released a sharp warning alarm, and in that instant, Daphne realized something was terribly wrong. It was his clones. The very clones capable of evading even high-level monsters were being destroyed at an alarming speed. One after another, they were vanishing from the map. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, Vergatalus's demons were moving with terrifying efficiency. They swept across the snowy battlefield, hunting down and eliminating every clone they found. When they returned, they reported their success without hesitation, and to them, the so-called 10-star hero did not seem nearly as impressive as his reputation suggested. Hearing their report, Vergatalus allowed a satisfied smile to form. Without wasting a moment, he gave a clear order to destroy every remaining target. The demons accepted instantly and rushed back into action, while Vergatalus, confident in his advantage, began calculating his next move. He still had enough points remaining. If he could wipe out all the clones and capture Daphne himself, then he could turn the hero into his subordinate. And if that happened, the entire continent would fall under his control, bending completely to his will. Everything seemed to be moving in his favor. But then the situation suddenly changed. A system window appeared before him, and Gordon's urgent voice cut straight through his thoughts with critical news. Vergatalus immediately turned his attention to the message, only to learn that something had gone wrong with the tower itself. Gordon explained that Monarch Ghost was behaving abnormally, heating up to a dangerous level as if it might explode at any moment. At the same time, a system notification flashed before Vergatalus's eyes. The tower was beginning to overload because invisibility had been maintained for too long. Even worse, the cost of keeping that concealment active had suddenly skyrocketed. It was now consuming 100 points every second, while the remaining demonic energy had dropped to only 49,910. For the first time, Vergatalus felt truly shaken, and he grasped the seriousness of the situation almost immediately. At that rate, they did not even have 10 minutes left before everything collapsed. If Daphne was not captured within that short window, the tower's location would be exposed, and the hero expedition would begin in full. As the pressure mounted, Gordon delivered another critical update. Outside the tower, countless clones had already surrounded the area from every direction. At the same time, Daphne continued scanning the environment, his confusion deepening with every passing second. He still could not locate the tower, no matter how hard he searched. And yet, his instincts refused to back down. He was certain it was there. After pouring so much mana into the search, Daphne made up his mind. He would find the tower no matter what it cost. Back inside the tower, Vergatalus wasted no time responding. He immediately contacted Crudu, his voice sharp with urgency and leaving no room for delay. He ordered him to stop any more clones from approaching and to search every inch of the surrounding area without exception. Crudu acknowledged the command instantly, ready to carry it out without the slightest hesitation. Without pausing, Vergatalus turned back to Gordon and demanded precise data. He wanted the locations of every destroyed clone, especially the ones created by Daphne's magic. As the information was processed, a pattern slowly began to take shape. Vergatalus studied it with intense focus, his mind racing as he realized that the clones could not stray too far from their original body. That meant the points where they had been destroyed would naturally form a cluster around the source. With that realization, Vergatalus reached a clear conclusion. Daphne's real body had to be at the center of that pattern. Elsewhere, Daphne suddenly sensed something unusual nearby. It was an overwhelming and unmistakable presence, the Demon King himself, and that alone confirmed what he had suspected. The tower was nearby. His calculations had been correct all along, and the truth was finally within reach. Realizing this, Daphne prepared to withdraw and report his findings. But before he could make his move, everything changed again. Neruniel found him first. Without hesitation, she formed a mana circle, her expression filled with certainty as she confirmed that she had located the real body. The situation shifted instantly. Sensing the danger closing in, Daphne turned at once and attempted to flee. Neruniel noticed his movement immediately and relayed the information to Vergatalis and Ernan without delay. The hero was escaping. Vergatalis reacted without even a second of hesitation, demanding his exact location. Ernan responded instantly, confirming the precise position to Neruniel. Together, they transmitted the coordinates directly to Vergatalis, giving him the location he needed. And in the very next moment, Vergatalis appeared right in front of the fleeing hero, cutting off Daphne's escape route completely. At that moment, Vergatalis activated the power of the Phoenix. His presence surged dramatically, and an overwhelming pressure flooded the surroundings, bearing down on everything around him. Blazing flames of incredible intensity coiled around him, wrapping his body like a living mantle of fire and making his already terrifying presence feel even heavier. Standing directly before Daphne Philin, he calmly revealed who he was and gave him a choice. His tone remained steady and composed, but every word carried a crushing weight. If Daphne wanted to survive, obedience was the only path left. There was no space left for bargaining, no chance to talk his way out of it. Daphne stood frozen in place as shock and confusion crashed through his mind all at once. He recognized the Demon King in front of him almost immediately, but what truly shook him to the core was something even harder to accept, the unmistakable presence of the Phoenix. His thoughts began spinning faster and faster. According to everything he knew, the Phoenix's owner should have been F.A., someone deeply connected to Lord Hillencargill. That one detail alone completely broke his understanding of the situation. Then, little by little, a terrifying possibility started taking shape in his mind. What if Pharaoh was actually the Demon King? And if that were true, then Hillencargill was not a loyal ally of the kingdom at all, but someone serving beneath him. The more he thought about it, the deeper his confusion became. He clearly remembered that what he had encountered earlier was a spirit, but that only made the truth feel even more impossible. Spirits were not supposed to serve demon kings. The very idea went against everything he believed. And yet, the proof was standing right in front of him. As his thoughts spiraled further out of control, suspicion hardened into certainty. Daphne became convinced that even the princess had to be involved somehow, just like Hillencargill, working with the Demon King instead of standing against him. But instead of being swallowed by fear, Daphne's mind suddenly turned in another direction. He saw a chance hidden inside the danger. If what he had discovered was truly real, then revealing a scandal this massive could change his entire future, giving him comfort, influence, and power beyond anything he had imagined. In an instant, the plan in his head changed completely. First, he had to escape. Then, once he was safe, he would use this information to his advantage. Driven by that thought, Daphne turned and tried to flee once again. But he barely made it anywhere before Vergatalis appeared right in front of him, blocking his path as if he had never moved at all. His presence bore down like an invisible weight pressing the air flat. And that cold, piercing stare made one thing painfully clear. There was no way past him. The offer had already been given, and there would not be a second one. In that moment, the gap between them became impossible to ignore. Daphne Philin, a 10-star hero, stood there completely stunned. The reality before him was undeniable. This was the power of a demon king who had not even ruled for a full year, and the realization made regret slowly creep into Daphne's heart. He cursed his own choices, wondering again and again why he had ever accepted this mission in the first place. Whether he had done it for money, pride, or reputation no longer mattered. If only he had known the truth from the start. If he had understood just how strong his opponent really was, he would have turned around and run as far away as possible without the slightest hesitation. But now that chance was already gone. Before Daphne could make another move, Vergatalis released a devastating explosion. The force erupted violently across the battlefield, shaking everything around them and ripping through whatever stood in its way. As the clash reached its most desperate point, Daphne made one final attempt to survive in whatever way he still could. He summoned a mana bird and sent a message flying toward the king of Hilgeron. It became his final act before everything around him was swallowed by the destructive blast, and the scene shifted away. Inside the grand palace of Hilgeron, a messenger rushed into the king's presence. Dropping into a deep bow, he reported that a letter from Daphne Philin had just reached the kingdom's intelligence department. The king's eyes immediately brightened with interest, his confidence in his hero still completely firm. He assumed that the tower's location had finally been found. The messenger confirmed that the exact coordinates had indeed been delivered, and a satisfied smile spread across the king's face. Inwardly, he praised Daphne once again, certain that this hero had never failed to carry out his duties. But then the messenger hesitated. That single pause was enough to make the air in the room grow heavy. The king's expression sharpened at once as he demanded to know what else had happened. With concern written clearly across his face, the messenger continued. The manna bird that had delivered the message had suddenly burst into black flames and disappeared the very moment its task was complete. The king trembled where he sat, understanding the meaning almost instantly. The messenger confirmed it in a heavy voice. The sudden destruction of the manna bird could only point to one conclusion. Daphne Filion's real body had been killed by the Demon King in that same terrifying manner. Rage exploded through the king, and his fists clenched so tightly that fury seemed to consume him completely. The loss of a hero as powerful as Daphne was never something he had expected. In that moment, the king finally realized just how badly he had underestimated this new Demon King. Without wasting even a second, he gave his orders. The Hero Guild was to be contacted immediately, and a full summoning of every 10-star hero was to begin at once. His voice burned with anger as he declared that this time, he would personally kill the Demon King and bring back his princess. Back on the battlefield, silence had only just settled over the ruined ground when another explosion tore it apart. A massive blast erupted with overwhelming force, powerful enough to drive even Vergatalis down onto his knees. The ground beneath him split and cracked as he collapsed, briefly overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the power he had released. Even with the Phoenix's strength fused together with his own, the force had gone far beyond what he expected. At the same time, exhaustion slammed into his body much harder than he had anticipated, dragging him down like heavy chains. Before he could fully steady himself, Ernan rushed toward him. She caught him in her arms and supported his weakened body, her expression filled with concern as she addressed him as the Demon King. Ernan quickly checked his condition, her voice carrying urgency while still trying to remain controlled. As Vergatalis slowly regained his focus, his attention shifted toward her. That was when he noticed the heat radiating from her knees. They were burning from the strain. He pointed it out right away, and Ernan answered him with a small, awkward smile. She explained that water spirits specialized in recovery, suggesting that she could deal with the damage on her own. But beneath her calm words, it was clear she was forcing herself to hold back. She reminded herself that she could not show weakness here. The thought that the nearby funny orcs might be watching stayed in her mind, forcing her to keep her composure no matter how much pain she felt. Understanding why she was acting that way, Vergatalis chose not to press her further. Ernan then decided to rest for a short while, giving herself a brief chance to recover. Vergatalis agreed without hesitation, calmly reassuring her that everything was under control. For a little while, the chaos around them faded into a rare quiet moment. But far away from that battlefield, another storm was already beginning to rise. In the next scene, Jason stood holding a newspaper in his hands. Across the front page, a bold headline announced that dozens of succubi had invaded, followed by a loud call to hunt down demon kings. As his eyes moved over the words, anger began to flicker across his face. His grip tightened around the paper, his hands trembling with frustration, until he suddenly tore the newspaper apart. Yet even with that anger burning inside him, a faint smile appeared as he turned toward Vivian. In a calm, almost chilling voice, he reminded her that he had clearly told her not to send her subordinates outside the tower. They were supposed to keep a low profile. Vivian, however, simply sat back and sipped her wine as if none of it mattered. Then she straightened slightly, her expression sharpening as she asserted her authority without the slightest hesitation. She made it clear that she was not the kind of person who obeyed orders just because someone gave them. Calling herself Queen Luna, she emphasized that she was the one who gave commands, not the one who received them. With a faint edge in her voice, she asked whether Jason had truly summoned her over something so minor. His reply came quickly, thick with visible frustration. Jason explained that her careless behavior had already increased human surveillance, which was exactly what he had been trying to avoid from the very beginning. But Vivian brushed off his concern with casual indifference, treating his warning as nothing more than needless worrying. To her, the threat simply was not worth taking seriously. She spoke of heroes as if they were nothing more than prey, beings that existed only to be hunted by demon kings. As for her subordinates running into a hero inside the palace, Vivian saw that as nothing more than an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. Jason went silent for a moment, clearly caught off guard by her attitude. That confusion soon turned into disappointment as he lifted a hand to his forehead and muttered under his breath, wondering why the Archduke would assign someone so reckless and ruled by impulse. That single comment immediately struck a nerve. Vivian's expression hardened instantly, her pride clearly wounded. She snapped back sharply, unable to tolerate being reduced to something so crude. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the table, her presence flaring as she demanded that her title be spoken properly. With fierce pride, she declared that she was the succubus queen, far beyond any shallow description, and that her identity deserved respect. Jason, however, seemed more entertained by her reaction than intimidated by it. A quiet chuckle slipped from him before he smoothly shifted the conversation in another direction. His tone grew more serious as he pointed out that this dimension was already inhabited. Then he asked her to think carefully about how many heroes might exist in a world like this. Vivian answered with complete confidence, relying on her own past experience. In the dimension she had conquered before, there had only been around 10 heroes. Even in a place like Erin, which was known for producing a large number of heroes, she estimated that there might be around 50 at most. From Vivian's point of view, numbers like that hardly justified the level of concern Jason was showing. Hearing that, Jason released a quiet sigh, his face showing a trace of disbelief, as though Vivian's confidence had only confirmed how little she truly knew. He remarked that the Archduke clearly had not told her what this dimension was really like. There was a heavy undertone in Jason's words, as if he understood perfectly that, had Vivian known the truth from the start, she never would have agreed to step into this world. Her confidence faltered for just a moment, confusion slipping into her eyes, and that was when Jason revealed the real number. The heroes registered with the Hero Guild were not 50. There were 4,732 of them. The moment those words landed, the impact was immediate. Vivian forced a tight, strained smile onto her face, her fingers nervously combing through her hair as she tried to keep herself composed. She asked if Jason was joking, insisting that even absurd situations had to have limits. To her, the idea that one single dimension could hold that many heroes was simply too ridiculous to accept. Jason only answered with a knowing smirk, as if her reaction was exactly what he had expected. In a calm voice, he explained that if those limits truly existed, then the demon kings who came before them would have conquered this world long ago. This was not some strange exception. This was simply what this dimension was. In this world, running into heroes was not rare, special, or unexpected. It was something that could happen as naturally as breathing. As Vivian took that in, her confidence began to break apart, and a faint sheen of sweat appeared on her skin while her body trembled ever so slightly. She tried to reject it, desperately clinging to the promise the Archduke had once made to her. Her mind drifted back to that confident voice, the one that had reminded her that as Vivian Blunt, the demon king who had conquered the Luna dimension and the queen of the Luna race, she should have been more than capable of conquering Erin as well. She had been promised that if she succeeded, she would become the next Archduke. She had also been entrusted with watching over Vergatalis and warned not to disappoint him. But as that memory faded, the harsh reality in front of her returned. Jason, still wearing that faint, unsettling smirk, revealed that he already knew everything. The promise she had received, the ambition she was chasing, and even the secret order telling her to monitor Vergatalis. Vivian's eyes widened in shock the instant she heard it. She could not understand how Jason knew such hidden information. Jason confirmed it without the slightest hesitation, calmly explaining that this was a method he used often, treating certain people as disposable informants whenever it served his purpose. Before Vivian could even react, his power activated. In the next instant, Vivian was violently slammed down into the ground. The impact left her stunned and breathless, her body frozen for a moment as she struggled to understand what had just happened to her. She stared up at him in disbelief, unable to accept that he had called her disposable. Jason's expression turned cold, and his sharp gaze looked down on her without even a trace of mercy. He made it brutally clear that she had already been abandoned, mocking her as a foolish queen who still did not understand her own position. From this moment onward, he declared, she was not to think for herself at all. With judgment as poor as hers, independent decisions would only lead to failure. What Jason demanded from her was not opinion, pride, or argument, but absolute obedience and unconditional submission to every command he gave. Overwhelmed by fear, Vivian's body trembled as the pressure crushed her resistance. With no other choice left, her voice faltered, and she lowered herself enough to confirm that she understood. As if that terrifying exchange had never happened, Jason calmly returned to the newspaper. His eyes moved across the headlines again, taking in each piece of information as the true weight of the situation unfolded before him. The report first detailed the death of the legendary 10-star hero, Daphne Fillon. Then, almost in the same breath, it announced that Wharton Kolo had been chosen as the newest 10-star hero. Another major revelation followed soon after. The location of Urgris Tower had finally been exposed to the world. But the next piece of news carried even greater meaning, and Jason's attention sharpened as he continued reading. The Demon King of Urgrist had been given a new title, the Demon King of Flames. At the same time, the Hero Guild had officially announced that it would provide no support whatsoever to anyone attempting to conquer the tower. With Daphne's death now spreading across the continent, fear was beginning to move just as quickly, casting a dark shadow of uncertainty over every kingdom and faction. As Jason absorbed the report, a quiet realization settled in his mind. It felt as though the entire world was starting to tremble. This was not the result Jason had wanted. Even so, he dismissed Vivian as nothing more than a minor concern, someone he believed he could keep under control without much difficulty. But his thoughts soon grew serious as they turned toward the one matter that truly mattered, Vergatalis, the arrogant black flame dragon. At first, Jason had planned to leave him alone for a little longer. But now the situation had changed, and with no better option remaining, he reached a cold decision. Vergatalis would have to be eliminated. Elsewhere, the focus shifted once again, this time back to Urgrist Tower on the 4th floor inside Hernan's home. The mood there was completely different from the chaos unfolding outside. Everything felt quiet, calm, and almost peaceful as Hernan moved gently through the room, preparing food with steady, composed hands. Nearby, Vergatalis lay resting on a bed, his body still visibly wounded. In his red-haired form, he looked far weaker than before, still recovering from the brutal battle he had barely endured. Slowly, his eyelids began to lift, and with his mind foggy and his body drained, he struggled to come back to his senses. Vergatalis's thoughts were still scattered as consciousness slowly returned. His vision remained blurred, his limbs felt heavy, and for a few moments he could not fully understand where he was or how he had gotten there. After the chaos of battle, the quiet atmosphere around him felt strangely unfamiliar. Nearby, Hernan continued cooking as if nothing unusual had happened, her movements calm and steady. When she noticed him beginning to stir, she turned toward him with a gentle, reassuring smile. In an easy, casual tone, she told him that the soup was ready and that he could eat whenever he felt strong enough. The simple warmth in her voice felt almost surreal compared to the fierce battle he had just survived. Still trying to gather his thoughts, Vergatalis pushed himself up slightly and let his eyes move across the room. Then, all at once, realization struck him, and shock spread clearly across his face. He was inside his own tower. The realization felt so sudden that it almost seemed unreal. Meanwhile, Hernan kept smiling and lightly commented on how nicely the place was decorated, as though they were merely sharing an ordinary conversation. Struggling to sit up properly, Vergatalis asked how much time had passed and demanded to know how they had managed to return without anyone discovering them. Hernan remained calm and reassured him that there was no need to worry. No one had noticed their return at all. She explained that she had taken advantage of Gordon's brief absence and quietly slipped in through a window on the 5th floor. Then, making it even more surprising, she added that not even 10 minutes had passed since they entered the tower. Hearing this, Vergatalis finally let out a quiet breath and calmly acknowledged her effort, telling her that she had done well. Hernan answered with a soft, pleased chuckle, clearly happy that her careful work had earned his approval. But as Vergatalis adjusted himself, he suddenly felt that something was strange. His expression shifted while he examined his own condition more closely. This was not normal. His body should have been completely drained and close to collapse, yet instead, it was filled with energy. It felt as though his strength had been restored far beyond anything he expected. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked Hernan if she had done something to him. Before she could respond, another presence spoke up. The water spirit's voice sounded calm, with a hint of amusement, as it explained that the answer was simple. It had shared its mana with him. Vergatalis was momentarily taken aback, because he had not expected a spirit to directly restore a demon king using its own mana. The water spirit continued, explaining that this had only become possible because something inside Vergatalis had changed. After absorbing Lena, a spiritual beast, his body had evolved. Now it could absorb and process mana in ways that went far beyond normal limits. Even to the spirit, this was completely unprecedented. Because of that transformation, Vergatalis had also gained the ability to use the spirit's unique method of communication. But privately, the water spirit was nowhere near as calm as it sounded. It smirked to itself at first, only for its thoughts to suddenly spiral into panic. What had once required nothing more than a simple touch, like placing a hand on his chest, might now require something much more intimate. Maybe it would even require a full embrace. That thought alone was enough to overwhelm the spirit, sending it into silent inner chaos as it wondered how it would ever handle such a situation. Completely unaware of the spirit's turmoil, Vergadalus rose to his feet and regained his composure. Turning toward Ernan, Vergadalus's tone became firm once again, as he declared that everything that had happened between them would remain secret. A demon king could not afford to let weakness be seen, and information like this could never be allowed to spread. Ernan nodded to show that she understood, but then a playful glint appeared in her eyes as she added that she had one condition. Vergadalus paused and asked what it was. Letting out a soft, teasing chuckle, she told him that next time, he would have to grant one of her wishes. Vergadalus narrowed his gaze slightly, asking what kind of wish she had in mind. In the end, he agreed as long as it was not anything troublesome. Ernan simply smiled again, looking perfectly satisfied with his answer. Just as that brief moment of calm settled between them, a message suddenly arrived. Gordon's voice echoed out with clear urgency as he addressed Vergadalus. The situation was serious. Vergadalus immediately became alert and demanded an explanation. Gordon wasted no time delivering the report. The Kingdom of Hildron had discovered the location of their tower and was preparing to reactivate the hero expedition. The report had been submitted by Hillen Cargill, and the room instantly filled with tension. Hernan's expression turned serious as she remembered Daphne Fillen's final actions. Before he died, he had still managed to reveal the location of Urger's tower. A bead of sweat rolled down Vergadalus's face as the meaning sank in. In this world, communication methods were limited. There was no advanced magic like in the demon realm. At most, people relied on messenger birds. He had attacked Daphne in a way specifically meant to eliminate even that possibility. And yet, somehow, the information had already been sent before their encounter was fully resolved. That meant one thing. Daphne had failed to report one critical detail. He had not reported that Vergadalus was the one who possessed the Phoenix's power. It was a small relief, a single advantage buried inside an otherwise disastrous situation. Gordon continued in a heavy tone, explaining that this hero expedition would be different from anything before. Every 10-star hero would be gathered. It would become the largest operation ever carried out, and the preparations alone were expected to take at least 6 months. 6 months. Vergadalus's eyes fixed on those words, weighing the time he had left. The tower's whereabouts could no longer be treated as a secret. With several 10-star heroes now involved, cheap tricks and clever distractions would be useless. Causing an avalanche or baiting nearby monsters might slow ordinary intruders, but against enemies of that level, those tactics would barely buy him any time. Soon, hundreds of heroes would come marching in, and none of them would arrive carelessly. They would be armed, informed, and ready for every possible trap, leaving him almost no margin for even the smallest mistake. That crushing truth settled over him like a weight, and all of it would happen in only 6 months. If nothing changed, he could be beaten down again, shamed in front of his enemies, and killed just like before. The thought struck him hard, and a wave of anxiety rushed through his chest before he could stop it. His mind spun faster and faster, desperately digging through every possibility, every plan, every desperate way out. As the pressure built inside him, sweat began sliding down his face in thick drops. Ernan noticed the change immediately, stepped in close, and gently wrapped her hand around his. Ernan did not panic. Her voice stayed calm and firm as she told him that there was still a way forward. There was a method that could stop the expedition from happening, but it would require someone with the right power and the right position to carry it out. What they needed was a true servant of the Demon King, a dark spiritist. The instant those words reached Vergadalus, something inside him seemed to settle back into place, and his hair slowly darkened once more. As the color returned to black, a quiet chuckle slipped from his lips. The title itself sounded almost absurd, yet strangely enough, hearing it always steadied his heart. A little of the tension drained from his face, and once he regained his calm, Vergadalus admitted that he had worried everyone for no reason. Then, with his composure restored, he declared that they would begin preparing countermeasures. They would hold a meeting right away, and deep inside Vergadalus, his resolve hardened like steel. He would not fall a second time. He would not let the same heroes who had manipulated him and murdered him before defeat him again, not when his revenge was still waiting ahead. Then Ernan finally revealed the plan for stopping the Hildron hero expedition. If they wanted to cut off the journey before it grew any worse, they would have to kidnap his younger sister, Alina. Vergadalus went completely still, his expression freezing in place as the unexpected suggestion landed on him without warning. Ernan tightened her grip around Vergadalus's hand, her face filled with a sharp urgency that could not be ignored. She insisted that if they truly wanted to prevent the hero's journey from spiraling out of control, then they needed to save Alina first. The moment that name reached him, Vergatalis understood exactly who Ernan meant. Alina was the 13th princess of Hilgeron, the very princess who, according to the original course of events, had been destined to be kidnapped. Ernan then lowered her voice and revealed the truth. Alina was her younger sister, even though they had been born from different mothers. Despite that difference, their bond had always been far closer and warmer than what most people would expect from ordinary siblings. Ernan explained that ever since she read the newspaper report claiming Alina had been taken by the Demon King of absolute hardness, she had not been able to stop thinking about her sister's safety. Not even for a single moment had that worry left her alone. Vergatalis found Hernan's deep concern somewhat strange. Looking at her with a composed gaze, he reminded her that other demon kings were nothing like him. Most of them would never treat hostages gently, nor would they bother keeping them safe simply because it was convenient. But Ernan quickly explained why she was so desperate. She spoke of the special magic tied to the Child of the World Tree, that mysterious power capable of forcing mana sensitivity far beyond ordinary limits. Alina, just like her, had inherited that exact same ability. Unlike Ernan, however, Alina's mana sensitivity had been dangerously extreme from the moment she was born. Because of it, her body had grown unbelievably delicate, so fragile that staying outside for too long could place her life at risk. Because of that condition, properly learning magic had always been beyond Alina's reach. Even so, Ernan refused to abandon hope. She believed that if Alina were brought into Vergatalis's tower, where the density of mana remained extremely low, her fragile condition might slowly begin to improve. If Alina could learn to control her mana properly in that environment, Ernan was certain she could one day become someone truly remarkable. She spoke with absolute confidence, without even the faintest trace of doubt, and as Vergatalis listened, he quietly sank into thought. Someone with abilities similar to Hernan's would unquestionably become valuable in the future. Still, Vergatalis pointed out that rescuing kidnapped princesses was normally supposed to be the work of heroes, not demon kings. Ernan simply smiled at that and answered as if it were obvious. They could just make the heroes do the rescuing themselves. The casual way Ernan ordered others around reminded Vergatalis once again that she still thought like royalty. She crossed her arms proudly, lifting her chin with complete confidence as she reminded him that, after all, she was still a princess. At the same time, Vergatalis knew they no longer had the luxury of dragging out the discussion. Heroes from different regions were already starting to gather, and the situation was moving faster with every passing moment. Without wasting another second, Vergatalis ordered Gordon to contact Hillen Cargill and arrange a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess of Hilgeron. Gordon accepted the command at first without any complaint, but a heartbeat later, the meaning of those words finally struck him. Somehow, another princess rescue mission had been dropped onto their already overflowing list of problems. Before Gordon could even fully process what had just happened, the conversation was already over. From there, the focus moved to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, and more precisely, to the private chamber where its ruler waited. Vergatalis arrived there with Gordon at his side, and inside the chamber, the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, Yugur, was already waiting for them. Yugur had apparently heard the rumors that another hero's journey was being prepared to invade Vergatalis's tower. Because of those rumors, Yugur assumed that Vergatalis had come all this way to ask for his assistance. But at the same time, Yugur openly questioned why he should lift a finger for someone who had once been foolish enough to insult the standards of Titans. Vergatalis answered not with fear, but with action. He slowly spread his wings and rose a little into the air, looking down at Yugur with a steady gaze. His voice stayed calm as he declared that he had not come to ask for help at all. On the contrary, he had come here to help Yugur. Those words caught Yugur completely off guard, leaving him staring in confusion, unable to understand what Vergatalis was really saying. Vergatalis then calmly revealed the truth. A hero's journey was currently being organized against the Tower of Absolute Hardness. The moment Yugur heard that, shock crossed his face all over again. Without hesitation, Vergatalis instructed Yugur to move the kidnapped 13th princess to the first floor of the tower. He explained that if the heroes found and rescued the princess right after entering, they would have no reason to rampage through the entire structure and would likely retreat without causing massive destruction to the tower itself. The instant Yugur heard that suggestion, his anger erupted. He shouted furiously that the idea was complete nonsense, insisting that he had never received even a single report about a new hero's journey being formed against him. Vergatalis replied coldly that this only proved how limited the Titan's intelligence network really was. Those words poured even more oil onto Yugur's rage. His eyes locked onto Vergatalis with a murderous glare as he warned him not to grow too arrogant simply because Yugur had held his tongue until now. In the next instant, Yuger launched himself forward in a burst of fury, activating Titan magic as his body swelled with power. Gigantification level 3. As he charged in, Yuger roared that Vergatalis had become far too cocky, spitting out insults and calling him worthless trash who had disgraced the standards of Titans. But before his attack could even connect, something stopped the momentum cold. Vergatalis calmly began naming people one after another. The 3rd prince of Gianna, the 7th princess of the Vostokdom, the 4th prince of Makhel, the 6th princess of Candaria. The instant Yuger heard those names, his body abruptly froze in place, and Vergatalis continued in the same calm tone. Every single one of those royals, Vergatalis explained, had either already lost their place in the line of succession or lacked the resources needed to launch a proper hero's journey. In other words, kidnapping any of them would never provoke real retaliation from the heroes. Yuger was shaken to his core by that realization. Those were, in fact, the very same targets Yuger himself had once considered kidnapping. But he had never been fully certain about whether they were truly safe choices. Stunned beyond belief, he demanded to know how Vergatalis could possibly have that kind of information. A faint smirk touched Vergatalis's face as he answered that the method did not matter. Deep inside, however, Vergatalis knew the truth. Those princes and princesses were the exact people Yuger had kidnapped in his previous life before the regression. Outwardly, Vergatalis only remained calm and reminded him that the true priority was protecting the tower. Yuger hesitated for a long while before warning him that if the information about the incoming hero's journey turned out to be false, Vergatalis would face serious consequences. Even under that threat, Vergatalis did not show the slightest trace of panic. He simply pointed out that keeping a single hostage on the 1st floor would not put the tower at any real disadvantage, no matter what happened. Faced with such straightforward logic, Yuger found himself unable to properly argue back. Still, suspicion remained in his narrowed eyes as he demanded to know why Vergatalis was helping him in the first place. What, exactly, did Vergatalis want from this arrangement? At that question, a small grin slowly appeared on Vergatalis's face. Inwardly, Vergatalis mocked Yuger for stepping right into the trap he had carefully laid. As he repeated the question in his mind, he began thinking about the harsh reality of this dimension. More than anyone, he understood that raw strength alone would never be enough to survive here. In a world overflowing with heroes, even Yuger understood that truth somewhere deep inside himself. No matter how enormous his power was, Yuger constantly feared the heroes of this dimension. He knew that strength was not the same as intelligence, and he lacked the cunning needed to outmaneuver them completely. That fear was exactly what had forced him to act with caution, choosing only kidnapping targets that would not bring proper hero expeditions down on his head. To Vergatalis, the situation felt painfully familiar, almost identical to the world he had known before his regression. As Vergatalis thought further, he remembered what was eventually supposed to happen. The giant yet cowardly Yuger would one day try to cling to a certain man in order to survive, and that man would become a guiding light for him. That man's name was Jason Cockmund. With that conclusion settled in his mind, Vergatalis calmly stated that he wanted nothing in return. He simply believed that a great demon king deserved to live a little longer. With those final words left behind, Vergatalis turned his back on Yuger and began walking away without another glance. But even as his footsteps carried him out, a new thought quietly rose within his mind. Rather than letting Yuger eventually become one of Jason's powerful future allies, Vergatalis would seize that place for himself first. He would draw Yuger into his own camp before Jason ever had the chance, cutting away one of that man's greatest future pieces before it could grow into a threat against him. Not long after that, the focus shifted to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild's base, where a teleportation circle station had been hidden away from ordinary eyes. Vergatalis arrived at that hidden station while wearing his alternate identity, blending into the Merchant Guild's operations without revealing who he truly was. Now that everything involving Yuger had been handled, his attention moved naturally to the next step of his plan, and the atmosphere around him sharpened with purpose. Hillen stood before him with confidence and reported that every preparation had been completed exactly as Vergatalis had ordered. According to him, the group was fully assembled, fully equipped, and ready to depart whenever the command was given. At the same time, Archmage Rosella explained that she had personally taken charge of preparing the raid map for the Tower of Absolute Hardness. She admitted that she had only accepted the responsibility because both Ellen and Carrie had asked for her help directly. Since she had climbed that tower several times in the past, her experience made her one of the few people capable of guiding the operation without leading everyone into unnecessary danger. Nearby, Hawk, the leader of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, stepped forward and proudly announced that his entire guild had gathered for the mission. The mercenaries raised their voices, declaring that this would be the perfect chance to show the true strength of Scarlet Hawk. But among the noise, several members quietly whispered to one another, remembering how generous their mysterious supporter had been the last time. Many of them were secretly hoping that another massive reward would be waiting once the mission ended. Meanwhile, Vergatalis calmly judged the situation for himself, thinking that since this operation only required them to reach the first floor of the tower, the amount of preparation before him was already more than enough. Then his gaze shifted toward Granada and Amon Katrashu as he asked about the rescued elf slaves. Amon respectfully reported that 33 elf slaves had been successfully saved from different regions across the continent. Granada added with pride that every single one of them had willingly sworn loyalty to her afterward. Standing close by, Jidozan smugly reminded everyone that none of those negotiations would have gone so smoothly without his efforts. At the same time, however, Jidozan was secretly wondering whether a little extra bonus might be waiting for him as well. Vergatalis did not say much. He simply handed over several heavy bags packed with gold coins and praised everyone for their hard work, then told them they would meet again shortly. Jidozan immediately bowed his head and thanked him with obvious enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Hawk and the members of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild stared at the gold with bright, greedy eyes, barely able to hide their excitement. Once Vergatalis confirmed that every preparation had truly been completed, he officially announced the start of the hero's journey. Their mission was clear and simple: rescue the 13th Princess of Hilderon and return safely. The entire group answered in a loud, unified shout before immediately moving to prepare for departure. As the commotion above ground gradually settled, the focus slipped deeper below the guild base, into the hidden warehouse beneath the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. There, in the dim underground space, Vergatalis quietly turned toward Granada and asked about the loyalty of the rescued elves. Granada answered calmly, confirming the oath she had mentioned earlier. Every elf gathered there had already sworn loyalty beneath the sacred world tree itself, making their pledge far more than a casual promise. The other elves explained that Vergatalis and Granada had saved them from lives filled with humiliation, suffering, and despair. After being pulled out of that darkness, they believed that offering their absolute loyalty was the only proper way to repay such a debt. To them, serving the great Granada was not a chain around their necks, but an honor they accepted with pride. Hearing their answer, Vergatalis smiled in satisfaction and officially welcomed them as vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. At that moment, Vergatalis slowly spread his enormous wings and finally revealed his true form. The instant the elves understood that the man before them was actually a demon king, the entire group went rigid, their faces frozen in complete shock. Seeing their stunned reaction, Vergatalis casually wondered aloud why elves always seemed to respond the exact same way whenever they discovered the truth about him. Granada answered without surprise, explaining that their reaction was only natural. After all, no ordinary demon king would wander through the world disguised as a normal person while secretly expanding his influence from the shadows. The other elves immediately turned their anger toward Granada, demanding to know why she had hidden something so important from them. Granada did not hesitate for even a moment. She openly declared that she had pledged her loyalty to Vergatalis long ago. Because of that, any elf who chose to follow her would also be serving the demon king by her side. One elf shouted in disbelief, accusing Granada of betraying the world tree itself. But Granada's expression instantly darkened, and years of buried hatred finally spilled out through her voice. Everything she had done was for revenge against humanity. She could never forget the endless cruelty humans had inflicted upon her people. Those memories were carved into her mind like wounds that refused to heal. Humans had slaughtered elves without reason, dragged them into slavery, tortured them, violated them, and treated their lives as if they were worth absolutely nothing. Even when the elves broke down crying and begged for mercy, no one listened. Their pain, their fear, and their pleas had all been ignored. As the others listened to those painful truths, the same fury began waking inside their hearts as well. One after another, the elves clenched their fists until their knuckles tightened, admitting that humanity had truly committed every single one of those unforgivable sins. Before long, the entire group stood behind Granada's desire for revenge, believing with burning hatred that humanity deserved to suffer for everything it had done. Watching that hatred spread through the elves, Vergatalis quietly realized something important. Even elves with pure hearts could be pulled into darkness after witnessing the ugliness of humanity firsthand. And with that understanding settled in his mind, he wasted no more time. Vergatalis ordered Gordon to gather every piece of information related to the elves and prepare secret infiltration routes that would allow the girls to move unnoticed throughout human society. Gordon accepted the task immediately, without the slightest hesitation in his voice. Meanwhile, Vergatalis silently calculated what had to come next. In 6 months, the legendary 10-star heroes would finally gather together for one purpose: to kill him. Before that day arrived, he needed to recruit more talented people, reinforce the tower's strength, and push his influence deeper into human society. Creating disorder within the human world was also part of his plan, because every crack he opened would buy him more room to move. The longer he could delay the hero's journey, the more time he would gain to prepare for the war that was inevitably coming. 6 months still remained before the 10 stars united against him, and no matter what happened during that time, Vergatalis was determined to survive until the very end. The focus then moved to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, specifically its first floor. When the heroes arrived there soon after, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted out that he had found the princess. Inside a prison cell, Princess Alina of Hildron was discovered lying unconscious. Granada immediately lifted her into his arms and rushed toward the exit, determined to carry her safely beyond the tower's territory. Meanwhile, Hillen stayed behind to guard the rear and make sure the others could retreat without being attacked from behind. But as the heroes prepared to leave, Rosella's suspicion only continued to deepen. Something about this entire mission felt wrong to her, as if the success had come far too easily. She could not understand why a demon king would keep such an important hostage on the very first floor, in a place where rescue would be so much easier than expected. To Rosella, it almost felt as if the enemy had deliberately allowed them to take the princess and leave unharmed. Hillen tried to ease her doubts, suggesting that their success had simply come from good timing and careful planning. He pointed out that they had completed the rescue while suffering only minimal casualties. In his eyes, that should have been treated as a clean victory, not picked apart with suspicion. However, Rosella quietly watched Hillen and noticed something different about him. He was no longer the same man she remembered, the one once driven by rage, ambition, greed, and an obsession with glory. Now he seemed calmer than before, more restrained, and strangely mature in a way that caught her off guard. The change still felt unfamiliar, but it was impossible for her to ignore. And to her own surprise, Rosella realized that she actually preferred this version of him much more. Her unexpected honesty briefly left Hillen stunned, but he quickly recovered and urged everyone to keep moving. After successfully rescuing Princess Alina, the heroes returned triumphantly to the kingdom of Hildron. Their victory was welcomed with a grand royal banquet, magnificent enough to show that the king himself had personally arranged the celebration. Inside the glittering royal hall, beneath the eyes of nobles and guests, the king publicly praised Hillen for his bravery and achievements. He declared that Hillen had protected the kingdom's honor and prevented shame from falling upon the royal family after the princess's kidnapping. With pride in his voice, the king named Hillen a savior worthy of royal reward, granting those honors in the name of the crown itself. Even while praise poured over him from every direction, Hillen did not let it go to his head. He remained humble and insisted that the mission would never have succeeded without Rosella's support. The king seemed deeply impressed by that modest answer and openly presented Hillen as an example that everyone in the kingdom should admire. But in the middle of the celebration, Hillen suddenly noticed that Princess Alina was nowhere to be seen. The king calmly explained that she was resting under heavy protection after everything she had endured. Yet beneath those reassuring words, darker intentions were already forming quietly inside his mind. As the king carefully observed Hillen, he began considering just how emotionally attached the hero might have become to the princess during the rescue mission. If Hillen had developed feelings for her, then arranging a marriage between them would permanently bind the hero to the Hildron royal family. In the king's mind, that would turn a powerful hero into an asset held firmly under the crown's control. Overflowing with pride, the king lifted a golden cup high above the banquet table and called for a grand toast to the man who had conquered the Tower of Absolute Hardness. The nobles instantly joined in with bright smiles and raised voices, while the king thundered that from this day forward, no kingdom would ever dare look down on Hildron again. The entire banquet hall rang with endless cheers, every shout praising Hildron's power, honor, glory, and hard-earned victory. But far away from that roaring celebration, another plan was already moving in the shadows. Ernan had secretly slipped into the tower herself, determined to rescue her younger sister with her own hands. She knew the heroes, who could normally sense demonic energy, were far too distracted by the royal banquet to notice her presence. With their attention swallowed by celebration, this was the perfect opening. Beside her, Vergatalis moved in silence, eliminating the guards one after another without making unnecessary noise. At the same time, he warned Ernan not to waste too much energy, since any careless surge of power could draw unwanted suspicion. As the two of them advanced deeper through the tower and neared the staircase, several guards finally noticed something was wrong and tried to raise the alarm. Before those guards could properly react, Ernan immediately called forth her water spirit. A massive torrent of water burst through the corridor like a raging flood, swallowing the passage in an instant and throwing the defenders into complete chaos. standing confidently before the stunned guard captain. Ernan finally revealed herself as the Dark Spirit Summoner, one of the 4 heavenly lords serving the Demon King of Black Flame. Vergatalis quickly realized that Ernan had intentionally allowed herself to be captured earlier, not out of weakness, but simply because she found the whole situation amusing. While Ernan tried to give him a dramatic introduction, Vergatalis paid no attention to her theatrics at all. He simply ignored the performance and continued walking forward on his own. The guards, already shaken by the thought of being looked down on, fell into even greater panic once they realized the intruders had boldly entered through the main entrance itself. The captain soon understood what was happening. Vergatalis was deliberately suppressing his demonic aura so the heroes would not notice him. Since those same heroes were attending the banquet nearby, the captain believed this restriction gave the guards a rare advantage. With that mistaken confidence, the elite guards launched their attack all at once, assuming Vergatalis would be much weaker if he could not freely rely on magic. But that assumption could not have been more wrong. Even without drawing on dark power, Vergatalis was still far beyond anything they could handle. Every blade, every swing, and every desperate strike aimed at him missed as Vergatalis avoided them with effortless precision. He mocked the guards for ever believing they had a chance against him in the first place. And only moments later, the overwhelming pressure of his raw physical strength alone slammed into the attackers. One by one, the guards lost consciousness almost instantly. Terror spread through the tower like a nightmare repeating itself for the kingdom, as the same soldiers who had proudly celebrated the princess's rescue only hours earlier now collapsed helplessly across the floor. The force of the battle shook the tower so violently that the impact seemed to travel through the very stone itself. Even the enormous chandelier inside Princess Alina's room began to tremble overhead, its crystals clinking together until the sound finally stirred her from unconsciousness. Slowly, Alina began to wake. As her vision cleared, she saw Vergatalis standing calmly among the defeated guards. Without raising his voice, he demanded that the captain surrender, mentioning that he had intentionally held back his power so the entire structure would not collapse around them. Terrified and desperate, the captain suddenly tried to run, hoping to escape long enough to summon the heroes for help. But before he could get away, the damaged stone wall behind him shifted like a living creature. It dragged him backward and swallowed his body into the stone, trapping him completely. Immobilized and trembling, the captain cursed the Dark Spirit Summoner in fear and frustration, while Ernan casually mocked him as she walked past his helpless form. Vergatalis found the entire situation strangely amusing, almost too ridiculous not to enjoy. After all, kidnapping the princess again less than a single day after her rescue would utterly crush the kingdom's reputation and authority in front of everyone. When Vergatalis finally stepped into Alina's room and prepared to address her properly, she barely paid any attention to him at all. Instead, the moment she noticed Ernan, Alina rushed straight toward her. Even through the disguise, Alina recognized her sister at once and threw herself into Hernan's arms with joy. She explained that she had already received the secret letter, and she understood that no one except the Demon King side would ever truly come to save her. Watching the sisters reunite so emotionally, Vergatalis quietly realized that the two of them were far more alike than they had seemed at first glance. Curious about what had happened behind the scenes, he questioned Ernan about the letter she had secretly sent to Hillen earlier. Ernan admitted it casually, without any guilt at all, and even seemed a little surprised that Vergatalis had allowed her to do something like that. Vergatalis simply answered that he had never considered her actions dangerous enough to worry about. Then, without lingering on the matter, he spread his wings once more. He ordered the two sisters to return with him immediately, leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, back inside the royal banquet hall, the joyous celebration suddenly shattered into chaos. A terrified guard rushed before the king and desperately reported that Princess Alina had been kidnapped once again. The king's face twisted at once with fury and disbelief. In a blind rage, he smashed dishes and golden cups across the banquet hall, screaming at his soldiers for their unbelievable incompetence. The focus then moved to the Tower of Flames, specifically its first floor, where Alina's attention was immediately pulled towards something extraordinary. Standing proudly near the center of the workshop was an enormous mana cannon, a weapon unlike anything Alina had ever seen before. Its massive size, strange structure, and overwhelming presence captured her curiosity in an instant. Alina stared at it with sparkling eyes, openly admiring every detail of the craftsmanship, and with pure excitement in her voice, she wondered whether Lager himself had truly created such an incredible weapon. Hearing her question, Lager burst into loud, hearty laughter before proudly introducing himself as the blacksmith of the first floor, the great Lager Friedrich. He confidently declared that anyone personally brought into the tower by the Demon King had to be someone important, perhaps even a princess. Alina's excitement grew even stronger once she learned the canon truly was Logger's creation. Without any hesitation, she eagerly announced that she wanted to build something like it herself one day. Her fearless enthusiasm greatly amused Logger, and after another booming laugh, he immediately decided that Alina could become his assistant whenever she wanted. Alina happily celebrated the unexpected opportunity, her face glowing with bright, childlike excitement. At that moment, Kid arrived wearing her armor and casually asked Logger to repair the practice scarecrow once again. But her attention quickly shifted toward Alina, and she curiously asked who the young child was. The instant Alina saw Kid, she became completely captivated by her appearance. Even beneath the heavy armor, Alina could clearly feel how beautiful and strong Kid looked. Without hiding her honest thoughts at all, Alina openly admired her, causing Kid to freeze in embarrassment. The sudden compliment struck Kid so directly that she instinctively hid behind Hernan while nervously avoiding eye contact. In that moment, Kid realized something terrifying. Despite looking innocent and harmless, Alina was unbelievably good at dealing with people. To Kid, the little girl suddenly seemed far more dangerous than expected. Watching the scene unfold, Hernan quietly chuckled before calmly introducing Alina as her younger sister. Kid was immediately shocked by that revelation. Hernan then explained that Alina had always been an extremely sincere child by nature. Because of her illness, she had spent most of her life trapped inside a room, learning about the outside world only through books and stories. Now that Alina could finally see and experience everything with her own eyes for the first time, every emotion she showed came straight from her heart. Hernan firmly explained that Alina was not the kind of child who lied or flattered others just to earn favor. Every compliment Alina gave was completely genuine. Hearing that only made Kid blush even harder, and she quietly began wondering whether she really was as pretty as Alina claimed. Just as the atmosphere inside the Demon King's tower began to grow lighter and more cheerful, Gordon suddenly arrived while loudly protesting the entire situation. In his eyes, allowing dwarves, elves, heroes, and even princess knights into the tower had already pushed the limits. But bringing an actual child into the Demon King's tower had crossed the line completely. Vergadalus calmly replied that he was not asking Gordon to personally raise her, yet that explanation did absolutely nothing to soothe Gordon's frustration. To Gordon, the problem was not something that could be brushed aside or treated lightly. But before his frustration could settle, Alina slowly walked toward him, her eyes brightening as she recognized him from the stories she had heard so many times before. The moment Alina opened her mouth to speak, Gordon clenched his teeth and coldly warned her not to say a word. Calling her the 13th Princess of Hilgeron, he explained that if rumors ever spread that the Demon King was raising a child inside his tower, the dignity and terror surrounding the Demon King would vanish completely. In Gordon's eyes, the Demon King was meant to be feared, and there was absolutely no place in the tower for someone like her. But Alina did not shrink back, nor did she look hurt by his harsh words. Instead, she gently thanked him. She explained that her older sister had written many letters filled with stories about him, and in those stories, Gordon was always the one quietly preparing delicious meals and managing everything from behind the scenes. With sincere warmth in her voice, Alina thanked him for all the hard work he had done to support the tower and help her sister. Then, without the slightest trace of mockery or fear, she politely lowered her head in gratitude. That simple, honest gesture struck Gordon harder than any argument could have. For a moment, he could not say a single word. Completely overwhelmed by embarrassment, he awkwardly turned away and hurried off, as if escaping the situation was the only response he had left. Kid and Logger watched the whole exchange in stunned silence, realizing that Alina had a frighteningly natural gift for winning people over without even trying. Meanwhile, Alina happily admitted that the Demon King's tower was nothing like what she had imagined. Instead of terrifying monsters lurking everywhere, the place felt surprisingly peaceful, clean, and welcoming, and everyone she had met so far had treated her with kindness. And more than anything, for the first time in a very long while, her body no longer hurt. Hearing that honest joy made Hernan smile warmly, as if Alina's words proved exactly what she had believed from the beginning. At the same time, Vergadalus quietly observed the scene and realized that nearly everyone in the tower already seemed to like Alina. In his view, anyone who could become truly useful needed at least that much natural talent. Curious despite himself, Vergadalus casually wondered what kind of sweet words Alina might eventually say to him as well. Hernan immediately stepped in to defend her younger sister again, firmly insisting that Alina meant every single word she said. There was nothing fake, calculated, or flattering about her kindness. Vergadalus then casually asked what exactly Alina had written about him in those letters. The sudden question made both sisters panic at once. Alina's face turned bright red as she quickly looked to Hernan for help, while Ernan herself became just as embarrassed, clearly realizing what Vergatalis was hinting at. Seeing her older sister react that way only made Alina even more flustered. She quickly ducked behind Ernan, hiding there while pretending she knew absolutely nothing about it. Vergatalis only stared at them in confusion, unable to understand why the two sisters had suddenly become so strange. Rather than press the issue, he shifted the conversation to Alina's health, recalling that the 13th princess had once been so weak she could barely leave her bed. Ernan smiled softly and explained that Alina's recovery was entirely thanks to the Demon King's tower. According to her, Alina suffered from a condition known as mana overload. Just like Ernan, Alina had been born with an enormous amount of innate mana. The difference was that Alina's body had never been strong enough to contain or control that overwhelming magical power, causing her own mana to burden her fragile body. Ernan went on to explain that demonic energy naturally drained mana over time. It was similar to how a spirit blossom would lose its magical properties after being contaminated by demonic energy. Because of that, while Alina lived in the kingdom, her excessive mana constantly destabilized her body and left her suffering from coughing fits. But inside the Demon King's tower, the surrounding demonic energy slowly reduced the pressure caused by her mana overload. Ernan believed with confidence that if Alina continued living there, she could eventually recover completely. After hearing that explanation, Vergatalis brought up the hero's journey that would officially begin in 6 months, then asked whether Alina could become useful before that time arrived. Ernan answered honestly, admitting that reaching the level of a full archmage in only 6 months would most likely be impossible. However, she confidently assured him that Alina becoming an upper-level mage within that period would not be a problem at all. Vergatalis accepted the answer, deciding that level of progress would be sufficient. He then officially announced that the 13th princess would stay on the 3rd floor of the tower and entrusted Ernan with taking proper care of her, a responsibility Ernan happily accepted. Still, Ernan made one important request. She asked Vergatalis not to let Alina take part directly in combat, because the child was still far too young to witness bloodshed and violence. Hearing that request, Vergatalis quietly wondered if Hernan's desire to destroy Hilderon had truly changed in some way. Before that thought could linger for too long, the focus shifted deeper into the Tower of Flames, eventually arriving at the strategy meeting room on the newly expanded 5th floor. Gordon accompanied Vergatalis into the area, carefully studying the fresh layout around them. Vergatalis explained that this expansion had only become possible thanks to the points earned from kidnapping the 13th princess, and the newly open space would now become an important part of the tower's future operations. Until now, he had been forced to manage nearly everything directly from the throne because the tower never had enough resources to build a proper organizational system. But with the future battle against the heroes of the 10 stars steadily approaching, Vergatalis knew the tower needed a far more efficient structure. For that reason, Vergatalis officially handed over management authority of the strategy room to Gordon. He even gave him permission to expand additional facilities whenever necessary in the future. Gordon immediately expressed his gratitude and accepted the responsibility with complete determination. Meanwhile, Vergatalis silently reflected on the 2 most important conditions needed to stop the hero's journey. First, the tower itself had to become stronger. Second, the gathering of the heroes of the 10 stars had to be delayed for as long as possible. After putting his thoughts in order, Vergatalis asked Gordon about the progress involving the elves. Gordon calmly reported that everything was moving smoothly, and the elves had already begun spreading across the continent through the trade routes connected to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. But just as they continued discussing the tower's future plans, a sudden alert cut through the meeting. One of Vergatalis's servants hurried into the room and urgently reported that a serious problem had appeared. At the same time, the focus shifted far away to the Ian Kingdom, where chaos had already erupted across the entire nation. News was spreading rapidly that Princess Lavinia had disappeared once again. Many people immediately feared she had been kidnapped. Not long afterward, a letter found inside her room was delivered straight to the king. The moment the king finished reading it, his hands began trembling uncontrollably. The letter revealed that Princess Lavinia had once again left the kingdom in search of chimera ingredients. After thinking carefully about the unexplored frozen mountains she had recently shown interest in, the king quickly realized there was only one place she could have gone, Urgrist. Without wasting another second, the king immediately ordered a search party to head toward the frozen region and bring his daughter back safely. As the search operation began, the focus shifted to the frozen lands of Urgrist itself. There, the 3rd princess of the Ian Kingdom, Lavinia Ian, was already rampaging through hordes of orcs alongside her terrifying chimeras. One after another, the monsters were slaughtered, and Lavinia casually collected useful materials from their corpses, as if the battlefield were nothing more than a storage room. Despite the destruction all around her, Lavinia looked completely bored, as though the endless waves of enemies and ingredients had already failed to hold her interest. Meanwhile, the orc leader Krutu urgently reported the situation directly to Vergatalis. He explained that a human mage who controlled monsters had invaded their territory. The orcs had surrounded her in an attempt to stop her from advancing toward the tower, but their formation was barely holding. Stopping her had proven nearly impossible. Krutu then revealed the intruder's identity by showing her face to Vergatalis. The instant Vergatalis saw her, he immediately recognized the girl as Lavinia, and Gordon quickly began explaining what he knew. Gordon explained that he had previously investigated Lavinia and learned that she was the Ian Kingdom's only chimera creator. Still, he questioned why Vergatalis looked so alarmed, since chimera creators were relatively common in the demonic realm. Vergatalis rejected that comparison at once. He explained that Lavinia existed on a completely different level from ordinary creators. Before the regression, Vergatalis had personally witnessed her horrifying power, and back then, Lavinia alone had done something almost unbelievable. She had led an entire chimera army during an invasion of his tower and nearly kidnapped all of his vassals in the process. Her assault had pushed the tower itself to the edge of collapse, and that overwhelming achievement was the reason she later earned such a terrifying reputation. Lavinia Ian eventually became known as the solo hero's journey. But what disturbed Vergatalis the most was the timing. Lavinia was originally supposed to begin moving seriously 3 years later. Not now. He silently wondered whether killing Draxon had somehow changed the flow of events and pushed Lavinia into action far earlier than expected. Vergatalis then explained that Lavinia was the kind of princess who would never stop pursuing whatever ingredients caught her interest. If ordinary materials failed to satisfy her curiosity, she would not hesitate to target even the Demon King himself as a source of new ingredients. Even so, Vergatalis still could not understand why she had chosen Urgrist of all places. Gordon then pointed out the true danger hidden within the situation. Lavinia Ian was the third princess of the Ian Kingdom and stood high in the royal line of succession. If the Demon King's tower tried to kill or kidnap her, the entire Ian Kingdom would immediately mobilize its military forces and declare war. Facing Hilderon's hero's journey was already dangerous enough on its own. If the Ian Kingdom were dragged into the conflict on top of everything else, victory would become almost impossible. Understanding just how dangerous the situation had become, Vergatalis immediately gave Krutu a direct order. Krutu was to lure Lavinia far away from the tower before she could uncover its location. Vergatalis made one thing absolutely clear. No matter what happened, Krutu was forbidden from fighting her directly. Krutu accepted the mission without hesitation, while Gordon was ordered to provide support from inside the tower itself. After handing down those orders, Vergatalis turned and walked away. But with every step he took, an unpleasant feeling slowly began to rise in the back of his mind. The sight of an untouchable princess suddenly invading the Demon King's territory felt painfully familiar to him. It reminded him of the exact chain of events that had unfolded shortly before Draxon's death. Back then, Vergatalis himself had sent the dwarf princess straight toward Draxon, and that memory weighed heavily on him as he continued forward. As he moved through the frozen lands of Urgrist, countless thoughts crowded his mind. Lavinia Ian was not the type of person who would randomly wander into such a dangerous place without a clear reason. The more Vergatalis thought about it, the more certain he became that someone had deliberately drawn her there. And among all the people he knew, only one person had the ability and patience to create such a complicated trap. From somewhere in the shadows, Jason Cockmund might already be moving the pieces. The possibility that Jason was truly the mastermind behind all of this made anger burn deep inside Vergatalis. Vergatalis refused to sit quietly and let someone manipulate the situation around him from behind the scenes. At the same time, Krutu slowly walked alone toward the massive chimera army. Despair hung thick in the cold air around him, yet his footsteps never once came to a stop. Deep in his heart, Krutu had already accepted that this might be where he died. After confirming that his subordinates had escaped safely, a small sense of relief settled inside him. He believed that even if his life ended there, the tribe would continue to survive as long as everyone remained united and protected one another. To Krutu, the future of the tribe mattered far more than his own life. If his death could protect them, then he saw it as nothing more than a necessary sacrifice. With deep regret pressing against his chest, Krutu silently apologized to the Demon King in his heart. He begged Vergatalis to keep watching over the tribe, even after he himself was gone. Just as Krutu steeled himself for his final stand, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Black flames roared forward and instantly cut off the advance of the Chimera army. The overwhelming heat swept across the field, freezing both sides in stunned silence. A moment later, Vergatalis himself appeared before Krutu. The Demon King looked down at him calmly and asked why he had decided to throw his life away without permission. The terrifying presence surrounding Vergatalis struck Krutu to his core, shaking him harder than the enemy army ever could. Without a second of hesitation, Krutu dropped to his knees and apologized. He declared that he was prepared to accept any punishment for his actions. But Vergatalis simply reminded him that he had already fulfilled his duty as chief. He warned Krutu not to discard his life so recklessly, because loyal subordinates like him were extremely difficult to replace. Those unexpected words struck Krutu deeply, filling him with emotion he could barely hold back. Overwhelmed, Krutu called out to him directly as the Demon King. Hearing Krutu openly address Vergatalis that way completely shocked Lavinia. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Vergatalis, suddenly seeing him in an entirely different light. Meanwhile, Vergatalis calmly lifted one hand, and black flames gathered in his palm. Looking across the Chimera army before him, he declared that perhaps the situation had turned out perfectly after all. Since the Chimera army was far too dangerous to leave untouched, reducing their numbers now would only make the future easier for him. Not long afterward, Khan, the fifth prince of the Ian Kingdom, arrived on the battlefield with a group of knights. The entire group cried out desperately for Lavinia, begging her to return home at once. At the same time, Vergatalis stepped forward and focused his attention fully on the Chimera army. He made it clear that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Ian Kingdom. However, his voice turned cold as he warned them that if they ever crossed paths with him again, none of them would survive. In the next instant, black flames exploded across the battlefield, forcing the Chimera army to retreat. Even after the battle ended, Lavinia continued staring at Vergatalis with shock, fascination, and growing curiosity. Rather than frightening her, the truths she had uncovered only deepened her obsession with him. Meanwhile, Khan ordered the knights to follow the source of the strange light, believing that his sister would surely be waiting somewhere nearby. But when they finally reached the location, they found nothing except a single doll lying on the ground. Attached to it was a message warning them not to search for her anymore. The sight immediately filled Khan with frustration. He angrily complained that his sister always vanished without warning and constantly caused trouble for everyone around her. One of the knights then reminded him that they had already traveled far too deeply into the dangerous lands of Urgrist and advised that they should return before the situation became even worse. After thinking it over for a moment, Khan accepted the advice. He reasoned that ordinary monsters would never be able to defeat his sister anyway, and he also confirmed that the Demon King of Blazing Fire had not kidnapped her. As the chaos in Urgrist slowly began to settle, the focus shifted back toward the Tower of Flames. While quietly reflecting on everything that had happened, Vergatalis once again found himself thinking about Lavinia Ian. He understood her personality better than most people ever could. She was the kind of woman who would never return home until she obtained exactly what she wanted. Memories from before the regression rose in his mind again. Even back then, Lavinia had been completely insane when it came to chimera materials, and her obsession had once grown so extreme that she even targeted the Demon King's flesh as experimental material. While Vergatalis remained lost in those thoughts, Gordon approached him with a new report. Gordon informed him that the Iron Scouts had already left the area. Hearing that, Vergatalis immediately began analyzing the situation in his head. He quickly concluded that Lavinia had not simply gotten separated from the group by accident after meeting the princess. More likely, her obsession with chimera materials had driven her to escape from the search party on purpose. He also realized that if the Ian Kingdom ever discovered Lavinia was heading toward his tower, their search forces would inevitably follow her straight there. Understanding the seriousness of that danger, Gordon calmly pointed out that if the Chimera Princess were to disappear forever somewhere within the deadly lands of Urgrist, no one would ever discover the truth behind her disappearance. A faint smirk slowly appeared on Vergatalis's face as he agreed with Gordon's conclusion. Under those circumstances, the Ian Kingdom would have no valid excuse to invade him by claiming he was responsible. Hearing that, Gordon's own expression turned cold, and a dangerous smile crept across his face. Believing the perfect opportunity had finally arrived, he suggested launching a full-scale attack immediately. Vergatalis understood that this might truly be their only chance to eliminate Lavinia once and for all. Even so, an uncomfortable feeling continued to linger deep inside him. Something about the entire situation still felt wrong. Despite that uneasiness, Vergatalis ultimately decided to handle the matter personally. Without hesitation, he stepped outside the tower alone. The moment Vergatalis emerged, he found Lavinia calmly waiting for him while sitting atop a chimera. But the creature beneath her was clearly far from ordinary. Every one of its countless eyes had been connected directly to Jason's vision, allowing Jason Kochman to watch everything happening there from a distant location. As he observed the situation through the chimera's eyes, Jason smiled with clear amusement. He immediately realized that Vergatalis had stepped outside personally because he did not want anyone discovering what existed inside the tower. That alone made Jason acknowledge that Vergatalis was far more cautious and intelligent than he had originally expected. Standing before Lavinia, Vergatalis directly called out Jason Cockman's name. He calmly revealed that he already knew Jason was listening through the chimera. From the creature itself, he could sense traces of Jason's demonic energy, and now that he had seen it up close, his suspicions had turned into certainty. Vergatalis concluded that Jason had personally provided a body infused with his own demonic energy in order to create that chimera. Jason openly admitted that Vergatalis's observation skills were impressive. However, he mockingly questioned what the Demon King could possibly accomplish while surrounded by an entire chimera army. As Vergatalis looked across the battlefield, he saw countless chimeras standing in every direction. Every single one of them possessed power equal to that of a high-ranking monster. Even while surrounded by a crushing number of enemies, Vergatalis had kept his mind locked on one single goal, capturing Lavinia Aiken alive. But in that tense moment, his sharp gaze drifted away from her and settled on the chimera beneath her, because something about that creature felt deeply unnatural. That monster was not carrying only Jason's demonic energy. Buried far deeper inside its body, another powerful presence was stirring as well, hidden beneath the surface. And just then, Gordon rushed in, bringing urgent information that had come directly from Hill and Cargill. Gordon revealed that the corpse of Draxon, the deceased beast Demon King, had once been recovered by the 10-star hero Rosalkant. Yet somehow that same corpse had now fallen into Lavinia Aiken's hands. The moment Vergatalis heard that, shock flashed through him. He instantly understood the meaning behind it. Draxon's body had also been used as material to create the chimera. And when Jason saw Vergatalis reach that conclusion, a pleased smile spread across his face. Jason confirmed that Vergatalis had guessed correctly. The effect was only temporary, but the chimera had inherited the terrifying speed Draxon possessed while he was still alive. Then Jason calmly revealed the real problem behind it. Under normal circumstances, Demon Kings use their demonic energy points to strengthen their bodies and raise their power. But Vergatalis had chosen a different path. Instead of improving himself, he had converted most of those points into money. Because of that decision, his current body had barely advanced at all, leaving him far weaker than a Demon King in his position should have been. With things in that state, defeating both the Chimera and Princess Lavinia would be anything but simple. Jason's confidence only grew stronger as he continued, revealing one more detail that made the situation even more dangerous. He had planted eyes and ears inside several other chimeras too. While Vergatalis was distracted outside, trying to deal with Lavinia, even one chimera slipping into the tower would be enough for Jason to expose everything hidden within it. Once Jason understood the tower's inner layout, its defenses, and every secret buried inside, he would be able to build the perfect plan to bring it down. Just as heroes carefully prepared strategies to defeat Demon Kings, Jason had now started preparing his own strategy against the Tower of Flames. Overflowing with arrogance, Jason looked down on him and mockingly asked what the Demon King of Blazing Fire intended to do now. But unexpectedly, Vergatalis began to smile. Deep down, he admitted that Jason Cockmund had completely outmaneuvered him this time. For the first time, Vergatalis realized he had been forced into the very same position that Draxon had once faced. The moment this battle truly began, there would be no path left for retreat, and no chance to take back what came next. After accepting that reality, Vergatalis chose to risk everything on one decisive gamble. With calm, deliberate movements, he slipped off his jacket, stepped forward into the open, and called Lavinia's name directly. That single action was enough to make Gordon's face turn pale with fear. Gordon desperately shouted at Vergatalis, warning him that exposing himself so openly in front of the chimeras was far too dangerous, even for a Demon King. At the same time, Jason narrowed his eyes, suddenly unsure what Vergatalis was trying to do. Jason could not understand Vergatalis's intention at all, especially when Vergatalis seemed to be ignoring everyone around him completely. Vergatalis turned his full attention toward Lavinia Aiken and offered her a deal. Lavinia tilted her head with interest, her curiosity clearly rising, and asked what kind of deal he was talking about. Then Vergatalis made an offer shocking enough to freeze the air. He demanded that Lavinia immediately cancel her agreement with the Demon King of Lies, and in return, he promised to personally give her one of his own horns as proof of his sincerity. He even swore on the standards and honor of a Demon King himself. The instant those words reached her ears, Lavinia went completely still. Unable to hide the shock and excitement in her eyes, she stared straight at Vergatalis and asked in disbelief whether he truly meant to give her one of his horns. At that same time, Hillen immediately understood that everything was happening exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Vivian really had come to abduct Princess Louise. Earlier, the Demon King had already warned Hillen Cargill to protect the Dwarven Princess for the time being, because the Demon Queen would definitely make a move to kidnap her. Trusting those words without hesitation, Hillen charged toward Vivian with all his strength. His belief in the Demon King only burned brighter, and he was convinced that this faith would push him to even greater heights. Determined to add another achievement to his name, Hillen declared that he would defeat the Demon Queen of Lust himself. Meanwhile, Vivian retreated at incredible speed, refusing to believe she could lose in a place like this. Her eyes searched frantically through the chaos as she tried to locate the dwarf princess. But before Vivian could properly react, the Dwarven Princess suddenly appeared behind her and launched a fierce attack from her blind spot. Without a trace of hesitation, the princess moved in coldly, aiming straight for the kill. Vivian's expression twisted in shock as she finally realized that the one attacking her was truly the princess herself. The Dwarven Princess answered with a mocking edge, as if asking whether Vivian had expected someone else. And in that same instant, Hillen attacked from the opposite side, declaring that Vivian would die right there. Vivian was driven into total despair. A hero was guarding the princess, while the princess herself was rushing at her with an axe in hand. To Vivian, the entire situation felt absurd, almost as if the rules of that dimension had gone completely wrong. Unable to endure the madness any longer, Vivian threw back her head and let out a loud, desperate scream. Even after being cornered from both sides, Vivian still managed to break away from the battlefield and escape. Hillen could only stand there and watch as she fled. The moment the Dwarven Princess realized Vivian had slipped away, anger flared across her face. She reminded Hillen that the Demon Queen had come there specifically to kidnap her, and insisted that Vivian should have been killed on the spot. Wasting no time at all, she immediately ordered the nearby soldiers to chase after the Demon Queen at once. Soon afterward, Hillen reported everything directly to Vergatalis. He confirmed that the Demon Queen of Lust had appeared exactly as the Demon King had predicted. After hearing the report, Vergatalis calmly thought back to the first time he had seen Vivian. From that initial encounter, he had already expected something like this to happen. Then he asked Hillen how the battle had ended. Hillen admitted that he had failed to eliminate the Demon Queen of Lust. However, he also revealed that he had managed to take a trophy from the encounter, and he planned to send it back to the tower. That trophy turned out to be the tail of the Demon Queen of Lust. As that matter settled, the focus moved far away to the Eastern Triangle Strait, deep within the Sea of the Sea King. There, Crudolord, master of the Eastern Sea and a calamity-grade monster, was locked in a fierce battle against Pullav Disrod, one of the 10 Stars heroes. Their brutal clash continued across the battlefield until Roselle suddenly arrived, cutting into the fight without warning. Without the slightest hesitation, Roselle drew her weapon and fired a fairy arrow. The shot struck Crudolord directly, killing the monster instantly by her own hand. Pullav immediately looked irritated, annoyed that Roselle had interrupted his fight. Roselle then explained that an order had been issued to summon all of the 10 stars, and the hero's journey to Urgrist had officially begun. At first, Pullav complained about how troublesome the situation sounded. But the moment he heard the name Urgrist, his expression changed completely. He knew that land was packed with countless calamity-grade monsters. Roselle quickly warned him not to get too excited, because they were not going there just to enjoy more battles. Their mission was simply to capture the Demon King. Even while complaining, Roselle pointed out just how ridiculous Pullav was, mocking him for fighting endlessly with nothing but an ordinary sword while refusing to use mana at all. To her, that way of fighting looked completely abnormal. Pullav, however, proudly admitted that the style felt incredibly satisfying and even encouraged Roselle to try it for herself. Roselle rejected the idea immediately and told him to get lost. As they kept talking, Pullav noticed that Roselle's magic had grown much stronger than before. A confident smirk appeared on his face as he pointed out that she must have been secretly training on her own. Excited by that thought, he instantly suggested that they have a match. Roselle, visibly irritated, coldly told him to go fight alone and die by himself. Ignoring her sharp attitude as if it did not bother him at all, Pullav casually asked how she had even managed to find him. Roselle explained that someone had told her he would be there wasting time by himself. Curious, Pullav asked who had given her that information. Roselle then revealed that the information had come from the guildmaster of the Hero Guild. Not long afterward, Hillen arrived at the Hero Guild and stood before the Elder Heroes. The Elders praised him as Hillen Cargill, the 10 Stars hero who had defeated 2 Demon Kings and protected the Princess of Burfit from an attempted kidnapping by the Demon Queen. They acknowledged that his recent achievements had been exceptionally impressive. Hillen responded humbly with his gratitude. Then the elder heroes announced that, in recognition of those accomplishments, the Hero Guild had decided to appoint him as an Argon. At that very moment, an even more powerful sword was placed into Hillen's hands, its weight and presence making it clear that this was far beyond an ordinary weapon. Argons were not simple heroes with impressive titles. They were figures who stood beside the Guildmaster and the 4 elder heroes, helping decide the future direction of the entire Hero Guild. Their authority was so great that even kings tried to build friendly relationships with them. To become an Argon meant stepping into a position filled with influence, power, and responsibility that few heroes could ever reach. As Hillen stood there before them, emotion surged through his chest. For a moment, he thought back to his beginning, wondering how an ordinary boy from a remote countryside village had managed to climb all the way to this point. And then he realized that his long-held dream was no longer impossibly far away. Just a little more remained before he could finally grasp it with his own hands. With determination burning in his eyes, Hillen swore that he would fulfill every duty expected of him as an Argon. Deep inside, he became certain that he had just taken another powerful step toward becoming the greatest hero in history. Just then, Pallav suddenly appeared, carrying his usual casual confidence, and jokingly wondered out loud when a greenhorn like Hillen had grown into such an important figure. Pallav said it had been a long time since they last met, then brought up the rumors about Hillen defeating 2 demon kings. With his excitement already rising, he immediately suggested they spar together sometime. Hillen respectfully greeted Sir Pallav and said he was happy to see him again, though he honestly admitted that a sparring match might be difficult. Soon after, the elder heroes formally welcomed the arrival of both Pallav Disrod and Roselle Chant. With everyone gathered in the same place, they explained that there was a grave mission the Hero Guild needed to assign. Pallav's mood instantly soured, and he complained that they had ruined his fun. With an irritated look, he warned them that the mission had better be worth the interruption, or someone there might end up dead. The elder hero remained completely calm in the face of that threat and assured Pallav that this mission would definitely be enough to satisfy him as well. From that moment on, the Hero Guild ordered them to forcibly bring back the 7 10-stars heroes currently employed in the Jaspine Empire succession war. Whatever methods were required, the Hero Guild would take responsibility for the aftermath. The 10 stars level hero's journey had now become their highest priority. The instant Pallav heard that, a grin spread across his face. He was clearly thrilled by the idea that they were allowed to beat down the other 10 stars if that was what it took to drag them back. Seeing how creepy his excitement was becoming, Roselle quickly told him to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Hillen's expression darkened with shock. He understood what gathering all of the 10 stars truly meant. The hero's journey was about to begin far earlier than anyone had expected. Inside his mind, Hillen thought desperately of the Demon King. To him, the Demon King was the key to reaching his ultimate success. Until Hillen became the greatest hero in history, the Demon King absolutely could not be allowed to fall. Later on, Hillen went straight to Vergatalis and reported everything he had learned in detail. He explained that if the heroes hired by the Jaspine Empire were successfully brought back, then the hero's journey would begin immediately, without any further delay. Vergatalis questioned why such an abrupt decision had been made in the first place. Hillen admitted that even the Guildmaster had not revealed the true reason behind the order. After hearing Hillen's report, uneasiness began to creep through Vergatalis. Everything was moving far too quickly, almost as if someone had forced the situation into place. He could not help but wonder whether Jason had interfered from behind the scenes. Trying to grasp the full picture, Vergatalis asked how the Hero Guild planned to accelerate the hero's journey so suddenly. Hillen explained that the guild intended to intervene directly in the Jaspine Empire's succession war. The succession war itself was an ancient tradition of the Jaspine imperial family. The next emperor was chosen through a brutal struggle among the princes and princesses, with each royal candidate risking their life in the fight for the throne. Whenever the emperor issued a difficult task involving the empire, the royal candidates would hire mercenaries and work alongside heroes in order to complete those missions. The entire succession war was divided into 5 separate stages, and under normal circumstances, the conflict usually dragged on for around 6 full months. Hearing that, Vergatalis slowly realized just how serious the situation was. If the war truly lasted 6 months, then the 10 stars heroes would remain gathered there for that entire period. Hillen confirmed that 7 of the 10 stars heroes had already been hired as mercenaries in the succession war. However, Hillen also warned that if Pallav Disrod personally stepped in, the whole succession war could be brought to an end within a single month. In fact, it might even be wrapped up in only a few weeks, forcing all of the 10 stars to gather much sooner than expected. Vergatalis immediately understood the danger pressing down on him. At that point, whether Jason had interfered or not no longer mattered. What mattered was that he had almost no time left, and he needed to move at once. Without any hesitation, Vergatalis announced that it was finally time to advance to the next stage. He ordered Logher to create a golem. The command stunned Logher at first, but then excitement surged through him as he realized Vergatalis was speaking of an ancient weapon. Vergatalis reminded him that Magatech was essential for constructing a golem. Then he turned his gaze toward Lavinia Aiken and ordered her to assist Logher with the project. Confused by the sudden command, Lavinia immediately asked why she should help. As her reward, Vergatalis presented her with the tale of the succubus queen. The moment Lavinia saw it, excitement lit up her face. She instantly recognized it as a valuable ingredient, and with that prize placed before her, she agreed right away to help with the golem's creation. After that matter was settled, Vergatalis turned to Hernan and asked about Elena's condition. Hernan explained that Elena's mana had been almost completely drained, and starting the next day, he intended to begin teaching her the basics of magic. Satisfied with that progress, Vergatalis instructed Hernan to continue. Soon afterward, he changed into his other identity and met with Gordon. Vergatalis told him that he would be leaving for a while, which meant Gordon would have to manage the tower in his absence. Gordon immediately grew suspicious and asked if Vergatalis was heading to the place he thought he was. Vergatalis answered calmly and confirmed Gordon's suspicion. He revealed that he would personally take part in the Jaspine Empire's succession war.